Friday's live stream. Bear with me a moment. I forgot to connect the microphone. But we're going to get started here momentarily for a live tarot session. I hope everyone is doing well on this beautiful Friday. And I'm going to give it a few moments and see who comes in, and then we'll get started. Wait a minute before I do that. All right, all right. We'll go ahead and pull a few cards and get us warmed up until or unless someone comes in. Start with a general message for the collective this morning. And what would you have us know, Spirit? Ooh. I said, what would we have us know, Spirit? And higher power is the first card out. So there is divine direction here over your endeavors. Do understand that. Tap into that. If you have not been openly acknowledging or doing that, you may want to. And new life is here. Wow. Higher power and new life. Yes, indeed. And a change in the wind. Yes, yep. So there are big changes coming. And hey, we are here at 9:12. And some folks did say that there would be changes coming in. Ooh, Treasure Island is at the bottom of the deck with Loyal Heart and Time to Go. Wow, that's pretty interesting. But let's continue on and see what we got here. Higher power, new life, and a change in the wind. Somebody has been. Hi, Random Stay. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. Is this your energy I'm pulling on this morning? Because this is pretty good. We started out, I just got started on a general message until somebody came in, and we're looking at higher power, new life, and a change in the wind. So whatever it's been, it ain't gonna stay there unless it's gonna amplify what the good stuff that's coming. But it looked like the good stuff is coming, and it looked like it's divinely directed. So beautiful, beautiful. And I am doing free readings today. So if you have a question for the cards, don't hesitate to type your question in here and we'll get started. Otherwise, I'll just be doing a general reading. Oh, if somebody's having a bad day, do know the spirit loves you. Like I said, higher power was the first card out here. And then now I have hugs. If you give a hug, you get a hug. And that's the best medicine if you're having a bad day. Absolutely true. That is true. Hey, Crystal, 1983. Welcome. Welcome in. I am doing very well. How are you this morning? What challenges is your ex Nixon facing currently since your breakup? That's not a fair question for the tarot, Crystal. Because if you broke up with him, you shouldn't be dipping into his business. And if he broke up with you, you shouldn't be dipping into his business. We get too caught up in worrying about what our exes are doing. They exes for a reason, however that goes. And it's honestly, some readers might looking into people's energies without their permission, but I'm sorry, I don't. Now I can look into a message for you, but without his permission, I don't want to read his energy. I'm sorry. It was sudden. You have unfinished. No, you don't have unfinished business. If you have unfinished business via the courts or spiritual court, it'll get taken care of. A lot of times we, especially as women, we got to have closure. We got to have closure. But the fact that you're not together anymore, sometimes you have to let that be the closure, and spirit will bring you closure when you stop needing it and demanding it. Honestly, in my spiritual journey, that has always been, and I'm not even just talking about relationship stuff, regrets I had in life, how I raised my kids, what happened with the money situation, the ex, anything. The moment I stop needing closure, somehow it just kind of gently floats in. But the longer I was seeking it and feeling like I needed and demanding it, it kind of skittered away from me, you know? Um, you're welcome, love. Would you like me to pull some cards for you? And again, some readers will dig into people's energies, but I feel like to a degree, and my son actually was the one that made me mindful of that. As a reader, I have 4 adult children. 3 of them have asked me to read for them. One is uncomfortable with the idea of a seer looking into their energy and asked me not to, and I respected his wishes. So even if his wife asked me to, because I know for a fact he doesn't want me looking at his energy, I won't do it, because he's afraid it'll open a psychic doorway in him that he's not prepared to face and cannot close. And that could be true. So I just had to learn to respect that. And like I said, I know all readers won't respect that, but I have to go with what my guides have shown me. So I hope you don't take offense to that. A general for you? It might come up. We can see. If something comes up pertaining to you, yes, I'm more than willing. At the bottom of the deck, though, right here, the divine is sending you love and support. Better days are coming. And it is okay to feel confused. Your angels want you to embrace your differences. So I'm not sure. Like I said, we're going to pull some cards and see what comes out of this. Hold on. We'll start here and here. And oh, I know. We'll start here. Hey, Timothy. How are you? Welcome, welcome. If you have a question for the cards, I'm working with Miss Crystal right now, but I'll be more than happy to pull for you when when I finish. If y'all don't mind, if you're not subscribed to the channel already, please allow me the energy exchange of subscribing and giving me a thumbs up. If I'm gonna spend my energy asking the question of the cards for you, I would definitely appreciate it if you would do me the honor of a reciprocal energy exchange by way of a thumbs up and a subscribe. Ooh. The first card that came out here, Crystal, was belief systems and facades, something about conditioning expectations, um, evaluating long held beliefs and awakening. Then there's control, sabotage, conflicts, mood swings, trust issues, manipulation patterns. But we also have the sun here with strength, empowerment, heart chakra opening, truth revealed, and then fulfillment of wishes. There's a wish fulfillment, success, achievement, and happy outcomes. Honestly, I'm going to pull these over. Now, again, I don't know if you were in the room when I started pulling and I was pulling in your energy with this higher power, new life, and a change in the wind. So I'm going to put these back in the deck and we're going to shuffle these decks again because I want to look and see what's going on here. And we'll see if love comes out for you. Because what's coming to my mind right now is Honestly, I think it's about getting something out of your way that wasn't in your best interest so that you can level up spiritually, and it may wind up being something new. Yin energy is about the feminine receptive power. So it may have something to do with you leveling up in your divine feminine energy, deep knowing, spirit, some kind of spiritual awakening or something is coming to you that that person that you were with may not be aligned with. And it's not saying they're a bad person. I don't know what y'all broke up with or how or whatever, but sometimes, and this is the hard part for us to accept because we want what we want. We say the heart wants what it wants, and I get that part. But especially during these times that we're in, there are a lot of people that are being separated for things, and I don't look at it as, it's hard not to look at it as being left behind. You're not being left behind. That no longer serves you is being removed from you. It is a divine tower moment, a separating from you in order for you to be able to get to what you're really supposed to have. You're being called to awaken and ascend, to step into a divine purpose, and you may not even know so yet. Happy is here though, so it's good. Something is going to work out in your favor. It may take a time of healing to get over this that you're not looking for. The higher power was back at the top of this deck trying to tell you, I really think spirit is trying to wake you up for a bigger purpose. It's a transformation. You're at a fork in the road. It was a strain on you like you was his placeholder. Okay, then that's what I'm. Did I not say that? That you're being separated from it for your benefit is not saying that he was bad. I'm not accusing him. I'm not anything. And maybe that's why I really, really got that strong hit in the beginning. Don't even look into his energy, which I typically don't. Like I say, I didn't just develop that policy. I don't know why I can't get these glasses are looking weird. I didn't just develop that policy on the spur of the moment for you. I won't read into anybody's energy. I got somebody that's in my collective, and she is down with me like four flat tires. But she asked me to read for her daughter, and I had her stop and go and ask her daughter for permission to read for her before I was willing to look in. The only people that I'll read for without their permission is a minor child if the parent is present. If it's a minor child and the parent ain't present, I won't even read for them. But yeah, this genuinely looks like, yeah, let me pull some other cards here. I really think I know. And again, the this hugs with the divine and it feeling okay to feel confused. This is really telling me that, and belief systems, control, sabotage came out. But on the other end, we got happy over here, and sun and fulfillment of wishes over here. It really kind of tells me that you want this man, but this man ain't for you. But here's the thing, and you don't see it right now because it's something that you want. I'm assuming the breakup is fairly recent, so you can't see it yet. But I promise you, there is a delicious divine masculine out there for you that'll shine. Oh, and again, not saying that there's anything wrong with this man, but you can't make somebody be who or what they're not. And if he just ain't really feeling, I get it. I had one that I was with for 6 years and had to walk away from too. And now looking back on it, now that's been a long time ago, but it hurt like hell when I walked away. Fact of the matter, when I drove away back to my hometown, we were just in the next couple of counties over where we had been living. So it wasn't like I had to leave the state or whatever. But when I packed up the car and left, the trip was about an hour and a half. And I think I cried 3/4 of the way. I can't even believe I could drive because I was driving and crying when I left. And it took me about 3 or 4 months to see the dawn of the new day. I went through depression, the emotional eating, and all. And truthfully, it took me years to fully get over it because he wanted to stay around in my energy. He doubled back in that weird friend zone. I've done videos about that. Don't let him come back in your friend zone. Them nice, nasty energy vampires will do that. He don't want to be right by you. He don't want to necessarily make a life by you. Like you said, you a placeholder for him until what he really wants coming along. Because let's face it, It don't take a man 6 years to figure out that if you're for him or not. The fact that he has not put a ring on it yet, you were right to separate from him. You needed to. You needed to. You ready to release? Yeah, let's see here what comes out in these cards, because I'm glad you came on over here. Let Auntie look at this for you. Solitude is being called here for here. Spending time alone is often what we need to hear the whispers of our soul. Get to know all aspects of yourself so you can stand on your own in any situation. We got connect to intuition here. Repeating patterns are keeping you from making a new choice in the situation. Break free from old ways of thinking and ask for new insight. And for to that aspect, I would like to add, look like before this breakup, you were with him for 6 years, but how did the last one end? And the reason I say that, when we are being presented with karmic lessons that we need to see and we don't get them, they continue to present themselves, different faces, different places, but we'll have a version of the same thing, sort of kind of lackluster, not quite getting where you were married for 10 years before. And did that one end? Hey, Weston, welcome in. Did that one end amicably, or was it kind of the same realization that you had just gone the distance with that as far as it could go and y'all just had to separate? Or did they transition? Hey, Earth, Fallen, Rising. It was the same thing. See what I'm saying? Same thing. Not quite what you need. You're being called to level up, sis. You are literally being called to a divine transformation. Expand. You're being asked to expand. You live in a huge world with endless possibilities, and staying safe in the known is no longer working for you. It's time to make your world just a little bit bigger. It's time to imagine the possibilities and go for them. I didn't make it up. I just work here. Hold on. Take the high road. You're at an impasse with a relationship or situation. It's now time to think bigger, release desired outcomes, and take the most positive course of action. You want this because it's familiar. It ain't even comfortably familiar, because you ain't going to tell me that a woman that's been living with a man for 6 years and still don't have a ring on her finger is comfortable with that. If so, I would tell you to go and reevaluate, because why in the world would you want to be giving away the cow or giving away all the milk, and the man and Farmer Brown ain't interested in buying the cow? You know what I mean? The older folks said that and we ignored it. Oh, that's whatever. This is the new generation. We can be free. We ain't got to do that. I don't need a man. We just friends, hookup culture, all of that stuff. And at the end of the day, women do need emotional security, and we're not going to get that by a man that's willing to plow our guts day in and day out, that we slaving over, cooking for, having their babies for, and all the rest of that, and he won't even give you the honor of his last name. That's not emotional security, and you deserve better than that. You just do. And I get it. There's a lot of folks that done argued against that and saying that we don't need it. He wanted to, but you think it was for for an opportunity. Listen, whatever the reason was, you say he wanted to, and you were. That can happen too. Hey, Jesus, welcome in. That can happen as well. When we get with people on rebound situations, rebounds hardly ever work. Now, this is a long, like I said, this was the long game rebound for 6 years. But if you were still scarred from the first marriage and did not take time to heal before you got into the next thing, you brought all of that scar tissue and baggage with you, and it absolutely can impact the next situation. I'm doing well, Jesus. How are you doing on this beautiful 9/12? I know we got some energy still hopping out here, but yeah, absolutely, Crystal. And it's not, don't blame yourself. Don't go back and try to kick yourself. It's nothing for you to go back and try to fix with this. These are the starter packs. You have to learn from your past mistakes. There are no failed relationships, genuinely. They're not. They're high level soulmates that showed up by divine appointment to teach you something in due time. And if you get the lesson, cool. Often it hurts. Gandhi did say, I bless those who bring me pain, for they are my teachers. So we learn from that and we go heal and move on. Now, what you need to make sure that you do is go into a period of celibacy, go inward, do your inner child work, do your inner teen work, do your 20-year-old girl version work, whatever it is, heal those places, allow for the rebirthing of your divine feminine. Because guess what? A divine feminine is genuinely healed and in touch with herself cannot manifest that. She'll become a goddess so that she can attract a god. You don't want to keep bringing damaged people into your relationship because you're damaged. It doesn't matter. Forget whether he'll reach out. I hope he don't, because you're still limping along on something that's broken. You just said that you were in a damaged place when you brought him into your relationship. Now, what I said is harsh and fair, but this is Auntie right now coming at you, not necessarily the tarot reader. Okay? Been there, done that. Do not put yourself in that place, because honestly, you know what drives that right there, Crystal? You know what drives that? A sense of your unworthiness, a sense of codependency, a fear that you may not be able to do better. Those sorts of emotions are what leave you clinging for somebody that don't really, really want to cling to you. Y'all broke up for a reason. You have to get over that and get out there and glow your beautiful little self up. I understand that. Nobody want, but you know what? Chasing after a man that don't want to wife you up is a damn good way to end up alone. Because he'll come in and plow you. Like I said, he'll press your sheets here and there when he's between chicks. He'll show in and tune you up. But you know what that does? It keeps your energy raggedy, so that all you're ever gonna do is keep manifesting that. Dudes that'll come in and use you and then leave to what they'd really prefer after it's over with. And you don't want that. You, like you said, if you really don't want to end up alone, walk alone for a little while. Okay? I promise you, I'm telling you the truth. From a law of attraction standpoint, you have to get those old energies out of your system. And the only way to do that is to stop engaging with them. Do a cord removal, raise your vibration so that you can vibrate to a newer place. If you were in a relationship that really didn't feel all that good and it wasn't benefiting you all that much, right? Y'all divorced after 10 years and you hurried up. You didn't want to be alone. So you got out there again and somebody saw you. Oh, she smelled good and she looked good and da 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 da. And then y'all started playing house. And he ain't had no reason to marry you because you agreed to play house. And it was comfortable because he getting his meals cooked and getting his Johnson taken care of and all of those things that grown folks do when they play house. Nothing wrong with it. I've done it too. I'm not judging you. I'm just showing you something. But you manifested that first person from here. Then that person left. And instead of healing from that fully, you got out there again. And guess what? You managed to manifest somebody that was still swimming in that same energetic bandwidth. And it rocked on for another 6 years. You're a serial monogamist. And I can speak on this. I could write a book on this one because I done did this a bunch. Okay? I had to figure it out too. You don't want to be me and don't figure it out till you like 50 years old. I'm trying to tell you. You become a serial monogamist and you literally are just basically making lateral moves in the same bandwidth. Shut it all the way down, clear your energy. And in clearing your energy, and you go in meditation, your guides will begin to connect with you. Your vibration will begin to rise. It just will. And as your vibration rises, it rises pretty much laterally for everything. So then when you finally get to a point where you're ready, you ask spirit and your ancestors to find one for you. Oh, they'll go shopping for you and they're going to bring you a hell of a. But at this point, your vibration has risen to a different bandwidth. Now you are a real queen, a real high priestess, a real goddess. And you couldn't manifest that down here no more if you wanted to. you will attract a different caliber of man, a man that you ain't even on their radar right now because you got that other old lackluster dude energy in you. Exactly. Same thing. It applies for men too. It does. It applies for everybody. If you want a queen, become a king. If you want a god, become a goddess. We attract what we are. We attract what we're a vibrational match to. You have to align, yeah, align yourself before someone else align with you. Because other than that, what do they say? Like begets like. Now they do also say opposites attract, but truthfully, when on the vibrational tip, when opposites attract, that's an energetic vampire situation that typically happens with narcissists and empaths. You don't want that. You want to raise your vibration so that you can attract like, that like can beget like. You are very, very welcome, my love. We're going to get you to a better place, though, because I don't like leaving readings in a raggedy spot. So we're going to pull a little tarot for you. And I saw somebody other that asked me something about an Anunnaki. Yes, I am an Anunnaki Oracle Priestess. I am a mouthpiece for Yeshua and Lord Enki, both of whom are very much Anunnaki, Earth Fallen Rising. You said when I did this, did I give you a little bit of the Cleopatra going? I love it. I love it. You know. Ooh, romance is at the bottom of this deck, so we're going to see. Do I think Yeshua was? Oh, I absolutely know he was. Go read John chapter 1, but you got to read it with the eyes of a mystic. You're never going to understand the Bible if you read it with the eyes of a Christian or a Jew. You have to understand what you're genuinely reading because they did a lot of remixing and a lot of switching up of the meanings of things earth fallen. But in John 1 1, when it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the word was with the Elohim, and the word was Elohim. Well, most of the translations say the word was with God and the word was God. That's a mistranslation. In the scriptures where it says God, it should say Elohim, and Elohim is a plural term. It means powerful ones in the plural. And it could, and honestly, that scripture should have probably said the word was Elohim, and the word was with the Elohim, and the word was El Shaddai, which means sons of the Elohim. But a lot of the translations have mistranslated it like that. You said more like that was good. More like he is. That's true. That's true. Because he ain't gone nowhere. He's transferred. And truthfully, Earth Fallen, even I'll take it one step further. If you read the Emerald Tablets, and then you go back and read the Gospel of John, and then you go and read the Apocalypse of the Revelation of the Apocalypse. If you read all of those with the understanding that the let us make man in our image from Genesis chapter 1 was Enki, Ninmah, and Thoth, according to the Lost Book of Enki. If you read the scriptures with that understanding, you may very well come to the understanding that Yeshua not only was Elohim El Shaddai, he most likely was the second incarnation of Thoth, Ningish Zeta, which means that the scripture in Matthew, when Yeshua was baptized and they heard the noise of the rumbling of the thunder and the Holy Spirit descended like a dove, and the voice was heard from heaven saying, "This is my son, the beloved, whom I have approved. Listen to him." That was Lord Enki putting his stamp on Yeshua right then. Because we know it wasn't Yahweh. Yeshua's entire ministry consisted of telling the Jews that they was worshiping the wrong Elohim. He literally straight up called Yahweh the devil in John chapter 8. He told them, you don't know the one who sent me. You don't know my father. You worship your father, the devil. He is a liar and the father of the lie. And there's no truth in him. John chapter 8. Go look it up. You said, wait a minute, what now? So even I think the Bible was translated many, many times. First of all, earth fallen, the Bible in and of itself is not a continuous book. They've been digging up stuff out the ground for hundreds of years. That was put together by the Romans, the same Romans who unalived Yeshua. 300 years later, they were wanting to unify the kingdom. So they created a religion made up of all kinds of beliefs from all around the kingdom. And they put the story of Yeshua's martyrdom smack dab in the middle of that book to basically remix Yahweh from the storm god he used to be, the destroyer, El Elyon, the destroyer. That's how he came to Abraham. And he was a son of a gun he never fulfilled his promises. Go read the Old Testament. He promised them a lot of stuff that he never delivered, and he was violent and he was misogynistic and he did not play fair. He did a whole lot of dirty dealings with the Israelites. But when they wanted to remix this thing to morph him from Yahweh into Jehovah and paint him as the beautiful, benefic sky daddy, they did it by putting that story of Yeshua right in the middle of that book and telling you that Yeshua had to die to buy back your sins, when truthfully, Yeshua didn't have to die. And Deuteronomy said, hanging any man from a tree is a curse. And then Paul, 100 years after they did that, turned around and declared himself an apostle and told people that it was good that Yeshua bore that curse for us. That's a lie. The church put that on us to keep people feeling unworthy and to clean, to basically wash his blood off their hands, to try to remix it and make it good. But it was used as a vehicle to push Yahwism out into the world as Christianity. Got to know your history, though. You got to go read the text and look at the big picture. I'm sorry, Crystal. I didn't mean to interrupt your reading for that, but I had to speak on it because, yeah. Remain positive is Spirit's message for you here. Ooh, and this don't even belong in this deck. I love it when hitchhikers come out because they always have a message. There's nothing to worry about. And this deck don't even belong in the same row as where I keep my other cards. So I know this is important. You are safe, and this situation is under perfect control of divine providence and universal order. Only infuse loving thoughts and emotions into the situation to ensure that the highest possible outcome flows effortlessly to and through you. Oh, I'm glad, honey. And if you really, really get benefit from that message, do me a solid, please. At the home page of this channel here, if you go all the way down to the bottom of the page, you'll see an icon for Modern Mystic Messages. That is my other channel. That's where we really get into the meat and potatoes of deeper spirituality. We look at the ancient texts. I've got playlists on there with the Lost Book of Enki where I've read them. Right now we're going through the Book of Enoch. We've gone through the Emerald Tablets of Thoth and Billy Carson's Compendium of the Emerald Tablets. Yeah, and after I finish the Book of Enoch, we're going to be going into Zechariah Sitchin's 12th planet. Okay? Yeah. And we do live streams there on Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday evenings, and then on Saturday mornings. And then here on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings, and then Saturday evening for tarot on here. You are going to have to learn to communicate more clearly, though, it says here. And truthfully, I think at this point it's more or less about communicating with spirit, not another person, because I really think that you need to, oh, yeah, you really need to take a period of celibacy. Now we're getting ready to have a grown folk conversation. If it's anybody in here under the age of 18, please leave. Not the Enochian book, the actual sacred text, the apocryphal texts. We're not getting into teaching nobody Enochian magic. I'm reading the actual book of Enoch from the apocryphal texts. How's the book Enochian? I look, some kind of way people base Enochian magic on what they got out of the book of Enoch. I'm just reading the text, okay? Because there are several of the apocryphal texts that I wanted to get for clarity, not for magic purposes, but for understanding better clarity on the scriptures and what's really happening here on the planet from a spiritual aspect. Like I said, the Lost Book of Enki is like the furthest back that we can go, because we have not found an older civilization than the Anunnaki and the Sumerian. And that text that was it finished being translated in 2001. I forgot what year they dug it up out the ground, but he explains in there why he gave us that. Oh, because this abundance came out of here. Yeah, we'll get on that other, because that other earth falling, that we having two conversations. And let me finish her reading first, and then we can go into that if you want to. Um, Abundance came out here. Would this communicate clearly, remain positive in abundance? The fact that I'm so strongly understanding for you that there needs to be a period of celibacy is for the purpose of yeah, what you got going on here right now is unlikely, but you're not supposed to stop. This ain't, like I say, it's not the right time right now for this, but then we got don't stop and success. So a high priestess, if you allow yourself to truly become an ascended divine feminine, that energy is very, very powerful. Okay, your sexual energy is very powerful, but however, you got to be real careful who you share that with, for one. Okay. But in the downtime in your season of celibacy, you can still use it for transmutation to manifest abundances here. Go and read Think and Grow Rich with Napoleon Hill. I think he wrote that book in 1936. There is an entire chapter in that book dedicated to sexual transmutation. Now, he was limited as to how he could speak on it because it was 1936, but you still get the gist and the idea of it. We are, our sexual energy is some of the most powerful energy that we can generate on this planet. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Rudy Poots are going to keep getting removed from you. If you're being called to level up and genuinely get into that like Empress, High Priestess type energy, I call it High Empress energy. Um, you're not going to, that's not for, like I said, you literally are undervaluing yourself. You don't know who and what you are. Okay. And you keep aligning with men whose energy, and I'm not saying them at their surface. Again, I'm not talking bad about none of your exes. Mine were on the surface nice guys. People think they're great on their job, but they were not supposed to be with me. And they weren't energetically all that good to me. And I'm so sorry. A dude to string you along for 6 years and you still feel like you might just be a placeholder for him after 6 years, that means you were. So there's no need to worry about that. That's a done. Two tears in a bucket. F it, like they say. Get over it. Cry your tears. Do whatever you got to do, but level up. But instead of jumping out there again, take the downtime to really learn who you are, really do your shadow work, do your inner child work, because what you really got to get to is what happened to you in childhood that gave you such low self esteem that you were willing to put up with that. That's a question only you can answer. And it might not even come out at first. It may take months or different layers of going through that inner child work, what have you, and releasing and releasing. It's a deep period of meditation that does not need to be interrupted with raggedy energy from the wrong types of dudes. That's why that period of celibacy is so important. But when you do that and get your energy right, in the meantime, in between time, you'll not only getting to a point where you can manifest a better partner, you'll learn how to manifest your abundance too. It's a lot of women, especially in the Western world or the developed world, however you want to put it, especially, and I ain't saying it don't apply in other places too, but especially from what I've noticed in those parts of the world, women in our world, because we've had that in the man thing. Hey, Rick, good morning and welcome in. Because we've had that whole equal rights and suffrage and all that, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. We got to feed our babies too. But because that has happened and the feminist movement has come along and all the rest of that, they've done that intentionally. And people don't even understand. On the surface, the feminist movement might have seemed like a good thing, but truthfully, it was a divisive point that was orchestrated and allowed by misogynistic men because they knew what it was going to do to the battle of the sexes. It was going to create an even greater divide. And has it not? Has it not? And what it has done is fostered toxic masculinity in women. Women go around screaming toxic masculinity, oh, they choose to bear and all that other nonsense. They do that. And I'm not saying there aren't some men out there that don't need to they need to have their butt spanked and they need to be locked up, some of them. But the vast majority of men are not on that kind of time. It's just that when women get in that toxic masculinity, they start attracting monsters to themselves, and then they decide men ain't is. All men is it. No, like Cat Williams say, don't say that men ain't shit. You need to ask yourself why you keep attracting ain't shit men. And they never get to that part. True. But again, Jesus, Rick, ones like you all are not the average bear. There are a lot of toxic women out there that don't know they're toxic, that are out there as low hanging fruit for a lot of toxic men that don't know they're toxic. And those are the ones, unfortunately, that are squawking the loudest in the battle of the sexes wars. Go look at Fresh and Fit. I'll wait. Yeah, I called them by name just because that's the first one of those types of shows that came to my mind. But think about it, the red pill dudes, most of those men that advocate that stuff are basement dwelling couch surfers that wouldn't know a decent woman if she walked up and patted him on the head, and they've been hurt and they're sounding off and they're very, very, very judgmental. And then they're sitting up there looking at these women that put themselves out there as Instagram baddies, which is nothing more than women with a whole bunch of mama and daddy issues that think that they can trade promiscuity and slutty provocative dress and behavior for love. They want to bargain with their bodies. They ain't figured out yet that a real man can't be purchased that way. And those are the people that are shaping the minds of this so-called relationship arena out here in media. And then younger women come along and see that stuff. Oh, and we ain't gonna forget about the Cosmo and Marie Claire and all that other nonsense that teach women how to act slutty like that, and that's what they're supposed to do. And then they can't figure out why they can't keep a good man. It's fine for us to know all of them little bedroom tricks, but you better keep that under wraps until it's time to get there with your husband. That's the part Cosmo don't tell people. A man will party all day with a trashy female, but it's not likely. And he'll even take them home to the trailer park and jump up and down on her, but he's not likely to put a ring on it and change her name. Why should he? When he already know that he's number 35 in line. And those are hard facts that women don't want to face. And like I said, even still, the ones that will continue to give her play are the dudes she don't really even want, but she don't know that because she's allowed the world to feed her mind so much of that garbage that she gets to, what is that lie Betty Wright told, a piece of man is better than no man at all. And so she continued to dwell with them pieces of men. And most of them was raised by a bunch of bitter single female 304s that they hit the wall and then run up in the church and get holy and act like they got all the answers, but they was out there doing the same thing. And instead of them admitting their mistakes and telling their young girls how to change up and do something different, they turn a blind eye, and we're just raising generation after generation after generation of women that don't know how to attract and keep good men, and damaged men that wind up making those demands and all that other nonsense that really don't have an idea. Look at here, the Empress is here coming first out. I'm telling you, Spirit is asking you to step into your divine feminine here, Crystal. Yeah, I'm gonna get off of that soapbox because, ooh, and the Fool. This is the beginning of the spiritual journey right here. What you don't see coming. Oh, I flipped the deck over to see what you don't see coming. Wait a second. I got to show you something here. And the top of the deck, this is upcoming, but not right now because you got some, like I say, you got some growth to do. Two of Wands, that's movement towards something. And then, of course, you can look at the two. Two of Cups is that emotional union, but this is Two of Wands and Temperance. So there is divine help to help you reach this point. But what you don't see coming, the Sun, the Emperor, and Justice. And here we go with this abundance, Queen of Pentacles. And the Six of Wands. Oh, and the Ace of Swords. This is truth and judgment. I'm trying to tell you. The Six of Wands is victory. It is victory with success. I mean, with public recognition. This is truth and clarity all day. And of course, judgment. If you are willing to allow yourself this time of spiritual transformation, and I think somebody said something about a phoenix. I'm surprised it didn't come out here. You literally are going to have to rise like a phoenix from the ashes of your previous life. And when you do, you'll receive this deep knowing, this happy, happy type energy. I want to look at something here. Let's see. It's a high vibration. Oh, yeah. Listen, and I'm not saying this to be cocky. When I got to the point that I realized Spirit was calling me to read tarot, I literally dedicated my channel, and this one later on, but the first channel I worked on was Modern Mystic Messages, and I still going, like I said, but I broke off tarot into my other channel. I prayerfully sat down and dedicated this channel to calling in soul family, like-minded, light tribe, to be a teacher, to be a facilitator, to be a mouthpiece for spirit. So I already know the people that are drawn to my channel. You notice I don't have huge numbers, but I don't have to have huge numbers. The folks that need to find me, spirit will lead them to me regardless. I can be shadow banned, I can be all the rest of that. The ones that's supposed to come here will be here. And we keep a pretty high vibration over here. I can read for you. I haven't been doing specifically reading Leo readings. I have had a couple folks in the collective ask me about doing readings for specific signs. I may start doing. I did a pick a card reading as I'm just starting to split tarot off onto this channel. But yeah, Rick, if you can hold on a little bit, we're almost done with Miss Crystal, and I forgot who was supposed to be next. I'll scroll back up and see. Oh, I know it was, because my readings have not been. YouTube is not putting me out. I got shadow banned on my other channel, and this channel here was my personal use channel. It sat dormant for 13 years. I just opened it up for tarot like a week or so ago, maybe two. So the fact that you found it at all in your stream, if you wasn't looking for it, it is divine timing. I promise you, it's divine timing. Ha ha. Girl. Woo, I know it. Look, you're gonna see, wait a minute. I've got to read from the book from you on this. I'm gonna get these cards, and I wanna pull a Metatron card and a Christ consciousness card for you. Ooh, what's this? Hold on. We got wisdom of the divine feminine here, karmic clearing, and divine talents. I'm going to read from the book for you because I know it's a message in here specifically for you, and probably for those that are also watching along, because I'm telling you, every time I do a reading, it's not just for the person that I'm reading for in these live streams. Other folks be getting mad clarity. On my other channel, I did a series of, I think about, for 2 weeks in a row, I came on every day, and I had one session where I live streamed like 14 hours that day, I think, or 11 hours, something like that. But even the people that I could not get to for a reading, they were still sitting there watching, and they were like, I'm still getting my message. I'm still getting my message. It's gonna be earth falling. It's shadow banned. It's not officially blocked, But I get a lot of trolls on that other channel because I'm speaking boldly about the things Yeshua talked about. And the Christians and the Muslims don't like that at all. I don't get a lot of flack from the Jews, but Christians are the worst. And they'll turn around. What do you say is blocked? You tried to tap into the channel and couldn't find it? No, this channel wasn't blocked. This channel was just an old channel that I never used. I never recorded anything on it. You say you actually tried to tap into my other channel and you could not get into it? Rick? Wow. I'm going to have to look into that because my other folks can find it. What kind of message are you getting when you do that, if you don't mind my asking? Would another one of you try to do that also? Try to tap the icon for the channel and see what message it gives you? If you actually type in modern mystic messages in the search bar, will it let you go find the channel? Because that's new to me. I haven't gotten an email or anything from YouTube saying, and there's no reason why it should be blocked, but okay. Would one of y'all do me a favor and try to tap in either, try to tap the icon and see if it'll let you in the channel. And if that won't work, actually type modern mystic messages in your search bar and see if it will allow you to access the channel. Because I hadn't heard anybody else tell me that. I haven't seen you say anything about your family being in trouble. You say you were a Leo. I was asking about, you said that it went through. Okay. That's why I was when you said it was blocked. I'm like, how? So if you tap the icon, it won't let you find it, but if you tap it in the search bar, it will. Don't worry, Crystal. Your cards are, I'm just getting your cards. Okay. That's interesting. I don't know how that's going to work out, but it'll work itself out. Honestly, like I said, before I started this session, I sat down and prayed about it. So, whatever they do, again, all the more reason that everyone that's on this live stream right now should understand that your spirit team sent you here. And I would genuinely appreciate it if you would subscribe to the channel because I am trying to grow this channel too. But, uh oh. Yeah. Okay. Now, in the Christ consciousness deck, well, in the Metatron deck, we have New Dawn, Welcome Back, and Transformation. When I'm telling you, I know you're being called to let this spiritual level up that you may not have been looking for. You might not have even been particularly concerned about your spirituality. But I'm telling you, your guides are trying to send you a message. Are you seeing a lot of numbers everywhere, Crystal? 111, 222, 444, 2727, 1144. Are you seeing the numbers? In the Christ consciousness deck, we got pilgrimage, onward steps, and non-judgment, which is reflection and projection. You say you seeing numbers, Rick? I know. I started seeing them in 2017. I started meditating consistently in the fall of 2016, By spring of 2017, I knew I was undergoing some kind of transformation. I didn't know what it was because I wasn't particularly spiritual at all. I was angry with religion when I separated from it. You're not really seeing the numbers. You will when you start paying attention to them. You're when you start really understanding that your guys are trying to reach you. The more you pay attention to them, the more you'll get. But yeah, doesn't matter. You got here, so whether you seeing the numbers or not, they still got your message. So we're gonna start out here with karmic clearing. You are fast outgrowing a level of consciousness to which are attached particular wounds, issues, and struggles. As you outgrow that consciousness, those issues will release their grip on you. You are receiving divine notice that karmic clearing is taking place through a combination of your own efforts and spiritual grace from the heart of the divine. It is time for an old wound to be released once and for all. Karma is not punishment. Karma is essentially our soul's lesson plan for this lifetime, carried over from past lifetimes. It is the way we grow and develop as a soul, sometimes through challenges and sometimes through blessings. Our positive karma is seen in the skills and talents we have mastered over many lifetimes. Also, when opportunities flow easily and healing happens swiftly, there is a sense of positive karma, an easy grace that effortlessly takes place in your life. This is what happens when we are clear enough of our own past pain to have little resistance between us and the natural flow of life. More challenging karma is revealed in the lessons we are still learning. These usually appear in the guise of painful circumstances or reactions that repeat themselves in our lives. That's why you came here. The stronger the soul, the more challenging the lesson it is willing to master this lifetime. Some of us are genuinely ending several karmic lessons or cycles at once. We're doing ancestral work for our lines, and sometimes we're plunked into karmic families and difficult situations that weren't even our initial bloodlines that we've been with for lifetime after lifetime. We're plunked down into a new bloodline for the purpose of clearing ancestral karma on their behalf. And that's why some of us have such a rough ride. I laugh and say, I took the Super Dave crash and burn entry into this experience. Yeah, born into a household with a raging narcissist in her supply. Now I love my parents, but it was not a pleasant experience growing up for me. For an empath that's a truth teller plunked in the middle of right between a narcissist and her supply, who was not willing supply. He put up a good buck, and they didn't physically fight, but I woke to the sound of cussing and screaming every day in my household from the age of 3 up until my father passed away at the age of 22. Super Dave, crash and burn, and that leaves a deep residual scar that I had to. It took decades to even recognize how damaged I was from those childhood traumas. Because when you leave the childhood traumas, children, adults can do it too, but we're really good at children. The things that are traumatic to us, we put a wall up so that we don't even see it anymore. Oh, that's normal, and we move on. Oh, that's normal, and we move on. And by the time you get to adulthood, you wind up behind all of your childhood trauma is locked behind a steel wall that's like a foot and a half thick. And when spirit starts cracking you open, guess what? You got to go back there and address that stuff. You got to let that wall fall, and you have to address it. You know why? Because you trapped your inner child back there too. No worries, dear. What I'm going to do, I'll go ahead and finish reading the meanings for these cards real quick. I will make this a public message when I get a chance to get it uploaded. Look for it tomorrow, so you'll tap in right around the 1 hour mark to get the rest of your message, and then you can get your cards then. Okay. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. And Rick and Earth Fallen, if you're still here, Let me go ahead and finish these cards up. And Mikey, you as well, if y'all are still here. Miss Garcia or Misa Garcia, Jesus, any of y'all that are still here, I'm more than happy to read for you. I just want to finish these cards for her. Oh, you got to leave too, Rick? Okay. Can I read? So you, yeah, that's what I say. I am going to read them. Check, you'll come in and right at about the 1 hour mark to get the rest of your message. It'll upload sometime tomorrow. They take hours and sometimes into the next day to upload, but I will make it public once it uploads. Okay. You're welcome, my love. Hope you have a beautiful rest of your day, and I hope to see you again soon. Take care. All right, now let's get on here with the rest of this message. Okay, you have to go too, Rick. I'll talk to you later as well. Yep. And I'm so sorry for the loss of your father. I did see that you said you lost your dad. So my condolences to you on there. But if you're able to come back at another time, Rick, I can pull cards for you as well. I'm gonna finish up for Crystal, and then whoever wants have a message pulled, then I'll gladly do so. For this karmic clearing, it says, as with any the stronger the soul, the more challenging the lesson it is willing to master this lifetime. As with any education, the higher the level of training, the more demanding the work. When you are working through big challenges, it is often a sign that you are on an advanced spiritual path. Must you always have struggle in your life as an advanced soul? Of course not. As you master your lessons, you'll find you develop an ability to live your life more peacefully. However, it would be incorrect to interpret a struggle as a sign that you're not progressing spiritually. Sometimes the more painful a struggle has been, the more difficult it can be to release that pain and associated memories or scars. The spiritual worlds know you're in need of divine intervention to help clear a pattern that was once painfully lodged in your body, mind, and soul. Enough of the struggle. Divine love now offers healing and freedom. We clear karma by learning to trust and relax, by choosing not to punish ourselves with shame, guilt, fear, or unworthiness, by continuing to balance our efforts with a surrender into divine grace. We take responsibility for our own healing, doing all we can, and trusting that the universe will lovingly and effectively handle everything else so that we can progress and succeed. If you have been struggling with a long term issue, this card is a reminder, or it comes as a particular sign that the universe wants to step in and assist you. Wow. So I love that. And then we have Wisdom of the Divine Feminine. You said why that card is similar to one of your deck? Because your guide is bringing it to your mention for you so that you can pay attention. You mean you wrote a deck that the card is similar to? This is from the Lightworker Oracle by Alana Fairchild. I think she's the same person who writes. She wrote. I no, Denise Lynn is the Sacred Traveler deck. But in any event, I mean, the information is out there. And truthfully, even if there's similar information, when you start tapping into the unified field or taking direction from your angels and guides, some of the information may be similar because I mean, the truth is what it is. Divine feminine wisdom empowers you to grow into your vision, your dreams, and the fulfillment of your life purpose. Perhaps you envision a very different life for yourself from what you're experiencing now. This wisdom reminds you that you can experience even the most extraordinary dreams as reality if you're willing to grow into what you desire to become what you seek. Surrender any plans about how you can best manifest your dreams and instead allow life to guide and nourish you through your experiences each day. The universe supports your divine destiny and is helping you become all you're meant to be. And especially in the relationship tip. Like I said, go back and figure out what it is about or where you picked up the sense, the either the lack of self-esteem or the sense of unworthiness, the willingness to settle, those sorts of things. And I'm not saying that to be hurtful. That's something that all of us need to get a bit introspective about, but especially if you're a female that keeps that wants reciprocal love and union with people and are going through multiple truthfully male or female, but if you keep going through relationships where you're not getting the end result that you want, karmic lessons will continue to present themselves unless or until you learn the lesson. So if you want to stop that cycle, you have to go back and do the introspective work to understand where you pick those blocks up so that they can be worked through and released, and then you can move into this true divine feminine wisdom that will allow you to understand your beauty and your worthiness so that you can manifest. Um, how many spiritual masters upon this planet have endured great suffering as well as experiencing tremendous love and joy in the fulfillment of their divine destiny? Wait a minute, I'm sorry. When the wisdom of the divine feminine reaches for you, the message is clear. You are in a process of becoming more of heaven on earth. Sometimes there are growing pains alongside the joy such growth brings. You may feel concerned, thinking your pain is an indication that you're failing in some way. You may judge your suffering as a sign that you're not operating at a high enough frequency. Yet, how many spiritual masters upon the planet have endured great suffering as well as experiencing tremendous love and joy in the fulfillment of their divine destiny? Growing pains are just a part of the feminine path of creation, of breaking through what has become too small for you. There is a joy in the eventual freedom, but the act of breaking through can feel painful at times. And when I said that, every deck ain't the same. Just different. Well, in my experience, different decks are for some decks are more focused on love and money. Some decks are more focused on the spiritual relationship. Some are focused more cosmic principles. I've got one deck that deals more with the universal laws. And in my opinion, all decks are not the same. Maybe all of yours are, because maybe that's what you were inspired to purchase. Maybe that's what you were drawn to. But I've got over 150 decks. All of them, similar messages can come out, and truthfully, Spirit can bring you a message wherever they want to, because they're going to cause you to get certain messages from the cards if you're genuinely intuitively tapped in. Excuse me. I mean, look at the tarot. There's only 78 cards in that deck, and yet you can read with that deck for 4 different people and get 4 different messages out of those cards, depending on how they fall and how you're called to look at them at any given time. We also have divine talents here. You are a talented soul. Over many lifetimes, you have developed your spiritual abilities to channel higher awareness, attract healing energy, and radiate light to uplift the consciousness of those around you. Your divine talents are many and uniquely expressed through you. Your talents do not have to resemble those of another to have their own inestimable value. Do not be afraid to use them. Divine talents are a way in which the universe reminds us that we are here, what we're here to do. Divine talents are unlimited. They include the ability to channel spirit guidance and healing energy, to perceive clairvoyantly, and be psychic and empathic. Other spiritual talents are the ability to release earthbound spirits, earth healing techniques such as working with energy grids, as well as healing ability with crystals and the many and varied technologies of light. There are other spiritual talents too. These include writing, performing, sound healing, dancing to awaken awareness, creating art, photography, or divinely inspired tools and jewelry. Cooking food that heals body and spirit is a spiritual talent, as are the abilities to bring people together, to offer comforting and inspiring words at the right time, to help others overcome fear and feel more at peace in moments of importance, and more. So definitely know that in the level up, you're going to be reaching some. I'm not sure what's funny. Hey, M Beans, how are you? Welcome. I seen you in a few days. Welcome in, welcome in. Now we got messages from the Metatron deck. We're going to start with 31. Transformation, light and dark. Which figure on this card do you relate to? The dark shadow of your own fear or the empowered light filled divine you? This is a challenging question since, in truth, both are aspects of yourself. Within, you are both light and shade, illumination and shadow, love and hate, and peace and anxiety. Living in a dualistic world, you have a dualistic nature, and it serves you well to try to integrate and understand all parts of yourself. Pushing away one's shadow doesn't work, whether it appears as jealousy, rage, greed, or spite. Instead, you're asked to understand and work through why such feelings arise and where they come from, and realize it is usually because of an absence of love. Our shadow often also wants to keep us small, to keep us doing what we know rather than trying something new. It feeds off old patterns that haven't been worked through, from panic and low self esteem to something greater still. If you've done the shadow work, the card then asks you to question which figure you give the most attention to. Transformation happens when we choose the light over our shadow selves and turn like a flower to the sun, the greatest energy source our planet and life force. The image is a reminder to choose light every day, to move forward and reach for sunlight rather than hide ourselves in darkness. Darkness and shadow can play into ego's hands, playing small, judgment, blame, drama, victim mentality. It takes many forms. However, we are here to shine brightly. We cannot do so from a place of total darkness. The sunlight in the picture brings not just illumination to the one who is free, but illuminates and brings warmth to the heavier side of ourselves that we all carry. The stronger and more powerful energy is the light. It can and will escape the clutches of anything that tries to contain it. When it is left behind, what is left behind is but an empty shell, and we learn to look back with compassion at what blocked our way and the lessons we learned from our struggle. By doing this, we transform not just ourselves, but the darkness too. We learn to live with it, but not allow it to control us, to love all parts of ourselves, and to walk the highest path we can, moment to moment, day by day. By doing so, we conquer the battle within and allow our light to win. And this kind of goes to what I was talking about at the very beginning when you were wanting to know what's going on with your ex. How are they faring after the breakup? We seek that closure and stuff when we're still in that damaged place. Once you've done the work around how and why you got that relationship in the first place and release that with love, understand that the relationship, the time for it ended because it was time to end, bless it with love and go on about your business. If you happen to bump into him somewhere, you might be, you can honestly, hey, how you doing, whatever, whatever, but you'll understand the purpose for that relationship. It won't matter to you what he's got going on. It only matters to you now because you low-key still want him back for whatever reason. But once you understand that that was the soulmate, but it was a karmic soulmate, and you were there to, it was a repeat lesson that you didn't learn before with the last one that came through, and spirit delivered it up to you again to see it. You'll be grateful for the lesson and happy that you released it with love. And what he's doing and whether he got karma or not or any of the rest of that will be completely immaterial. You'll be hoping that he learned whatever he was supposed to learn from the lesson and that he healed and ascended as well. Excuse me, throat chakra acting up. Mm. All right. And then we have New Dawn. Welcome back. You may have thought, I say, the journey has been long and the challenge is hard, but you will come to the end of these difficulties ready to start anew. You may have thought you never would reach this place, even now finding it hard to truly believe the darker days are behind you. You may have struggled and also lost faith during these days, yet you always were able to keep going, persevering, and believing in better times ahead. And we did see that this deep knowing would come at the end of this fork in the road. Yeah, we're happy, happy. A new dawn is birthed when we come out of a tunnel of our own darkness into a new landscape. Often it can be a journey away from a dark night of the soul experience back to a healed version of ourselves. It takes courage to take the first steps out of the tunnel into an unknown world. This is where Metatron helps. The light can be blinding after being in the darkness for so long. It takes adjustment for all our senses to get used to a new reality. Stand on this precipice of a new dawn and just appreciate for a moment all you've been through and all you survived, with the knowledge that you are stronger as a result. A path ahead now is a blank page that you have earned, a page on which you can write your own story and destiny. For now, just keep focused on the sunrise ahead, signifying a new day and a new start. The sun's beauty and reflected rays bring warmth where they are needed and lift your spirits to see new possibilities. The dream that was once a far off vision is now closer than you ever thought possible. Allow the healing from the bright light to bathe your body, mind, and soul. It has been so long since you truly felt this level of light within and around you. Relax, you're not supposed to see the whole new story yet, which is why the landscape is bare. In time, you'll add the main characters and themes that you want to enjoy and work with in this new world. There will be some behavior and maybe certain people that you have had to symbolically or physically leave behind to get to this new place. This is fine. Look toward the horizon. You cannot yet see who will appear over it and what surprises await you. Yet look at the sunlight and feel the warmth and love that is here. This new journey is one to be savored and experienced in all its glory. This is friendly place, a universe that embraces the new you and all you truly came here to be. Welcome back to the light. And then lastly, we have pilgrimage and non judgment. And whoever wanted to be next, please type your question in here because I'm wrapping up Crystal's message. So if we have someone that wants me to pull cards for them, just place your question in here and we'll get there. Oh, that must be 15. I'm sorry. Reflection and non judgment. You are reminded how quick our human response is to judge others and how fast we can also be judged, not by God, but by our fellow brothers and sisters. So often, this is done from a moment of rashness and haste, ill thought out words, intentions, and actions that cause unnecessary pain and suffering, and that we often live to regret. It can be amplified by the pull of a crowd or a groundswell of popular opinion online that creates a movement to attack and seek revenge rather than to listen and create a space for healing. Ooh. However, when we judge another, we fail to see the times we have acted without thought for someone, when we have done wrong or had malice, selfishness, or anger within our heart. To be human is to err, and no person alive has not done something misguided, unwise, or unkind. Our misdeeds may be large or minor, but all of us have a weight we carry that represents the times we did not hold true to Christ's teaching of love and non judgment. We can blame, criticize, or attack one another for something we have done or via an alternative life path might have done. We also project onto others what we do not wish to acknowledge within ourselves. Whatever is highlighted, Jesus demonstrated Jesus never demonstrated condemning another. He always offered the olive branch an opportunity for healing. In his own words, those without wrongdoing cast the first stone. For he knew it was not for us to judge, and that hate leads to more hate, war leads to more war, and judgment leads to more division. Practicing non judgment is one of the hardest parts of Christ consciousness, but also one of the most rewarding to try to master. It is okay not to succeed, as you will, but we all learn from the times we fail, and the lesson is to strive to do better the next time. Judgment and condemnation lead to a vicious cycle of increasing isolation and separation. Our human instinct to pick up the stone is there from the earliest imprinted times, but so too is the template of a more Eden like energy that saw all in God's garden as good. In truth, within everything is a spark of goodness and light. Non judgment seeks to remind you to focus on that rather than the darkness. Reflect on what you judge. It may be behaviors in others. It does not have to be some big, terrible deed. It could be intolerance, greed, egotism, selfishness, laziness, narrow-mindedness, or any other human trait. What we dislike in another is often what is reflected to some degree within us. Once identified, do not judge yourself. Instead, look at why the aspect is there. Where are their roots? And importantly, are you ready to let them go? Seeing your human frailties and loving them back to harmony via softness and compassion is suggested. No battles of war, but the gentle embrace of non judgment and love is far more fruitful now. And our last card here, excuse me, Onward Steps with Pilgrimage. The illustration on this card is based on the pilgrim steps at St. Michael's Mount in Cornwall, England, a medieval path and one climbed by those long ago who sought spiritual nourishment and enlightenment. In days of old, they would have been climbing to visit the church at the top. While there's nothing wrong in doing this, today's pilgrim is often aware that the true connection to Christ is via the heart, and no building is required. Excuse me. Taking time today to stop and pause will serve you well to notice and appreciate where you're at, knowing that in this moment you are learning something important. You may also like to sketch, draw, or think about where you'd like to go, or future far off lands, or somewhere near today. A silent retreat, a walk in the valley or woods, anything is possible, as well as an inner pilgrimage via meditation, breath work, or shamanic journeying. Enjoy the next steps and experiences as you learn more about who you really are. Excuse me. So, I mean, the reading stayed consistent because even in the beginning, it was seeing that you are being called to a leveling up of sorts. And when you do so, and truthfully, it's better to face that period alone. You don't need a relationship at that point. That's a distraction. Not saying there's anything wrong with a relationship. If you want love and you want to manifest it, I'm saying the true way to get to it is to take some downtime to truly level up so that when you do get ready to step back into partnership, it's from a different energetic standpoint and you're actually manifesting a more compatible part from a more healed, spiritually elevated you. So that was your message, and I hope you enjoyed it. And we are going to move on now. So, whomever is next, if you have a question for the cards, please don't hesitate to put it in the chat box, and we will move on. Excuse me. Excuse me. No one else has a question for the cards? If you have a question about general spirituality, then you can ask away any of that you'd like to have addressed at this time. Oh, here we go. Sorry. Thank you, Andrea. Welcome in, and thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Soul Family. I'd also encourage you to subscribe on my other channel, Modern Mystic Messages. Some folks said they were having a hard time getting through there. If you tap the icon and it doesn't take you directly there, you may be able to get there by typing it in the search bar. But I definitely encourage you to go check it out over there because we get into like some of the deeper meat and potatoes, if you will, of the scriptures. I, what in the world? I'm trying to figure out what I did with a particular deck. I gotta find some different music too because it's just too many commercials. What in the world, y'all? This is sad and pitiful. I don't miss. Oh, it's right here in my face. No wonder I can't see it. I got too many decks. Earthfall and the Metatron deck and the Christ Consciousness deck. Okay, well, that's lovely. Again, the decks, no, let me see. Yeah, these are Amanda Ellis decks. I was about to say, now there's not a lot of folks using those decks online, but I mean, there's only so many decks that they have out there, and some of them tend to be popular. And I mean, there's just going to be an overlap of them for sure. What do you mean, make it make sense? Did you really think that you bought a commercially produced deck and you were going to be the only reader on YouTube that has that deck? What do you mean make it make sense? It made perfect sense if you had been in here for the entire reading. If you just in here to troll Earthfall, and I thought you had a genuine question for the cards, but if you have that deck, then you are either a tarot reader or an oracle reader. Why would you disrespect me by coming in here and laughing at a reading that the lady done left, but she already said everything else in the reading made sense. So those decks make sense too. It made sense when you bought the deck, but it don't make sense when I use it. I'm not sure what you're talking about, not repeating the same old mistakes. Again, that was a message for somebody that had to leave before her reading finished. You don't have it, you're not. You don't have it, you're not laughing, but you got laughing emojis all over here. How can I have you wrong? That's the second or third time that you done put a bunch of laughing emojis in here in a completely inappropriate place. And you're saying that the deck was similar. You asked if it was an Amanda Ellis deck, and I said, yes, they are. And you said, make it make sense. How does it not make sense? Even Doreen Virtue's decks are still valid, even though she turned around and went right back into religion. I don't even know what that was about. She made all her money and then turned around and flipped the script, but the decks still have value. So even if you got something ugly to say about Amanda Ellis, those are beautiful decks with wonderful messages. I don't have a problem with them. Is there anyone else that might have a message for the cards? Okay, well, if the messages don't resonate with you, then it's not your message. And if it's not your message, if my readings don't resonate with you, you said you got decks or whatever, you're saying I'm taking you wrong, but you're laughing and then saying it doesn't make sense for you. Well, if it doesn't make sense for you, then this isn't your message. And if my reading style doesn't resonate with you, maybe I'm not your reader. I don't know. All right, Andrea, you said, what kind of question can you ask? You can ask almost anything that pertains to you. I will not read another person's energy outside of you without their permission, but the part of the question that pertains to you, well, if it's a minor child, if you're asking a question about your child, I'll do that. But I'm saying if you're asking a relationship question, I will only look into the side that pertains to you. Hey, Cece, absolutely. No, the AI ain't misunderstood. The AI is operating from an agenda. That's all. AI, if you sitting there looking at AI to try to give you you'll get some good answers because AI is taking information from all around wherever it can get it from, but AI isn't going to necessarily put heart and soul into something. So if you're telling me that you're AI, no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be no different if it was in real life. And the reason I know that is because before I started reading for strangers on YouTube, for a couple of years, I read for friends and family and people, and I would do like Zoom, not Zoom calls, but video chats or calls or in person readings, and it ain't gonna be no different. Um, CC, you did make it. Andrea wanted to ask a question. Well, actually, M Beans asked a question first. Andrea, you asked what kind of question you can ask. So we're going to look at M Beans, and then we'll look at Andrea, and then CC. How about that? Okay, no worries. You're welcome to stick around if you like, because I was getting ready to let you know I'm getting ready to go to work now. So if you want to stick around and listen, fine. If you don't, that's up to you. No hard feelings, but I take what I do seriously. So yeah. Excuse me. All right. All right. All right. All right. Oh, hold on a second. I done dropped not quite half the deck, but enough of them that I need to pick this up before we move forward. Oh, goodness. Got a bunch of them over here. I'm going to pay attention to these, though, because the ones that fell might be a message for you, M Beans. Let's see. All right. Namaste, peace and love to you too as well, Earth Fallen. Why do I have a sneaking suspicion that you're Ben? I don't know. I just really do have a sneaking suspicion that that's who I'm talking to here. And it's all good. It don't matter. How can you overcome your fears and doubt is the question that M Beans has now. I went to pick up this deck. These four cards fell away from the deck before I could even pick it up. So before we get into this deck to see what it say, let's just take a look at these, shall we? Spirit is so funny. Spirit is so funny. You're gonna love this, M Beans. How can you let go of your fears? First of all, just let it go. Spirit is telling you to let it go, and you know that. You're being asked to let go of whatever pain and resentment you've been holding on to. It's hurting you, and you can't be fully present in your life if you're holding on to the negativity. Release it and be free. Stand your ground. There is something you want to fight for, yet you're choosing to hide instead. Create a boundary and speak up for what you believe in. Honor yourself. Recognize the hard work you've put in to get where you are today. Instead of thinking how far you still have to go, remind yourself of all that you've accomplished and be proud. And take charge. You're taking a back seat in a relationship or situation, and it may end up costing you time, money, or opportunity. You need to step up and regain control once again. Interesting. If you read what I was reading, Earth Falling, you would think you was trolling too. You're not coming across as somebody that's wanting to come in here and lend any positivity to the reading. You inappropriately laughing at things that don't make any sense to be laughing at, arguing against the deck, clowning on the deck. You said it sounded just like a deck that you got, and I thought it was a deck that you made, and you said no. But all the decks are the same and all that other kind of stuff, that's not really positive conversation to be bringing into a reading. That's why I think that you're trolling. I'm not trying to have a fight either. In fact, after this, I answered the question because you asked a question, and I'm trying to be as nice as I can. Because after that, I was truthfully just going to ignore you and continue with the reading. But it's up to you. If you wasn't meaning to troll or be ugly or whatever, that's fine. I accept your apology. But if you go back and look at what you said to me, you would probably, if you're able to do that objectively, you would know why I think that you were trolling. Hold on a second. I'm gonna light some incense here, y'all. Yeah, M Beans, I thought that was rather interesting as well, that those were the ones that kind of jumped out before we even got started. But I am going to put them back in and shuffle the cards so I get a proper message, as they say, for you, and see what's going on here. Duh. Oh, man. Here we go. Okay, appreciate you, but I am going on to do this reading now because she's here and for it. So, yeah. Bear with me a second, M Beans. I done flipped this deck all kind of ways sideways. All right. Honestly, I think the main way you can let go of your fears and stuff, M Beans, is exactly what you're doing. Stick close to spirit, get the encouragement from guides if readings are comforting to you. You said you have an issue going on with your daughter's school, and you're afraid and doubting yourself. Oh, child. Yeah. And I get it. I mean, but truthfully, you gonna come out of that one because they messing with your kid. I know you gonna get, hold on a second. I'm gonna take a second to change up this music. Whoever did this, they got commercials literally popping in like every 10 minutes or more. It's just too much. Now, this don't have nothing to do with your daughter's school, or does it? I don't know. It says you're being asked to open to abundance, to believe you're deserving of it, and to believe it will flow to you. This is the first important step toward receiving it. Breathe deeply and trust that it's on its way. Now, this card is abundance, but when I was reading this, you know what came to my mind? Catherine Ponder, Your Word is Your Wand. I would highly encourage you to go and listen to that book. I don't think it's more than an hour or so, but either Florence, it may, wait a minute, was it Catherine? It Type in Your Word is Your Wand. I don't remember if that's Catherine Ponder or if it's Florence Scovel Shin. It might be Florence Scovel Shin, but it will help you a lot about learning to envision scenarios to work to your favor. If you got an issue going on with your daughter's school and you're doubting yourself, that book can help you a lot. It ain't just about manifesting abundance, it's about genuinely manipulating the fabric of the universe and scenarios to go your way. But again, like I said, I don't remember if it was Catherine Ponder or Florence Scovel Shin, but the name of the book is Your Word is Your Wand. Study is here. A new endeavor is upon you, and it may require new knowledge and skills. Put the intention out to the universe, and the right teacher will soon find you. So, again, you weren't asking about abundance, but it'll help you in that area too. You're talking about a scenario with the school, but learning to see a situation as you want to can help uh, everything in that regard. Indigo, bear with me. I'm still pulling cards for M Beans. You're gonna have to wait your turn. In fact, let me start making a little list here. And it may require you having to come back because we got M Beans and then hold on. Let me look. Let me look. M Beans, Andrea 54 Hector. And then size CC. And then indigo. Wait a minute. And indigo, I'm gonna tell you before we get started on the reading though, if you feel like you're gonna always, first of all, you need to understand something. I want you to change your vocabulary right now. You are not poor, you are broke. There's a difference. Poor is a mentality. Poor is a way of mind. It is a mental disease. Poverty is a mental disease. You can be broke and not be poor. Do you have an abundance of life around you? Do you have an abundance of health around you? Do you have an abundance of friends around you? Are you able to get out in nature and breathe in all that beautiful, delicious prana and put your feet in the grass or walk by the ocean? Most of the stuff that's really worth having in this life don't cost a thing. You are not poor, you are broke. There is a difference. Now we're gonna look into the cards, but I need you to chew on that while I'm getting to the rest of them, okay? KRTE, don't come in here with that today. That's all I'm gonna tell you. You didn't learn nothing. I spent a lot of time talking to you on the other channel. Now that ought to tell you something. The fact that it keeps popping up in your stream and you still seeing fit to keep coming in here, literally your angels and guides are sending you to me for a reason, not to clown me, but to try to learn something. But in your stubbornness, your bullheadedness, instead of listening to the knowledge that's being disseminated, you want to come in here like a clashing cymbal to be a problem. Not today. Not today. We're not doing that here, okay? I love you all day with the love Yeshua had for all humanity, but not today. I rebuke it. You have no idea what you're talking about, and you're not bringing that foolishness up in here today. So we're gonna, if you can't behave, either leave or we're gonna ignore you. Okay? It's by Florence Scovel Shinn. Okay. When I was in that part, like I said, I listened to her and Catherine Ponder and a few other ones, but it, like I said, it's really, really, it is a good, it's a good listen, a very easy listen too. All right, now let's get on here and see what the rest is going on in beams about finding more confidence in oneself. You just need to know who you are. So we look. Ooh, and when I did that, trust in yourself came here. You got this. You've worked hard to get this far, and you have the ability to create the things you desire. Learning to trust in yourself and your abilities will take you to your highest timeline. And then soar. You're being asked to stop dimming your own light, period. It's time for you to come out of the shadows and let your authentic self soar. Fly high, dear one. You're still here? Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Ooh. Also, it says, speak your truth here. You stay silent long enough. Stand up, stand your ground, and state your perspectives. You will rise to a higher vibration when you let your voice be heard. Mm-hmm. Oh, YouTube is tripping with all these darn commercials for real. But that's okay. Oh, this is interesting. We got a flipper or two over here. Oh, that's a bunch of them, so I'm not going to go there. We have flexible building blocks, serendipity. That's a lot. Mending, here and now, unfinished symphony. But the one, I did something wrong because half of this, yeah, I'm gonna have to just turn this right. I can't. My ADD will not allow me to leave this deck flipped all weird like this. Mm. And it's still flipped sideways. Lord have mercy. You know what? I don't know what's up with me today. Okay, now we'll try it again. And something weird is happening here. Hold on. I call myself turning them all the right way, and it still wind up flipping some of them the wrong way. I'm asking why too, Spirit. Why I flipped out there? I'm asking why. Now, I know for sure these are all turned the right way. I'm gonna try it one more time. That's the weirdest thing. I have not had that happen before. Regeneration is here. Orphaned. Here and now. In beings, were you emotionally or spiritually orphaned as a child? Not necessarily like for real, why orphan. I know, right? They were doing their thing. But here and now came out with orphaned and regeneration. And orphan does not always mean like lost parents physically as a child. It can be basically feeling like the odd person out, even in a child, in a like being the black sheep, kind of being out on your own, feeling like you don't really have a real connection with a strong family or soul group. And then regeneration and here and now is here. So that makes me believe that that might be part of the why you have the lack of confidence, why it's hard for you to get over your fears, because you probably have some unsettled abandonment wounds that need to be addressed. I mean, if I'm wrong, let me know. Flexible did come back out. You have been, and honestly, I think I'm not saying you don't need to remain flexible, but I think in life you've had to bend over too many times. You awkward around your family, yeah. You bent over and bent over and bent over your whole life, and you continue to do it. You're going along to get along, but it doesn't feel good. And now the time has come that it really don't feel good, and you know you're being called to stand up, speak your truth, and trust in yourself, but you're having a hard time doing it. You're having a hard time mending that black sheep energy because they've made you feel less than. But you can do it. You gonna have to kind of come to the edge. Tick tock, yeah. Spirit is saying enough of that. You are blessed. You are blessed. You gotta get to where you feel and understand how blessed you really are. And where are you gonna do that? In meditation. Breathe is here. I want to pull some tarot here because I wasn't planning on just pulling from this deck. Let me pull some tarot for you. You feel awkward around them because you don't belong there. And I mentioned this before with Crystal when I was reading, and I've seen it before. I mean, it's the truth. Some of us feel awkward in our families because it's not the bloodlines that you were born into, that you've reincarnated into many times. Some of us this go around because we're old souls coming here to basically heal a lot of these karmic lessons and awaken and ascend during this period of the walking into the age of Aquarius. We're here to assist with the mass awakening that's happening on the planet and all of that. Some of us were literally plunked down in unfamiliar bloodlines this go around for the purpose of healing ancestral karma, not only for our bloodlines, but for the new bloodlines that we're being brought into. But when we're plunked down into those families like that, we do wind up, we grow up feeling very awkward in them. Black sheep, odd man out, problem child. But you can shift it. You got Queen of Wands energy here in the Four of Wands. This is your ships coming in. This is also harmonious relationships. So you may not have them now, but you will, because the Queen of Wands is the witch of the tarot. She is one of the most powerful manifestors outside of the Empress or the High Priestess. She don't play. She manifests her booty off. Interestingly enough, the key word in this particular deck, this is the Lunar Tarot. The key word in this deck is confidence. Excuse me. Judgment, inner calling is here. What's at the top? King of Cups. Hey, Latoya, how are you? I'm so glad. Thank you so much for the like. And hey, Miss Yates, welcome in. Welcome in. You say you have a general whatever comes out that you need to know. I'm gonna put you on the list here. We got a few folks ahead of you, Latoya. I'm working on M Beans right now. Then we have Andrea, Saisisi, and Indigo. But I will definitely put you here. Amanda, are we pulling for you today as well? And welcome, welcome. Uh, Indigo, like I said, we'll get there. You can ask it again when we get there. I just quickly answered that question on the fly for you because it didn't need cards, and truthfully, that one on either. You'll experience true and authentic love when you truly and authentically love yourself. Eight of Wands, though, in beings. This transformation that you're being, like I say, you're gonna have to do something soon anyway, because it's an issue with your child's school. So whether you want to or not, you're gonna have to address it, because that's what mama bears do. But I am seeing movement towards this self-reliance and self-sufficiency. We had the Queen of Wands, the Four of Wands, then it comes out here with Judgment, which is inner calling is the key word here for this deck, and then the Eight of Wands, progress. And typically the Eight of Wands is movement, but it indicates rapid movement. Oh wow! At the bottom of the deck, it does show that you're feeling stuck. Eight of Swords is here, but the eight together is a powerful message. And then at the bottom of the deck, we have the Ten of Wands. You're gonna get tired of wearing this burden and decide to come on out. And I hope you don't, like you said, you might come out in Queen of Swords energy, cutting them low when you decide to step into your power. But that's what it's about, just deciding to step into your power. You got to learn to see it differently. Hangman is here for you, but you will. You are seeing it differently. You know you need to do something. But a lot of that, like I said, that lack of confidence and stuff, that comes from those abandonment wounds from childhood. You might want to go in and do the inner work around that too, and understand that you are not a child. Your inner child was left back there, but you can heal that stuff. It wasn't fair, it wasn't right, but it also doesn't completely apply, because it was broken and damaged people that was doing that to you. They projected their own unworthiness onto you. Basically, that's what people do. They get mad and had a bad day at work, come home, cuss out the wife, kick the dog. You know what I mean? And when they wind up making you feel unworthy, it's because somebody made them feel small and unworthy. So to make themselves feel better, they made you feel small and unworthy. And then you step into life, and life will continue to show you what you believe. So it's been kind of kicking you in the teeth a little bit, and you've taken that timid place. I have no doubt in my mind that you're an empath, probably an imbalanced empath that needs to heal and start understanding your worthiness and your true power, because they take your kindness for weakness, but truthfully, it is your superpower. Your empathy is your superpower once you understand how to use it. That's that part. The Nine of Wands is here. That is Chiron, wounded warrior energy all day. This is resilience, or a call to be resilient or persevere. Let me see what we got here. Four of Cups, contemplation, a little bit of apathy involved in there as well. But we can't leave it there, Spirit. Ooh, Ten of Pentacles at the end. They're like three up, but you'll get there. The Lovers is here, so you can. And the Lovers is not always talking about a love relationship. It is cooperative partnership. So this isn't a love reading. You want to know when you're gonna get, basically, come step into your power. Stop being afraid of being powerful. The Moon is here, so it's a call to your intuition. You do not see this yet, which, I mean, I get it, because if you had seen it, you wouldn't be here asking the question, but you will. Let me see something. Yeah, it does require a rebirth, a radical rebirth. You're going to have to make up your mind who you want to be and just step into it. The world isn't going to give you the right to be powerful because they want you to stay weak. You have to get to a point where you allow a transformation to happen within you, a spiritual transformation. Maybe that's what this Four of Cups is about. It could have easily been the Four of Swords and probably should be, but you got the Four of Wands and the Four of Cups here. So you need to go within so that spirit can help you see how powerful you genuinely are. Three of Swords, yeah. Something caused pain here. I mean, but we knew that. And the Six of Cups here, this is past melancholy. It may even have something to do with your finances too, because I'm seeing the Five of Pentacles and the Eight of Cups. And then here is the Four of Swords. Do go in meditation, please. Start meditating consistently so that spirit can show you a way out of this. And again, initially you may not see it, especially if you have not been consistently meditating, but you can do guided meditations focusing on self-reliance, confidence, abundance, whatever it is you want to, and pay attention to, as you're listening to those, also pay attention to the thoughts that are running alongside in your head, because once we get out of our own way and allow spirit to come through, they'll bring you those messages. Let me do this. I want to pull a little bit of confirmation, and then we're going to get you a couple of words of encouragement and move on. Hope is here. So this is kind of sun energy. Foundation and achievements are here. This is kind of like Four of Wands energy again. So yeah, you'll get there. Patience and planning. Be gentle with yourself though, and do understand that, like I said, the world is not going to give you this permission. You're going to have to find enough. And I think you will, because like I said, it's bending over backwards. After a while, it don't feel good no more. And when it get to where it genuinely don't feel good enough, you'll get them up off of you. Two of Cups is here. Spiritual union. I think the union that you need to have is with you, though. I don't even know if it has anything to do with another person. Maybe it's union with your higher self. Yeah, and we got another two here, balance. Well, it's coming out as an 11 card. Yeah, because I think this is temperance. But I saw them as a two initially, so. Ooh. Then we have a 9-9. Now, this is showing up a cycle ending. It's suffering in silence was balanced here with material harvest. So eventually you're going to have to find a way to address this timidity, because it it not only, like I said, it affects a lot of different things, but even now you're looking at it's beginning to affect your feelings of your ability. Yeah, you are too nice. You're a people pleaser, and you're gonna have to become a recovering people pleaser. You, like I said, you've been doing this flexible thing. Spirit is saying, get over that. Mending. Step into the here and now. Allow a regeneration. Birth yourself into something new. With this death card, this is a rebirth. Address the pain and heartbreak from the past. Address the melancholy and the childhood wounding and all of that other good stuff. The Six of Cups is exactly what that is. Address wherever the lack mentality comes from with this Five of Pentacles, whether it's material lack or just a feeling of less than. Let go of all of that. Walk away from it. Eight of Cups is literally walking away. And how to do that? Four of Swords in meditation. And here we go again. Four of Swords energy, rest and rejuvenate is at the bottom of the deck. So that's doubling down on the rest and rejuvenation. But when you do that, you will shift this Three of Swords energy into a Three of Cups energies, partners in alliance. Oh, and we got another Eight of Wands, not swords. This represents the Eight of Wands, positive movement forward. So yeah, you're just gonna have to make up your mind to stop being a people pleaser. For real, it's time. And guess what? When you and like I say, you in the right place, in beans, keep sticking around here because I'm a recovering people pleaser too. I was very timid, very shy, and again, I can say without a doubt, it comes from childhood trauma because I didn't even understand the childhood traumas that I had until I started doing the spiritual work, and that wall of trauma, that wall that you lock the trauma behind, started coming down, and I had to, in meditation, I was literally starting to see my childhood home and various scenes and scenarios that I had not considered or thought about or addressed for years, decades. But in my healing stage, I was able to analyze them, kind of open the fourth wall, so to speak, and see them from a completely different perspective and begin to address those things and heal them. And but again, in the healing, you still have to acknowledge, no, some shit really did happen. It really wasn't cool and it really wasn't nice, but I ain't angry anymore because I understand why these people misbehaved the way that they did. But it really was some real stuff that caused set off a trajectory in my life that led to some painful things. And when you do that, you'll begin to understand your worthiness, especially if you can get far enough into the spiritual journey to understand truly that as painful as those things are, they were still allowed to happen for you, not to you. It is a refinement by fire. If you want to build a muscle in the gym, you got to tear it down first. It hurts. They tell you no pain, no gain. And it's kind of that way along our walk in life, too. We, especially as the chosen, especially if you want to have a divine mission, especially if you're called to teach on any level in this reality, you can't teach what you ain't walked through. It's a lot of folks waking up in the matrix that done come through hell and back. They done had some real rough experiences, and they're gonna need our help. We went through those things so we would have empathy for those people, so we would know what it feels like to have those abandonment wounds, to be mistreated and misguided, and have to overcome the people pleasing and overcome the whatever. On we can go about, we could sit here and trade trauma stories for the next 4 hours. But whatever it is, we're being brought into those things so that we could heal those karmic lessons for ourself and our soul growth, and for our bloodlines, for our ancestors. And in doing that, we're also helping elevate the energy of the planet that lends to the mass awakening. There has to be a tipping point. Scientists talk about critical mass. There's energetically, there's like a tipping of the scale, kind of like when you're filling up a glass, you can fill it up and up and up and up and up. You can get right to the rim. And for a while, surface tension of the water will still allow you to drip a little bit in at a time, very slowly, till it kind of sort of looks like after a while that the water has a cushion that is over the lip of that glass. But there can come a point where you hit one drop too many and it causes overflow. And critical mass happens that way energetically with the great awakening, so to speak, because we are all energetically entangled, even if we don't realize it. That's one. I mean, we've heard the term mass consciousness. That's why, because people tap into ideas and concepts in the unified field, good and bad sometimes, and then they lock on to that wrong energy, and it continues to spread like a disease. Look at the world around us. But we're here to interrupt the status quo. We are the divine disruptors. But in order to wear that title and operate, we're sleeper cells, truthfully. In order to operate that way, we had to be refined by fire. We came through some very painful lessons. Sorry. Sucks to be chosen, but it's a beautiful ride. No, it don't. It don't suck. Getting to that first part kind of sucks. Yeah. It's the Super Dave crash and burn entry into this experience. But once you get past that and understand it, the rest can be really, really cool at the other side. I hope that helps you a lot. Now we're going to move on to Andrea 54 Hector. What was your question, my dear? And Sarah, I'm putting you on the list in case you have a question for the cards. Very often you might get your question answered just by listening to other people's readings, but I'm going to go ahead and place you here and before somebody jumps in ahead of that. You said you want to hug me, Earth Falling, Rising. Okay, I appreciate that. It was helpful for you. You're so very welcome, and beings, and namaste to you as well, dear. Absolutely. Anytime, anytime. And like I said, don't feel bad. Don't beat yourself up. I was timid once upon a time too. Nobody could tell now, thanks to my big mouth. But you know what helped me understand that? Because the more timid I stayed, the more people walked on me, and I finally got to realize that it is the squeaky wheel that gets the grease. Now that ain't no excuse to be loud and bold and just hateful and wrong. A lot of folks take that main character thing a little too far. But I also had to realize that the folks that was trying to shush me up and keep me small, it was they was just doing it. Number one, like I said, they are projecting their own insecurities out into the world, and they was grandstanding for their own self-aggrandizement. My opinion is just as worthy as anybody else. Why do I have to make myself small to do the back seat to folks that's loud and wrong? Mm-mm. And eventually, you just get over it. Like I say, you get tired of being walked on long enough, you learn to speak up, step up. Andrea, are you still here, my dear? Andrea. Well, I'm a really well. No, I can't do that. I was gonna say I'll pull some cards for you quickly, but you may or may not even come back to watch this when it uploads. So I'm gonna give you another couple of moments here, and then we're gonna move on to Cece. Are you still here? Okay, Latoya. I'm right now. I'm trying to hear from Andrea, and she's not answering. So Cece did respond. So we're gonna move on to Cece. And what was your question, dear? Cool. What time do you have to leave to go get your son, Latoya? Oh, which do you go first, the home or the vehicle? Yeah, you did say that. Okay. Let's see. Now I do have to ask a question, not to be nosy or up in your business, but is your income in any way dependent on your daughter's income? Okay. We got take action and there's something better, but I need to find out. Okay, cool, cool. But I don't think, like I said, we hopefully will get there because she just has a quick question. CC is one of my A1 day ones, and she just wanted me to pull something quickly. So I don't think we're going to take quite as long as we did with the first reading. We're just trying to get an answer for her in the near future. Let me see. Ooh, blessing in disguise popped out here. Trying to see how I can get a message. Should she take care of the car first or get the house first? Should she do the car first? Ooh, I asked, should you do the car first? Spirit says not the right time. Within the next few months is at the bottom of the deck, though. Ooh, and then a clear no came out. So I don't know if you have to move right now. You were asking, do you go for the home first or do you go for the car first? The way I posed the question for the cards, I asked, should you go for the car first? And it said not the right time and no. And then within the next few months was at the bottom of the deck. So let me ask, should she go for the house first? Are you saying she should go? Why is this card in here? Release and surrender popped up. All right. Should she go for the house? Choose a new direction. Be assertive. If you don't have to move right now, I don't think you should do either just yet, CC. I honestly think, especially with your daughter starting a new job scenario and possibly moving into entrepreneurship or a new career thing, yeah, unlikely is at the bottom of this deck. I think right now your overall family dynamic has, you wanted to move for so long since the shutdown. I mean, if you can easily, if your finances are not in any way tied up with your daughters and you're not going to have to assist her in starting that business, or if the unemployment don't come through, or if, with her, obviously y'all are close with you reading for her and whatnot. I just don't want you to be in a situation where you move and create a problem that create a financial situation that creates a hardship for either of you. But from the answers that are coming out here, I'm not saying, it's not saying don't move. It's just saying kind of not right now. And if you waited this long, if you don't absolutely have to move, your moving doesn't have anything to do with her. Okay, that's good to know. But I'm saying, is it, well, let's see. Hold on. Oh, you know what? Where a house might come out at? Let's pull some of these to see if the house will come, anything remotely looking like a house come up out of these cards. Get some answers from those because it don't look like the angel answers are going to give me a direct. So, no, if you're saying you for sure, your finances are straight and it ain't got nothing to do with any of that. I'm like I said, we're gonna pull up from a few different decks and see if a house come up out of here or a car, because we could get either or. But yeah, rest and rejuvenation. So obviously meditate on it. Woman holding the coin, so you can afford it. So we're gonna see. Seventh chakra, Archangel Uriel came out. Financial constraints. This is the part that I was concerned with. Maybe not yours. Maybe you can afford it. But what I'm saying, with your daughter having just been laid off and considering either looking for a job or starting her own thing, which I'm hoping she starts the business. But it may be a situation where it might be her financial constraints. The spirit is asking you not to fully extend yourself in a move, because even if you can afford to move, when you move, you're gonna wind up doing the new furniture and the this and the that, all of those things, and it could wind up extending you to a point that she may need you, especially if she's starting into the entrepreneurial thing before she really gets going and get her LLC and get to the point where she can get the business loans and the whatever it takes to keep her moving. She might, I don't know. I'm just seeing the angel of love is coming out here with these financial constraints. Magician in the mirror, cornucopia though. So it's going to work out. I'm not sure that this is the exact right moment you want to do that. Let's continue looking and see what comes. When is your lease up where you currently are, or do you own where you're living now? I see toil and labor here. Toil and labor is not work that satisfies. This is working from your have to. And he doesn't typically pay all that well. And then journey, so that maybe there is. Let's see. Oh, but it is segueing into the working from your heart space where you want to. You don't have a lease? Okay. That makes a difference too. Hold on. Adjudication is here. Marriage, which doesn't have to be an actual marriage. It can be a partnership in business. It could be, typically in this deck, it does look at a marriage, but that's not what we're asking for, so I'm not reading it that way. And again, the lovers popped out behind marriage, so I'm not looking at it that way. Unless you call it in something new. I don't know. But in that case, you might not necessarily want to buy a brand new house. Anyway, and that concern is here. The only thing remotely looking like a vehicle or a house so far is this journey, but that talks about traveling afar. Oh, I said that a house and official person popped out. Maybe. Let me try a little bit more here. You said, no, not at the moment. You don't want that. Changes here with this official person and house. What's that about, Spirit? Ooh, what you don't see coming though at the bottom of this deck is great fortune. So I'm gonna try to claim that for you for sure. And unexpected income. So let me see something. We're going back in this deck to see what comes out with those, because I hadn't planned on pulling that many, but storm warning. That's what I'm afraid of. I don't follow because I haven't been in a position to consider buying a house, so I don't even know what the housing market and the interest rates and stuff are looking at right now. Attachment is here with this official person. If you can sell at a good price and actually close into this other house with equity, maybe consider moving. But you would definitely have to pay attention to the deal you get in the interest rates and stuff if you're buying a new house. Balance is here, yin yang. With this change, deceit. Why did deceit come out here with great fortune? Hold on. With an unexpected income, goddess of the moon, and healer of the ages, and door to personal healing and happiness. Okay. CC, obviously, it's a tarot reading. Take it for what it's worth. It's for entertainment purposes only. All that good stuff. But the thoughts that are running through my head, remember the conversations that we've been having in the group over the last. Oh, you were thinking about renting? Okay. Honestly, what I want to say, I'm kind of scared to say it because I don't want to tell you to delay for what you wind up feeling like is no reason. But what's running through my head right now is thinking about the conversations that we've been having in the group and some of the things that we've been talking about what's upcoming for all of us. And it is hidden. There's a mask here, so we can't really see for sure what's coming. But I kind of sort of think that. Mm, Damn, there's still somebody around in your group, in your kind of in your inner circle. It ain't who or what you think it is. Maybe renting would be beneficial in that aspect. I was about to say maybe wait until the finances really start, or some of the things we're manifesting start making themselves evident before you make a move. But if you're just leasing, then I guess it won't matter. And there, okay, the owls came in with something that is like a hidden occultic knowledge and or spiritual knowledge, and then this woman representing the main female or you were thinking the same thing. Okay, well then at least I'm not off base, because I mean that's not exactly what the cards are saying. It's kind of sort of, but that's what I'm saying. It's not, it's, I see the house right here, so obviously it is making it kind of obvious that it would be the move for the house rather than the car. If you, unless your car is broken down and you just need another car, if that car is okay, I would say hold on to it, because I strongly suspect that when things pop off in the next few months, you might be in a position to get a whole different car than you might be considering right now. I don't know. But then the storm warning and attachment and deceit come out here. There is love here, though. You ain't looking for it, but again, that's not necessarily I mean, that ring does mean romantic love, but in this context, it may not be that. It's something new birthing though, because the storks are here. So, and the sun is here. The sun, the moon, this bridge, and the labyrinth. I think there's too much unknown for you to move forward at this very moment. It's coming, but I just, storm clouds came out again. But this bear came out, which is like stability, polar. It's literally like mama bear energy, but it does represent stability. Um, let me pull this and see. Oh Lord, I got more hitchhikers over here. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, hey, Jesus, and welcome back. Disruption and the crown chakra is here. Disruption is literally representing the tower card. Ooh, what else was behind it? And balance. So temperance in the tower. I think that's temperance. Hold on, let me make sure. Oh, justice, even better. Justice and the tower and the crown chakra came out here. Yeah, you said it's like if someone is doing something so you don't or can't move forward with a veil to cloak themselves. Yeah, because for all the good stuff that I'm seeing, this mask came out with the snake. And at the beginning, there was this toil and labor here with this rest and rejuvenation. So the mask came out with toil and labor. So genuinely, that's, like I said, that is not pleasant work. Occupation is here, and oddly enough, this, so it does some kind of a spiritual occupation or something is going to take you to abundance. But there is still some kind of an adjudication that has to happen here that has something to do with close personal relationships. Marriage and the lovers came out with the ring and the storks, and magician in the mirror, this angel of love. So is somebody really like closer to you that you're not seeing? And concern is here with the cornucopia is clarified by concern right here next to this angel of love, magician in the mirror, lovers, marriage, all of that cloaked together. So we got something coming in, and like I said, right over your house, an official person. The sun is trying to peek out, but the storm clouds came out twice here. Attachment and deceit and disruption. So it's, yeah, it's something in your, I mean, not saying directly in your house, but somebody on your team that you think is on your team ain't really on your team. And it may take some time for spirit to make you aware of who and what that is. And maybe that's the hesitation to not go into something new yet with either the house purchase or the car. To something has to end first, yeah. And it's either gonna happen publicly or something to do with you speaking in publicly, and has something to do with your stability and spirituality, because the cross is here too, and your abundance because the fish is here. And then the clock came out. So I honestly think it's just, if you can hold off, if you're not really pressed, I wouldn't do either right now. Probably sometime by spring or summer. But right now, I don't see where you should necessarily, like mama used to say, when your head is in the lion's mouth, don't wiggle your butt. Your head is in the lion's mouth and you don't even know it. You don't even see the lion, but it is in the lion's mouth a little bit here. So I think for whatever's coming down the pike that neither of us can see, spirit ain't really letting me see it clearly. Hopefully we will soon. We'll keep pulling at some point down the line as the questions reshape themselves and all. But from what I'm seeing here and now today, it's too much of a back and forth. There's a need for some kind of balance to be found here. Like you said, for whoever or whatever is being veiled to be uncloaked before you make a move or make any kind of change. There is a call for changing, but it has to be with balance. You got to find this out. It may be something to be revealed spiritually with this goddess of the moon and healer of the ages. And honestly, with this healer of the ages, it may even have to do with you just chilling out and waiting for, dare I say, I've been wanting to see it. Maybe I don't, it could be wishful thinking. I don't know. But I think there's some kind of an angelic healing coming for you in regard to your health situation, that you may need to not have the stress of moving and new scenario and financing this and all of that kind of change. I think maybe the change needs to come from within first. Maybe you just need to cool a little bit. So okay, so you're not in a hurry. Good, good. Yeah, just we're gonna just cool our jets then a little bit. We'll come back and readdress the issue at another time. Exactly, exactly. Because like you said, you ain't going nowhere. I hope I ain't going nowhere. Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. So yeah, I think we need to just not right now. Stay where we at. with the house and the car for just for right now, and we'll continue to ask the question later and see what reveals itself, because I mean, in these energies, something is going to shake loose with people, situations, money. Everything is on the move for the collective. I believe it's just a little bit of time before things. We've been well, we did some powerful manifesting, and we're gonna continue to do it through the new moon and through the comet next month and all of those things. So spirit might be moving some things around for you. Yeah, I really think that's the case, and I think because that's the case, I don't believe a move you make now would be bad. I believe it would be redundant, and maybe it's a stress that your health situation just doesn't need. Yeah, it's a good stress to be able to move, but if you moving into, say, you go and move into an apartment and buy a new car right now, and then some things pop off based on what we did last week. After that, then you may have to turn around and break a lease and move again. Like I say, I think it's just a case of just kind of cool your jets for a little bit and see what's about to pop off. Yeah, that part. I'm gonna pull one more set of cards over here just to see if that's the real answer. I really strongly think it is, because you was kind of sort of feeling that, and I'm kind of sort of feeling that, and the cards are kind of sort of undecided and saying a version of that. So when they're not willing to give me a clear like that, I think it's because you know how specific these things can get. You said it is a confirmation. Okay. Diversity is here. Yeah, we got some stuff to do. That, wait a minute. The Four of Scrolls, which is the Four of Wands, Five of Wands, the Karmic Trench, and diversity popped out with the King of Forces, the Ace of Swords, the Architect, the Master Artisan. Yeah, you got, ooh, the Eight of Cups, which is community in this deck. It doesn't mean what it does in the traditional. And then the Six of Swords, which is leaving rough waters, heading to calmer waters. Then we got the Queen of Roses, which is the Queen of Cups, and the Queen of Keys, which is the Queen of Pentacles. Queen of Cups, Queen of Pentacles, yeah. With the Ace of Pentacles, and which is the Architect, and the Eight of Pentacles or Keys in this deck, which is the Master Artisan. Yeah, you working on something. We building right now. And while that's cooking, it's just not a time to move forward with that kind of stuff. The Muse is here though, and Paths Unknown. Yep. And the Light of the World. Yeah, that part. And add some. Yeah, you in a building phase internally, spiritually right now. It's just not time to move just yet. Because I think the move you're gonna make gonna be much grander than what you're planning on doing right now. Your pocket's gonna be a lot longer when you make that move, so you can make a different choice potentially. All right, all right. Is Indigo still here? Or Andrea, are you back? I'll double back a little bit. You so welcome, my love. You are welcome. Hey, Drea, I'm going to put you on the list here. We got a few folks ahead of you. If you're able to stick around, I'll be more than happy to take a look. Welcome in, welcome in. You said, see, a spirit has guidance or information on your two boys who've been controlled by a bad father and turned from their mother. How old are the boys, Drea? I got it. I'm still going, these people that are in line, but I'm just curious right now because I had a word coming through, but I want to know how old these children are before I say what came to my mind. They're 18 and 25. Honestly, Drea, this gonna hurt. And I'm gonna pull cards when we get there. Don't worry about them. They're grown. If they want to, they will. If they've truly been corrupted, you here's the part that as a mother you may not want to accept, and especially if you are one of the ones that are being drawn to here, black sheep of the family on a spiritual path, awakening and ascending, and all the rest of that, made poor choices with who fathered your children when you were in that place of not knowing, and now they come in and do all of that stuff and they sided with their father, you may have to come to accept the fact that that may be who they genuinely are. You can do more work for them in the astral, in the energetic realm, than hope. You can hope they come back to see the light, but if they're 18 and 25 and have not reconnected with you, you may have to accept that they've genuinely made the choice that they want to from where their consciousness is. Don't let that stop you from your awakening just because they choose not to awaken right now, because they are young and we are in the middle of a massive awakening. Their consciousness could shift at any time. Yeah. But like I say, we'll pull further cards on it in a little bit. Just stick around. But I'm hoping that that gives you a little something to go with. Andrea, are you still here, my dear? Andrea, please put a remark in the chat if you want me to pull cards for you still. Other than that, Indigo, I will be looking at yours next if Andrea doesn't respond in the next little bit here. In fact, let's see. Will you always be poor, and will you experience true and authentic love with some else who those were your questions? Yeah. All right, all right. Let's see what we got. Okay. First off, we're gonna see what Archangel Michael gotta say, then we're gonna get an angel answer or two or so, and I'm gonna pull some cards for you. Yeah, Drea, that's kind of where you have to release them with love. I had a child of mine got to 18, and honestly, for 3 years, I had to block her for my own peace of mind and my own healing, because she's was so damaged in her thinking. And here's the thing: we've been shifting timelines. She has a completely different memory of her growing up than I or my other three children have. She actually had it better financially than any of the other children, considering the poverty that they came up under as me as a single parent. Her daddy, I tried to allow her to have a relation. She's the only one that really had any kind of real relationship with her father. The others do now that they grew up. But she was the one that had a relationship with her father, and she was the most spoiled and ungrateful one out of all of them. And when she turned 18 years old, she turned on me like a snake. And she talked to me so hateful that genuinely, for my own self preservation, I had to block my own child off of my phone for 3 years. I did the work in the Astrolo, and we still ain't super close, but we've talked, and she's apologized, and she speaks more respectfully and all of that now. We have a better relationship, but I just had to let her be who she decided she wanted to be, because at the end of the day, regardless of what the vehicle that people came through, we're all here as individuals for our own ride through this rock. So if those people allow themselves to be influenced by negative energies, entities, or other people, whatever the case may be, you can't let that interfere with your ride, that part. Spend more time outdoors, ground and connect with nature, connect with Gaia, get barefoot and meditate so you can connect with your higher guides, open that crown chakra up. It hurts. I know it hurt. It do. But as mothers, we hold on to children way longer than they should, because there comes a point in time that they're not children anymore. And humans are some of the few species, very few species on this earth, continue to hold on to children, or stay together for a lifetime. Most species on this earth get their young to the point that they become self-sufficient, and out the nest you go. Get away from me. Roam on. It's only like humans and elephants, I think, cling to each other forever and for always, but we really, really don't. You're welcome. This is your first time being here. Well, welcome. I hope you'll stick around and subscribe to the channel. I have another channel, Modern Mystic Messages, where we get into the meaty things of spirituality. We look at the scriptures, the ancient texts, and all that based on, well, Yeshua done told me some things. We've been seriously bamboozled here on this planet, and I try to share light in that aspect too. And I hope you'll join me. Awesome. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, your inner guidance is real and trustworthy. So if you've been feeling that way, this is genuinely Archangel Michael and your angelic team trying to comfort you. They understand that this issue is a heavy one, but they're saying believe and trust. Um, your home is protected by angels. Oh, this has something to do with your life's purpose too. And that part, that's why I say you may have to understand that it may or may not happen the way you want it to. When you're called for a divine purpose, when you call for a divine purpose, sometimes you wind up walking alone. Okay? But here's the thing, you won't stay alone, because you'll have soul family. You'll draw us in. Welcome. Like I said, just because them folks that you had the fortune or misfortune of swimming around in the gene pool with, if they don't act right, like my grandma used to say, one monkey don't stop no show. So if they choose not to awaken and ascend, don't let that stop you from awakening and ascending. And even if you have to give up your physical, biological family, including your children, if that's what it takes, what did Yeshua say about making it into the kingdom of heaven? If he says, somebody, if your eye make you stumble, pluck it out. If your hand make you stumble, cut it off. It will be better to enter into the kingdom of heaven blind and not get in there at all. I'm paraphrasing, but you know that part. You're Drea at Healing with Mama Love. Oh, awesome. Okay, let me write that down, because you know I will go over there and I will support, and I'm also subscribe too. I surely will, if I'm not already. Healing with Mama Love. Awesome, awesome. And any of the soul family members that are here within the sound of my voice, let's show Drea some love and give her some support. Show enough, show enough. All right, let's get in here and see what these cards got for you. You welcome, my dear. That's how we roll around here. I don't gatekeep and I don't hold on. You said, what was the name of that deck? This is Archangel Michael. Might be Archangel Michael Answers. I can't remember exactly. I put all my, well, half of my, more than half of my boxes up in storage. But it's an Archangel Michael deck. And this is ancient symbols, I think, or sacred symbols, sorry. Ooh, that was a chunk. Healer. Oh, that's why. Healer is here. Magic is here. I thought this was going to be new water life, but water is here. Let's see what else we got. Do you have Cancer in your chart? Trust is here. The water is about the emotions too. So even if you don't have Cancer heavily in your chart, it is showing up here with these symbols. Focus, but it didn't jump. I'm only going to take a jumper. You're an Aquarius. Hey. I don't know what I'm talking about. Hey, my twin is an Aquarius. The only Aquarius I got in my chart is my part of fortune. That is it. But he's an Aquarius sun. So I was like, oh, maybe that's why my part of fortune is an Aquarius. But I had so little Aquarius in my chart. It ain't funny. Protection is here. with home, safe travel, and release. There's an ending, though. Ooh, shadow at the top and death at the bottom, but I wasn't even necessarily pulling for those right now. Healer magic. That water might just be about your intuitive, like I said, that's what to do with your emotions. It may have to do with your intuition. You're being called in as a spiritual channel. Um, but protection, home, safe travel, and release. You asked the question uh, about the boys. Well, let's see. Are we talking? Oh, sorry. What am I doing here? Wait a minute. Okay. That was a quick answer for you, Drea. If we need to look further, we will. I got sidetracked, and I do apologize, Indigo, because that literally was for Drea. That's not your cards, my dear. That was an answer for Drea about her boys. And again, I got sidetracked. We'll pull further later on if I need to, Drea. But I do believe that is your answer. It's literally about you continuing on your spiritual path and leveling up and doing the work in the spiritual realm to envision their awakening and ascension and reconnecting with you. But at the end of the day, they are both grown. So if they do, it's beautiful. If not, you may have to love them from across town. And I know that sucks as a mother, but that's the only way you can help them and not hurt yourself. Are they safe and will they come back? I don't know. That we'll pull a little bit more. Well, maybe quickly. I might be able to very, very quickly. Hold on. Improving health is here. Will they come back? Will they come back, Spirit? Ooh. Helpful people is here. Reconsider. Ask for help from others and be assertive. I'm going to tell you the same thing I told somebody earlier. She said it was Florence Scovel Shinn. Actually, go look at both of those ladies. Your word is your wand is a work from the 1920s or 1930s by Florence Scovel Shinn. I would encourage you very much to go into her work as well as Catherine Ponder's work. I think Catherine Ponder was in part responsible for the Unity movement, but they talk a lot about using the power of the mind to envision scenarios and kind of it's not about manipulating people, it's about seeing the outcomes that you desire and allowing the universe to guide those people to those outcomes. So it's not about using any kind of hocus pocus or spell work, but it's about envisioning and holding to that and releasing it to spirit to allow the outcomes that you want. So I'm not seeing directly whether they'll come back to you. At the bottom of the deck, what you don't see coming though, big happy changes, no need to worry if you believe. So possibly, possibly. It may take a while, so don't look for it. You said what was get more information is the first thing. Why is energy work popped out of the deck? Peaceful resolution is at the top of the deck. Now I'm not sure what was the first one, but peaceful resolution is here and get more information. So it's not giving me a time frame. I was trying to see if and when, but at the bottom of the deck is remain positive. Oh, the first author. Okay. Sorry. Florence Scovel Shinn. I think it's Schinn. If you type in your word is your wand, I think that was her most popular work. She's got a few on audiobook here. But and then the other was Catherine with a C, I believe. Ponder, Ponder. All right, now Indigo, you want to know if you're gonna find love, and uh, yeah, that's where that water came from, Miss Extreme Empath, and almost all of empaths in this time period are being called to balance more. We run through that whole narcissist paradigm thing because we were imbalanced, and our energy is literally delicious, the energy vampires. So continue to heal and grow, but you also have to look at it and understand, if you were an imbalanced empath, the chances are that your prior partner probably has sociopathic or narcissistic tendencies. I'm not saying they're a narcissist, but I'm saying they probably sort of kind of looked and felt like one at the time if you manifested them in an imbalanced state. Because, like I said, our energy is absolutely delicious to energy vampires. And that said, if the children that you bore out of that union were raised by that being, intended to grow and think like that being, that could be further. They could all be karmic soulmates that are here not to hurt you, but to help you ascend from that lesson and become a more balanced empath. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, Drea, I'm gonna say it, and they're your babies, and I know you love them, but they fruit of the poison vine, honey. You may have to always handle them very lovingly from way over there, because that doesn't heal itself. And if he's a covert narcissist and they're serious, they had you controlled, and he got them boys, you want to say that they're controlling him, but for a boy to side against their mother to go to their father, he ain't controlling them. That's the way they really felt, and that's what the choice they made. If they're still over there at 18 and 25, that's because that's who they are. He is a narcissist who bore narcissistic sons. So you love them. I ain't saying you don't love them, but for your sanity and your spiritual benefit, mm-mm, mm-mm. No, ma'am. Sorry. So sorry. As a parent, I know the pain. And how does your son feel? Is your biological son over there with him? You adopt, oh, so they're both, but again, they're still, it's a very complicated karmic lesson, but they are not babies. You want them to come over and be mama's boys, like most girls wind up being daddy's girls, but that is not what happened here. They may get some sense later and decide on it. Boys at that age don't really have good sense. Maybe by the time they rock out to 30, they'll get some sense and come back around, but you can't keep holding on to that hope, because guess what? At the end of the day, if you keep focusing on the fact that they're not with you, you're manifesting more of them not being with you. That's what you're genuinely manifesting. That's not the way to tackle this in the ethers. If you genuinely envision them being with you, let it go. If you must focus on it, and focus on seeing them becoming spiritually healed and all the rest of that, but you can't reach out and pick at it. It's like picking at a scab. You just have to let it go. And I know it hurts. So I'm trying to tell you, if I had kept trying to reach out to my daughter, I'd have kept getting cussed out and getting my feelings hurt. I blocked her little butt and let it go. And 2 or 3 years later, she came crawling back asking me to do a reading for her and some more stuff. And she got flared up a couple times and got slick out her mouth, and I let her know I'm not having it. She knows how to approach me now. That's what real tough love is. You're welcome, my dear. You are so very welcome. And again, they are those karmic soulmates. They line up to teach us very uncomfortable lessons. You might have been the bad guy in several lifetimes before in their lifetime, or they may love you very, very much, but have agreed, like you said, before your incarnation here, they may have agreed on a soul level to come here and play the bad guy, not to hurt you, but for your soul growth. That's what karmic soulmates are. They're high level soulmates, very high level soulmates. but they hold a mirror up to us to teach us something that we must learn unless we want to continue repeating that lesson. And if you're an imbalanced empath that allowed yourself to be manipulated and chose to be somebody's doormat and was over there people pleasing, and I'm not talking about you, baby, because I were you. I ain't saying nothing negative. I'm genuinely not judging you because that's all the same kind of stuff I had to get over with, okay? It's not a pleasant ride. It winds up literally, they wipe their feet on you till you feel like a muddy doormat outside somebody's place. That's the lesson that the imbalanced empath has to find her way back to her or him, because it happens in men too. But yeah, there are a lot of us that are on that path of for real. Like I'm a Hyoka, an INFJ, show enough Hyoka empath. Oh Lord, they walked all over me. They walked the dog with my behind. Cause my naive Pollyanna, everybody see the world the way I do self, just always wanted to see the best in everybody. And they sucked me dry and left my bleach bones laying out in the sun somewhere. You hear me? That part. You just been focused. Yeah, you have to. You have to. That is the lesson here. But we're gonna get on because, like I said, I could stay on that. Like I could preach a whole seminar on that because I lived it. But we know. We're gonna get on here and see what's going on with Indigo. Indigo want to know if they're gonna always be poor. I done told you, you ain't poor. You just broke. You could be poor because you chose to repeat that even after I said that to you. Our thoughts are powerful, Indigo. You got to be very, very careful what you allow to slip out of your mind space, out of your mouth, and even on the printed word on the paper. Words are spells. You keep declaring you poor, and I can tell you unequivocally, you will always be poor if you claim being poor. You're not poor, you're just broke right now. And we need to figure out how to get you out of broke. Will you experience true and authentic love? Yes, when you truly and authentically love yourself and know that you're worthy of it. But we're going to continue to pull and look, shall we? And because you're asking about love, I'm going to do something a little different here. Bear with me. Oh, it is 222. Absolutely. Hey Valerie, welcome, welcome, and thank you, my love. You are gave me a very generous coffee, and I definitely appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. If you can't stay, that's all right. We'll catch up another time, but I appreciate you. Abundant love and light to you, my dear, as well. It's been a good session so far, so that's good. Yeah. Why do you only see what their souls can be? That is a flaw of the empath, the Hyoka. We see people's genuine souls. Sometimes some people actually see like visions or whatever, but like I try not to judge people. I was telling somebody this before, but there was a young lady that I saw when I first met her. I felt bad because I saw her, and to the world on the outside, she would look what people call attractive with the hair and the caterpillar eyelashes and the tight little body and the spandex and all of the, she just so cute. And when I saw her, I was thinking, poor little thing. Ooh, she ugly and she don't even know. But I had to catch myself. I didn't say that to her face, but I was thinking it. But what I was seeing was her soul. Because her face is fine. She's not genuinely ugly. But when I look at her, I see ugly because she is. When they say ugly, go to the bone. Her soul is ugly, and I'm not saying that unfairly based on a little time around her. I had months around this child because she's related to someone I love very much, but she got a nasty, nasty, nasty disposition. But she think because she's physically cute that she can get away with it. But I don't even see her as physically cute. I see the ugly. But yeah, that's why you see what their souls can be. I made that mistake with a lot of people and wound up raking a whole lot of energy vampires into my experience that didn't want to let go of me for nothing in the world. I had 3 exes and a toxic friend that wanted to cling onto my energy a decade up to 20 years after we were done romantically. They were still holding on to my energy in that weird ass let's be friends thing because they didn't want to do right by me. They like scandalous, trashy women. They told me flat up I didn't do enough flashbang to them for their liking as far as romance. But what they did want to do is keep me in their energy in the friend zone so that they could come back and trauma dump on me and use me for armchair psychology when them raggedy women that they wanted to deal with out there finished chewing them up and spitting them out in the world. That part. So, yeah. But Indigo, on to you, my love. I promise this time. I done said it a couple times, but we're going to get on to your healing in here. You want to see if you're going to find love? Ooh. Well, no, the first part of the question was, are you going to remain poor? No, it's here unequivocally with an exclamation part. So that's not whether you're going to find love or not. I think that's a question of, ooh, abundance actually came out of the deck. So that's good. Communicate clearly. And again, what did I tell you? Our words are spells. Our thoughts are powerful too. What we say, what we write, what we think are important. I'm going to tell you the same thing. Today, I'm on Catherine Ponder and Florence Scovel Shinn, Indigo. Write that down. Go listen to that book. Your word is your wand. And in finding that, when you go, the algorithm might feed you some titles underneath there. They're from that era. Those were books from like the 1920s and 1930s. But I really think that you need that information so that you can learn to communicate clearly. Because what you say out of your mouth is what the universe starts dialing up for you. If you believe. So if you believe you'll stay poor, then yes, you will. If you believe you won't find love, then no, you won't. But if you believe and know that you are not poor, you are temporarily broken, that is a condition because you fell into a lack mentality and a poverty mindset, and perhaps even a karmic cycle or lesson through the poverty matrix, because a lot of us did. But you will also know and understand that as you heal and ascend, you can come up out of this. You can change your attitude and response around money and begin to attract it. Same thing with love. If you've been hurt and believe you cannot, it's in beans. It's free on audiobook all over YouTube too, because that's where I first listened to it. If they don't want to read the PDF, you can listen to it in audiobook. That's why I say it's a super easy listen. And several of Florence Scovel Shinn's works are here, as well as Catherine Ponder's works. If you type in Catherine Ponder or Florence Scovel Shinn, several videos will pop up from multiple different creators, and you can find the full version audiobooks right here on YouTube. Yeah. So let's look at the. Ooh, it's up to you came out here and listen to your intuition. But you got to learn to, like I say, retrain your intuition. Stop leaning into victim consciousness. Why do you think you can't find love, Indigo? Just because you haven't so far doesn't mean you can't. Do you think you're unlovable? Have you been behaving in unlovable ways? All of that stuff you can change. You can change your mindset and your behavior. But from a law of attraction standpoint, we attract what we are a vibrational match to. So if you're not finding love, you might need to change your vibration before you start looking for love. Perfect timing is here. Now is the perfect moment for you to act on your inspirations. The doors are open while you walk through them with us by your side. Don't delay or procrastinate. All of the ingredients are right for your success. Everything and everyone is on your side, supporting your positive outcome. But you do need to do a little bit of educating yourself around what it takes to reprogram yourself, because all of this is programming in the matrix. What we experience, the stuff that we're going through, they're either soul lessons or experiences, or they are bandwidths of energy, if you will, based on where our energy and vibration are. It's programming. They say there's infinite realities and possibilities here. So if we've landed in some that are uncomfortable, we can change that. We just have to figure out how. And thanks to the internet, there's a lot of information out here to help us be able to do that now. See only love. Look past the seeming errors, mistakes, and misunderstandings, and see only the love within each person, including yourself. Your resolute focus upon the love that underlies every situation brings about healing in undreamed of ways. And this is something that I think people really, really need to pay more attention to. You're always the backup. Well, why would you allow yourself to be the backup? That's why you don't have love. You got to learn to love yourself. That's what I knew it. I knew it. Because that's what this seeing only love is not talking about looking for romantic love. You got to learn to see the love in other things and everything else. And you got to start with understanding your own, that you're worthy of love. This is not an issue of your undesirability. This is an issue of your feeling unworthy in yourself. You teach people how to treat you. We all do. And if you feel unworthy or have a lack of self-esteem, then you will continue to manifest people in your life that do not understand or do not appreciate or recognize your value, and continue to put you in places that cause you to have more of a lack of self-esteem. Don't allow I need you to look in your mirror, and I don't give a rat's butt what you think you look like. If little children don't go screaming the other way when you walk into a room, then I need you to look in a mirror and tell yourself you are beautiful, you are perfect exactly the way God intended you to be, and you are worthy. I don't care if you have to write that on your bathroom wall or put it on a piece of paper, tape it to the mirror to remind yourself to say that every day. And looking in the mirror doing mirror work is not easy. If you haven't been used to doing it, if you're used to keeping your head down and making yourself small, the first few times you get in that mirror and look yourself dead in the eye, you're probably going to cry like a baby, and that's okay. I need you to know that you are worthy, my dear. Okay? And don't allow yourself to be nobody's damn backup. Be alone first. Learn to walk alone. I used to be a saucy something, yes, with my fat self and all. I sit there and tell them quick, if I can't be your priority, I damn sure I'm not finna be your option. I am not a back burner, you know what, rhyme with kitsch. No, not here, not me, not never. Now, that's not to say I've never been done wrong. Of course we all do. But my fuse for that was very small. They were sorry in other ways, but a whole lot of cheating and infidelity, I ain't never had to put up with that. Because the moment I found out somebody was with somebody else, that's the last time they got access to me, period. We ain't got no conversation after that. Not finna be nobody's backup plan. Now, yep, you do have to learn to walk alone if you go that route, but it's better to walk alone than to sit there and lower your vibration by letting people use you like a dirty hand towel. Law of attraction says it is. Law of attraction says that like begets like. And if you allow those people to lower your vibration by using you that way, you'll keep manifesting more of the same. I understand that, my love. That's why I'm speaking as firmly as I am to you, because I firmly understand that something in you has led you to believe that you're unworthy, and that's what you radiate out to the world. So they just tend to not like you, even though they don't know you. You may have to spend some time learning soft skills and things like that, the art of conversation, how to open up and strike up a conversation with other people. You may be extremely shy and withdrawn. People may equate that with resting bitch face or unapproachability or any number of things. So I'm not saying you don't have to work on yourself at all, but at the end of the day, you are worthy. But a large part of that is you have to know that. And again, you say you've been bullied all your life. You try to be positive and kind, but you collapse every time. But how comfortable have you become being alone? Because again, this may be the lesson that you have to learn because you got a soul tribe right here. Subscribe, lock in, go to the other channel, subscribe and lock in because I'm telling you, we got a beautiful group. It's not a large group, but we got a beautiful group of very welcoming people. We don't really care what each other look like. Half the folks in here, I don't have no, in fact, none of them, I don't have no clue what they look like for real. It doesn't matter because we are learning to see each other's soul, our spirit, and all of us have been. I was bullied by the people in my own house. Oh, you be so pretty if you have such a pretty face if only you lose weight. Says the same people that was feeding me chocolate cake and fried pork chops. You know, my mother put me on a diet at the age of like 11 years old because once upon a time she was 5'4" and 110 pounds. And because I wasn't that, then she openly taunted me about my size my whole life, made me feel like I want nothing. She flat out told me in my face as of late in my late teen, early 20s that I was too bad to be good and too good to be bad, and no man would ever want me for anything other than my money or sex. Now, how is that for a mother to say that to her female child? I wore that pain till I was almost 40. It took me to get over that one. So I understand where you're coming from, but at the end of the day, you got to learn to be your own cheerleader, baby, because they are hurt people out there, and hurt people. And they may not ever get to a point of healing enough to reach back and apologize or even acknowledge the pain that they've caused you. But you have got to be able to see it for yourself so you can advocate for yourself. You are worthy, but you have to know that. The hell with the rest of them. If they don't never see it, you need to see it. And once you see it, you'll get a better standard for what you're willing to put up with. But as you do that, your vibration will rise. And when you do come out of your little hermit shell, from out of your little alone, whatever, and get out there in the world again, yes, learn the soft skills. Yes, learn how to make small talk and things. But when you raise your vibration and get in your worthiness, you'll look different to the world too. When they come out there, they'll see you differently. They'll start seeing you more as you are from that newer standpoint. Because right now, just from the way you ask the question, you're a damaged soul that believes you're gonna be broke, you're gonna be poor always, and that you're unworthy of love. That's the energy. Even if it's not the image, people are way more energetically astute even in their damaged state than we realize. We are transmitting and receiving mechanisms. We understand and interface with a person's energy before we even get to the point of judging what they look like. So if you are radiating poor, unlovable, unworthy, that's how you showing up in the world. And that's why you're a large part of why you're getting that too. Now, the bully thing, there are some folks that are out there that are just mentally, they just not. I mean, I still get, I don't call it bullying because I refuse not to see it that way. But every time I go on a live stream on my other channel, trolls come in there and they not even, some of them are trolling me about my beliefs and what I'm teaching. But even now in 2025, there are adult people that will go online and clown somebody for how they look, their physical appearance. I get clowned for some of everything from my forehead to the gap in my teeth to my weight to some of everything. People I ain't never seen a day in life, and they feel comfortable coming online and bullying people. It's just some sick, simple-minded fools in the world. You're gonna have to get enough self-respect and self-esteem to understand that's a them problem, not a you problem. At that point, they can't bully you no more. All they can do is look sad and pathetic for picking on somebody that they don't even know. But let's continue on here and look for see what's going on in the love scenario. Introspection will help. Daydream, see yourself in a positive light. Learn to do some creative daydreaming. Um, seeing yourself reaching out more, seeing yourself in that life that you would like to step into and be seen. The, see yourself the way you want to be seen in the world. Ooh, when you finish doing Florence Scovel Shinn and Catherine Ponder, look at Dr. Joe Dispenza's work because he has some self hypnosis or like some guided meditation, hypnosis type stuff to help you be able to kind of quantum jump into the life or experience you want to be. He talks about deciding who you want to be and then moving into that like rather quickly emotionally. And I honestly, yeah, I don't know if you get compliments. Are you able to receive compliments? You say you're very comfortable with being alone. Yeah, that's something else I want you to consider too. And I ain't want to go there because I know I get it that we all want those things, but the chosen ones, the black sheep, those who are called for a mission in life, if you're on a path of spiritual leveling up, I'm glad you're comfortable being alone because for a large part, you are going to be that way. Your light irritates most people's demons, number one. Number two, you're going to learn to vibrate on a much different frequency than most people are vibrating. So you don't belong in their circles, and that's okay. That's really okay. You don't have to stay alone though, because that's where the love part comes in. As you continue to raise your vibration, and you're not good at receiving compliments, yeah. This card came out. It said, and again, that's because of that not having enough self love, the worthiness piece, all of that. And it's not an overnight process, honey. Trust me, I still struggle with it too. But I really need you to understand you are worthy. The people, however, and again, go back and do the inner child work because something, there's trauma. You said your family is dysfunctional, and I promise you, it stems back to something. It may have seemed innocent a little at the time, but that feeling of unworthiness comes to things that were said to you as a child. That is childhood trauma all day that led you to believe that you're not worthy, and a further lie couldn't have never been spoken. And I guarantee you, if I could see you, you probably just as beautiful or handsome as you want to be, but you can't see it. 50 people could tell you how beautiful or handsome you are, and you can't hear them. I know, been there, done that, got a t-shirt. Why? Because when we get to that feeling of unworthiness, 50 people could tell you you're amazing, you're the best thing since sliced bread. But what voice do you hear? That one chattering magpie over in the corner that's miserable with themselves and they never felt decent about themselves. And they said something hurtful and hateful to you. And okay, good. I'm glad I came back. Yeah, I was saying if 50 people could tell you how wonderful you are, but the one thing that lives in your head rent free is that person, that dysfunctional person, the bully, the person that feels bad about themselves, so they went and said hurtful and hateful things to you to make you feel bad too. That's the stuff. I would look up Dr. Joe Dispenza. Not don't just jump right into his hypnosis. He has several guided meditations and hypnoses, but look into his work at large. He's got several. He showed up on a bunch of different people's podcasts about the things that he believes and what he teaches, and he talks about helping folks be able to make like these quantum shifts in their thinking, and he literally put them in the laboratory to teach them because he was saying even in some of their stuff they people get healed themselves from all sorts of things, even physical issues sometimes because of the work that he's helped them do. It is Joe, Dispenza, I think is how he spells that. But I would definitely look into his work overall. before I get there. Yeah, and we got you are healing here. Okay, we started with this accept compliments. The next time someone gives you a compliment, say thank you. Don't shrug it off, play it down, or reject the gift. You'll be denying yourself and the giver the opportunity to share in a moment of gratitude and love. Exercise your self esteem and soak in it, superstar. Think of compliments as little confidence building soul vitamins. You are worthy of praise. I just need for you to know that. Fears aren't facts. Often they're just scary thoughts or feelings. Instead of juggling your fears, invite them to tea. Offer them a cookie and have a chat. Listen to what they have to say. When we're courageous enough to be with what scares us, we receive powerful wisdom. So this is invite your fears to tea. And honestly, because this probably stems from complex PTSD centered around childhood traumas. I'm not a health professional. I'm just saying, been there, done that. I know what kind of benefited me. So I'm gonna just there is a therapist on YouTube. Her name is Christina Lopes. LOP is in Papa ES. She was a licensed therapist. I don't know if her license is still active or not, but she is on YouTube and she has you can type in Christina Lopes inner child work, and a series of videos will probably come up that may help you go give you some direction or some prompts as to how to go about doing the inner child work that may help you be able to unpack where this trauma stemmed from, and be able to help redirect and find your way to self-love. Healing happens in seasons. It can't be rushed or forced to fit a schedule. So often we curse the seeds that haven't taken root, failing to realize it's not their time. They need more water, sunlight, and care. Bullying ourselves blocks regeneration. Also, sometimes the healing we're focused on isn't the healing that's taking place. There's a much deeper healing going on. Be patient, dear one. You are healing. You said being bullied ruined you since being told since you were 6 until now at 18. I understand. And if you're on, you okay. Honestly, I'm not saying I don't want to be dismissive of your pain. I don't, because I get it. But in a way, I'm glad you're only 18, because that means that you do have a real shot at getting out ahead of this and healing from it. Okay. And it is painful. And I do understand. But you are special, honey. You couldn't be more special if you tried. And especially because of your age. There are a lot of children here, the starseed children, and your name is Indigo. You probably are an Indigo child. You didn't fit in with them because you wasn't meant to. You are here as a shaper of new earth. You just got to step into knowing who you are and why you're here, what your gifts are for, and be able to unpack them. And it is a process, but I do want you to know you are not allowed to give up. Do you hear me? You are not allowed to give up. This walk has not felt good so far, and it probably will feel worse yet, because unfortunately, we seem to be in the middle of the damn zombie apocalypse around here. There's a whole lot of unawakened souls that are literally puppets of the devil while we're in this part of the matrix. But you, beautiful soul, are being called to level up and understand who you are. And when you do, you're going to burst you're going to pop up like a phoenix rising from the ashes into your beautiful ascended self. You are here for a purpose. At this time in humanity, you came here by divine appointment, probably not even from this realm. You're probably a flipping star seed, which is probably why you're, fact of the matter, we're going to pull some cards, probably why you haven't such a hard time assimilating into this place and these people and this rough part of the matrix, because you are a star seed and you wasn't genuinely, you're not supposed to fit in. But it's not easy being here and being different and all the rest of that. I understand that. I really, really do. But trust me, I don't give a rat's booty how special they told you you're not. I'm here to tell you, I feel your energy. You are special. Don't let them people lie to you. They told you that because they don't know what to do with your energy and light. It freaks them out. Remember, did you ever see the movie, the Men in Black movies? I think it was three. At the end of three, the girl, when they had the little planet on the cat's chain, that world was on the cat's chain, and they took her up to the roof, and she had to leave or whatever, and they was talking about it was raining, and she was like, "It's raining. I'm sad," and he was like, "No, honey, it's raining because you're sad." She didn't have any idea that literally the weather on this planet was controlled by her emotions because she was that special, and she had no idea. Now, I ain't saying you control the weather on the planet, but I'm saying you're way more special than you know. I promise you, you're way more special than you know. Um, let's see. I want to get you some healing here, right here and right now. So we're gonna do a little something, something. I don't work with this deck all that much, but I'm being called to pull it. I mean, I work with it, but typically not in a live stream because it's longer messages. Let me get some light rolling here too. I need a little bit of light. Okay, that's better. Um, yeah. Right now this gonna sound harsh, but knowing that you're 18, I'm glad you haven't found quote unquote love right now, because from this standpoint, with this feeling of unworthiness and people having told you you're unworthy, so you're literally spinning in that energy, almost guaranteed that whatever you would generate in the love department right now would only just chew you up and spit you out worse, because your energy is in such a place that that's what you're going to attract, is somebody that's going to take unfair advantage and hurt you further. You got to heal first, and then you will be able to attract far from a far different place. There are a lot of decent people out here, and you can attract them, but you got to be a vibrational match to them first and decide who and what you want to be. Dreams, believe in your dreams though. You're not out of place. Whatever you want wants you to. You just have to know it and understand it enough to reach into. Oh, Archangel Raphael is coming out here. Provider of healing for mind, body, and spirit. Do call on Raphael to help you, because he is the great healer. Call on Michael for protection and out Raphael for healing. And for spiritual guidance, call on Yeshua, please. Follow your intuition. Yeah, you got to retrain your intuition just a wee bit, but raise your standards with Peacock. Yeah, standards for yourself. Like I say, we're not just gonna be on the desperate and showing up for anybody and everybody that show up. No, no, no. We're gonna become our amazing self so people understand that we kind of a big deal. The reward, celebrate your magnificence, but you got to see your magnificence first. I'm trying to tell you, it's here though. Pull back to propel forward. You're in great company. Now you walk alone, so you still are in great company. But when you do this and start understanding that, like I say, you'll understand family. Sometimes family is a trap. It's just a gateway that gets us here. Sometimes you have family has to be what you make it. You may have to select, like say, find soul family, soul tribe. And like I say, you're in a great spot. So for this you were born, foster your intention and for incarnating in this dimension. And there's never a crowd on the leading edge. That's why I say you may have to go it alone for a little bit. Ocean of emotion. Find a safe place to express your true feelings came out for you too. And genuinely express them. Don't let somebody keep tamping you down because they tell you that you're just supposed to show up and accept whatever they tell you. That's a lie. That's a bald faced lie. Let's see if we can get you an animal. Hey, Robin, how are you, my dear? Hey, Latoya, welcome, welcome. Nope, you haven't missed your turn yet. I just got a little deeper into indigo because they need us a little bit right now. Oh, awesome, Robin. Well, you are certainly welcome, my love. Yeah, you're being called to mastery, indigo, and that is a lonely path, unfortunately. But honestly, like I said, you have the advantage of being young. So I wish I could tell you, oh, get used to it or whatever, that you'll be fine. I get it at that age and stage. You want to be out there with your friends and all the rest of that stuff. But most of those people are on a path to self destruction that it's going to take them genuinely till they're 45, 50 years old to unwind. If you can, if you're being called on a path of mastery and can kind of see some of that nonsense and avoid some of those pitfalls earlier on and just get right down to the spiritual part, you can call in soul family and a love that is going to allow you to ascend further than if you was out there doing all the stupid stuff that people your age group generally tend to do before they hunker down and get busy with the self um, knowledge and the self love that leads them in a different place. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Robin. I appreciate you. And you likewise, Miss. Um, with this mastery, you're on a spiritual journey beyond the sky. Let go of the past and soar. You are guided by the winds of spirit. Your wisdom inspires the world, or it will. You may be young yet, but that doesn't mean you don't have something here to teach. Because a lot of you're young, but I strongly suspect this ain't your first rodeo on this planet. You're probably an old soul that just forgot that part. Because how many 18-year-olds are out watching tarot trying to get answers? So the fact that you're even focused that way at this point, it kind of lets me know that you're an old soul or older. Sea Turtle is here with protection. You are a master of finding life's flow, be in harmony with the rhythm, and your path will unfold. Persevering, you will succeed. You have everything you need to be protected and happy. You don't know it yet, but that's one of the reasons I'm reading these to let you know. Sometimes spirit have to show up and remind you that you're kind of a big deal when the world and beat you down to the point that you forgot who you were, because that's all this is. Our memories get wiped when we come through, so you don't remember. But yeah, you somebody. You just got to figure that part out. You are a bright energy. Let go, let worry go, and be happy here and now. Feel good about being a loving and colorful you. You bless the world with color and good luck. Ladybug is out here. And if you notice, you don't never really see a whole bunch of ladybugs together. They're usually alone, but they're considered very auspicious bugs. So now let's see, we're gonna look at this Lemurian star child and see what's going on over there. I'm trying to see. Okay. Let me get a card. Oh, breathe the sun. Pineal activation presence. Relax and let go. Let's see what else we got here. That's a lot. Hold on. Okay. Opening the heart is here with right to love and be loved, heart healing. Depths of love are here with let go of fear to jump into love, let go beyond attachments. Blessing beyond the soul path is here. Honor all life, exchange of joy without karma or sacrifice. Divine Cosmic Mother Womb is here. You are loved. You are safe. Rest now. Sleep well. But we also had Crystal Child came out here with this Cosmic Source, Way of the Pearls, and the Family of Light. Like I said, that's an awful lot of cards that popped out. So I don't want to take all of them, but I do want to look at this Crystal Child here and this opening the heart and the depth of love, because I think there may be a message there for you. Dr. Joe Dispenza, Joedis is in Sam, P is in Papa, ENZ is in Zebra, IA. If you type it in the search, then you'll see it. I haven't figured out yet how I can type into here. Hold on. Nope, it's not going to allow me. Yeah, while I'm actually streaming, it won't let me chat into here. Hey, Andrew, welcome in. There are a couple folks ahead of you, but I am going to put you on the list. If you're willing to stick around, we will pull some cards for you. I'd be happy to take a look. But right now, let me see. Yeah. With this crystal child, let me look here. Hold on. You're welcome, Indigo. I'm not quite done yet. We're going to get there, though. Hold on. This is the crystal child stands for wisdom. Your natural core is pure, it's innocent, removing falsehood, a seer, a clear channel, wonder of life in you, gift for the new earth. Know and enjoy your own energies, clear out the energies. It says, dear, oh, that's for being a parent. Hold on. Trying to see. Being of the crystalline vibration, did you ever feel like a sponge soaking up other people's emotions? If it was you trying to choose a crystal while others hurry, you might feel their stress. Allow your guides to speak with you to reassure you that you don't need to take it in. You can find ways to keep your energy clear to be in your sovereignty. Do you get tired from being around people? If someone tries to use your sensitivity to dump their emotions, you don't need to be affected. Be discerning so that you can give these emotions back, not by force, but rather by the power of your crystalline light. Imagine that you are in Lemuria and you are looking for sea crystals on the beach. Out of all the crystals that you find, you choose one to take your current incarnation. This is exactly the right vibration, the crystal that honors your birthright. Remember this crystal so you stay in your power and confidence. You have come to earth with a divine purpose, crystal and being. You are here to raise the vibration. It isn't hard sometimes. Isn't it hard sometimes when people don't want your light on their shadow, when they make you into a culprit? Remember the sovereign path of your true self so you can stand in your power. The message for you today is that you can be sovereign, that no one can stop you from celebrating the adventure of life. Can you embrace who you are, or do you feel like a victim of society? You can use your sensitivity to your advantage by reading people's energy so that you know how they truly feel. When there is a readiness, you can use this wisdom to communicate with them on a deeper level. Crystalline being, connect with to ancient Lemurian wisdom to use crystals for energy clearing and healing. You can raise your own vibration and heal others, which they will much appreciate. Be confident to shine your light so that they can recognize you and so that you step into your true self and purpose. And I don't know if you're used to working with crystals. As I was reading that, amethyst came, of course. Amethyst is my main crystal. And you may want to get you amethyst and put some amethyst on you. But also, now I don't work with this crystal very much, but as I was reading that, I heard angelite. So you might want to get a piece of angelite or angelite jewelry. I don't know what that is, if that will help calm where you are, or and even maybe adventurine too. I'm hearing that. Amethyst, adventurine, and angelite. You might want to look up their properties. I can't tell. I'm not enough of a crystal mama to be able to get into all of their spiritual properties right now, but look them up. And if that sounds good and feels good to you, you may want to consider getting like a piece of jewelry or an amulet or a worry stone or something with those particular crystals and work with them if you choose to get some crystals. Though I will tell you from the very beginning, when you first get them, put them in a bowl of salt first to clear whatever other outside energies may be on them. Set them in salt for a minimum of 24 hours up to like 3 or 4 days to clear their energy. And then when you take them out of the salt, of course, wipe them off or rinse them off or whatever you need to do. And then hold it and set an intention for it with you. Bond with that crystal and don't let anybody and everybody touch your crystals. Let that be there for your healing and work with the energy of those crystals, okay? Now let's move on here. I want to see a couple more things for you. See if I can get a shamanic star wisdom card for you. Ooh, something flipped over here. Let me see what this is. Hold on. I know I saw something that flipped. It didn't look. Oh, that's the Ram card came out of this other deck with perseverance. You have many gifts. No problem can withstand the power of your mind. With patience, you can reach your mountaintop. Never give up, and good luck will follow. Oh, that message resounded with you too, Robin. Good. Yeah. If you're being called to work with crystals, and from time to time, all crystals can't go in the sun, so make sure that you have a sun tolerant crystal. But if you have a crystal that can tolerate sunlight, charge it in the sun from time to time. If your crystal is not tolerant of sunlight, then charge it with the moon. You can put it out in the full moon to clear it and charge it. Oh, indigo. Lemurians and Atlanteans came out here. Cleansing external energies came out. We just talked about cleansing them crystals. Maybe you need to do some soul cleansing as well to get whatever is on you off. And I can't fully show this because they're partially naked, but soul partnership came out here. So I definitely want to see, since you're looking for love and want to see what's on the horizon for you. Not right now. You got some healing work to do. But after you do that, it looks like there is partnership here available for you. Let me see here. Be cleansed by water. Although most star groups are reborn primarily to heal and teach, others come to a planet like Earth to exploit its resources for their own advantage or to pursue dark purposes. Negative aliens are multidimensional entities and energy structures that have lost their connection to the light filled source and take energy from people and other beings in order to survive. They feel no emotions but have highly developed mental powers. They implant negative thought patterns and feed like parasites on negative feelings such as fear, guilt, envy, and vengefulness, and all that goes with them: inhuman value systems, exploitation, power, greed, violence, and so on. So you were saying that you were plunked down in a dysfunctional family. They very well could be the hosts. Look, Yeshua told us in the scriptures, we war not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities. That's kind of sort of what this is. They couldn't tell us in the Bible we got aliens that come in and feed off our energy, but that's exactly what it is. They call them demons according to the scriptures, but I mean, it's not genuinely demons in the sense that Christianity didn't taught us that. They are negative entities that do feed off of negative energy. So they keep a lot of negative energy stirred up on this planet. And you could have come down here right in the middle of them to be God's little secret weapon in the army of light. But you got to rise and ascend and know that. If you sense that you're encountering star seeds either in the mental, energetic plane, or even physically on Earth, you will be able to distinguish dark, negative beings from light filled, positive beings by their energy. If you experience bad feelings during contact with them, physically or emotionally, the entity with which you are dealing is not positive, however beautiful or attractive they may look. You can cleanse yourself of these external energies so that your life can flow again. Water, in particular, will help you do this, remembering that our bodies are largely made up of water. And I would encourage you Take a bath if you can. If you can get in a tub of water, not a shower. You take the shower part first, but then run a bath of warm water, and you'll continue. You want to keep these items in your house so you can do it again. You can get cleansing baths from the Botanica and all of that, but you ain't even got to get fancy. Get you some Epsom salt, some regular salt or sea salt preferably, but any kind of salt, Epsom salt, and baking soda. And occasionally you can put a little cinnamon and brown sugar in it too, just a little bit in that bath water with the cinnamon because it'll gunk up the works. But do that and cleanse your aura. That is a basic spiritual bath that can help clear your energy field to keep the it'll honestly it'll help remove some of the mind chatter from some of that stuff. Those energies genuinely, they come after us energetically, so that'll help. um We also had Lemurians and Atlanteans here. That may be where some of your folks may be reaching out for you. I don't know. Act for the good of Gaia. According to the myths of Aboriginal peoples of Australia, the indigenous inhabitants of North and South America, the Polynesians, and other ancient cultures, this soul group was the first community of incarnated star children on Earth and interbred with our ancient Pleiades ancestors. They lived in Lemuria and Atlantis, which both disappeared beneath the waves thousands of years ago. The inhabitants of Lemuria were highly developed. Their bodies were originally equipped excuse me, with 12 strand DNA, thanks to which they could live for hundreds of years and communicate telepathically. They were clairvoyant and lived in peace and harmony with all for millennia, although their civilization was ultimately destroyed through greed, violence, and disease. However, their ideas, technologies, and spiritual qualities were preserved. Some members of this soul group entered the sea, becoming whales, dolphins, and sea people. Many became star seeds in the reincarnation cycles of other planets across the universe, including Earth. How to tell if you're a Lemurian or Atlantean? Okay, Robin, that's cool. That's cool. Oh, about the aura cleansing, I can mention it. I'll even try to remember to put. If I don't remember to put it in the group chat, remind me and I'll tell you, or do a little video talking about it or something. Yeah. If you feel a connection to the stars, but you sense that your deepest roots lie in Gaia, Mother Earth, dolphins and whales fascinate you. You enjoy healing and helping others. You are strongly attracted to crystals, sensitive and telepathic. You are also idealistic and want to make life on Earth more beautiful. You are a good teacher and a leader. And I honestly, well, I have a very strong Atlantean connection because the Anunnaki are the original Atlanteans. So yeah, and I honestly feel like you probably identify with some of that as well, Indigo. We have soul partnership here. You are living in great love. The universe has heard your heart's desires and is giving you the gift of great love. If you're holding this card in your hands, this set of cards, you probably are seeking new, true, and loving relationships and paths in life. You may already be aware that you are light and love. Um, a spark of the great source. If you can leave old patterns of behavior behind and recognize yourself as the radiant being that you are, your life will automatically change and you will attract new opportunities, abundance, and successful relationships. The impetus of life is guiding you so that your wish will come true and a great love will enter your life, making your heart beat faster with excitement and passion. This partnership will come to you entirely naturally. There is no need for concern. Just enjoy the journey, and heaven will take care of the details. Okay. Hmm. So, that, dear one, you said you really needed to hear something positive. You lost one. Oh, my goodness. My condolences to you, dear one. Absolutely. Mm, yeah, I'm definitely glad that you were able to find some solace here then in this message because yeah, and we're here. Like I said, subscribe to the channel and please don't be a stranger. Do come back. um, if you are interested in it, I don't know if you want to join it or not. I have like a WhatsApp group. It's a fairly small group, but we Can we reach out? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Indigo. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Yeah. Please email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com. The email address is in the About section of the channel on the page. Email me there and I will send you a link to our WhatsApp group. We can have group discussions and things that we can't necessarily get into here on YouTube, but there's a beautiful group of people there that if you need to reach out to somebody and talk to somebody and whatever, we're there to lift each other up. And I would be very, very honored to invite you to that group if you're willing to join. Okay. And again, my condolences to you. That is, oh my goodness. Like I said, man, hurt people. But yeah, that's way too far right there. That is way, 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 way too far. Mm, mm, mm. Wow. Well, thank you for even being able to find your way here today instead of being caught in the despair of that, because I know that is a terrible thing that you're going through right now. I do see them, and I appreciate you. I see them going up. I appreciate you. Are you complete, dear Indigo? Are we good here though? I mean, I know you're not truly good. I hope you'll still stick around and get other messages and as I continue to answer questions for others. But I am gonna move on to our next questions here in just a moment. Um, Latoya, are you still here? Andrea, did you come back, dear? Oh, Latoya, yay. Can you put your question in the chat one more time for me, baby? Because I forgot. And I don't know if I can even scroll up that far. Well, I could probably scroll up that far, but I'm putting these cards away. So if you would be kind enough to put your question back in the chat, and we'll get started here in just a moment. I gotta light some more incense too. And while you do that, I'm also going to step away from here for just a moment. I'm going to close the camera for a wee little bit. I need to step away for just a second. Oh, a general? Okay. I'm happy to do that, but bear with me one moment here and we'll get locked and loaded here. I'm going to take my mic off for a second. I think y'all know where I'm fitting to head, but just give me a minute and I'll be right back. I'm also going to do this just in case the commercials come. I don't want to get copyright where y'all can't hear your own readings and replay. patience. Whew. All right, let's see here. Get that back on track. Get that rolling again. Oh yeah, Robin. He said, I see the laugh emojis, I see the hearts going up, and I'm hoping that Indigo will join our group and we can kind of love on them a little bit because that's a rough one. And so much at such a young age too. They're only 18 and going with all of that. He said, Michael been talking to you, you're learning to trust and work on your relationship. You talking about Archangel Michael? Oh, you're welcome, dear. Like I said, be sure to email me though. Don't forget, I don't put the group link here in the chat because it's not an active link anyway. And I got a lot of trolls and stuff that hang around in the shadows. But if you email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com, I'll send you a link to the WhatsApp group. I hesitate to put my real phone number here on YouTube because like I say, there's some folks that are less than kind and they don't need my real phone number. So I'll email you the link if you'll send me that email. And then that way there's a little network of folks that if you're kind of in that lonesome energy, there's a lot of older black sheep there that'll love on you and hug you right up. And everybody in the group isn't old. I mean, we got some folks that are like in their early 20s and stuff in there as well. But I'm saying they understand black sheep energy. They also understand what it's like to be in that spot and need somebody, and they're not judgmental. So if you need to talk to somebody, cry it out, scream it out, whatever, it's a beautiful group of people that can be there for you a little bit. Okay. Yeah. All right. Now, Miss Latoya, we're doing a general for you. Let's see. Are you wanting to call in love, or are you good in the love department, Miss Latoya? Is your money right? Is your love right? Do you want to know about your spirituality? Can we have some kind of a hint into the direction you'd like for me to look at a little bit? Or you want to just see what spirit come up with on its loan, on the own lonesome? We can do that too, because usually spirit do get around to the heart of the problem. But I was just trying to short circuit it a little bit for you, if possible. And I'm not sure exactly why I'm wanting to pull out this tarot of the Orishas, but for some reason that deck wants to come out, Miss Latoya. So we gonna see. This might get a little deep up in her with the Orishas coming out. I'm like, okay. They don't really come out a whole lot. Like Michael been talking to you, yeah. Whatever spirit see, okay. That's awesome though, Robin, that Michael is showing up for you like that. Hey, Cece, what's up? What's up, girl? I hope all went well at the doc for you. You taking long? You dealing with your son and keeping up with me too? I'm so sorry. No, you're fine. I'm sorry it took that long to get to you, but like I say, it was like some stuff. I gotta learn to do shorter readings, but I don't know. I be nosy too. I be wanting to know until I get a clear answer. I'm gonna keep going until I'm comfortable, or the person tells me that they're really resonating with what I'm saying. Yeah, I gotta take a look. All right, Latoya, we're gonna see what we see. Ooh, on the split, my dude Legua is out here. That's the road opener. And Zapana making his second appearance for me as well. That's something that's like the keeper of health. Oh, that's what's up. I'm loving that. I love to hear it. It went fabulously well. That's what I'm talking about for sure. Ooh, Latoya. The Bauble of Risha is at the bottom of this deck. That is the Holy Man. And the Two of Fire is here too. In this deck, the Two of Wands, even though, I mean, normally the Two of Fire is about ideas moving forward or your manifestations moving into place, there is still an energy, somewhat of a partnership feel in the Tarot of the Orishas, because these two lions are sitting there and it's literally a male and female lion guarding this vault door. So that sounds kind of like sacred union, but you are at some kind of a crossroads because Eshu is here, but so is Yemaya. Mm, the Five of Earth and the Two of Water. Is the money in the way of the love? Ooh, and the Five of Air. Is it the money or the haters? It's in the way of the love. The Seven of Fire is here. Oh, this sounds like outside haterade. They coming at you from all angles a little bit. Let me see here. What else come up out of this deck? The Nine of Earth is here. Ooh, the Man, which is star energy, and the Ace of Fire. That's what I'm talking about. Hold on, hold on. So the Nine of Pentacles, the Star, and the Ace of Wands. And the Ace of Cups or water right beside it. Fairies and sylphs popped out for you. Oba. Ooh, and the Ace of Pentacles. Girl. With the Three of Cups and Oba. And the Three of Swords is at the bottom of the deck with a message from water. And the Ace of Air is right here at the top. So all four aces technically showed up for you since I pulled this. And look, you had the fairies and sylphs, undines and mermaids, the Ace of Air, and the message from water on the top of the deck. The Three of Air, Karma, and the 10 of Fire at the bottom of the deck. So I truthfully don't want to pull them, except for the fact that right underneath all three of those is a Legua and Iku with the Three of Wands. So yeah, whatever was uncomfortable, like you said, it's really not. You like you say, your money is good. Um, yeah, it's gonna stay good. It may have been a little hiccup in the past, but from what I'm seeing here, where was that with the? It may just be that 5-5 because it looks like you got a couple of reset messages here. You got these aces, three aces that hit the table with these all of these orishas surrounding it. You had, is there another 7 here? No. Yeah, it was like 5 of Pentacles, 5 of Swords with this 2 in the middle. Maybe in the past, somewhere in the past, y'all had some either money trouble and or people around you, maybe people around you trying to cause money trouble or trying to break you up. I don't know. Unless that's a relationship that is not yet coming in, that is to be coming in. I don't know. Either way, it's gonna be all good because you got all kinds of spiritual protection dancing around here. The undines and mermaids, the fairies and the sylphs. You got Oba, Yemaya, Eshu, the Baba Larisha. You sitting here in the star energies with the Man, and then karma is usually a balancing of your good karma. But then on the back end, you got Iku. and Elegua, the road opener, and this rebirth cycle. So yeah. And the three of water and the three of wands. The three of water, the three of cups is celebration. The three of wands is movement forward. So like you said, there ain't nothing to worry about on that regard. There really ain't. Let me get a message here from the goddesses. Masks. Have we been wearing them or do we need to wear them? Truthfully, oh, miracles. Let me see what else come up out of this deck. I was going to start pulling from the top and the bottom, but I want to see what pops out. Ooh, like that. Joy, be careful of self-sabotage, though, because that popped out, but we're not going to. I'm going to get a little further clarity on that. Esazaya. And Oya is out here with storms. Okay. I love this Oya card. I mean, all of these cards are beautiful images, but yeah, I really, really love that. Ooh. Giving and receiving and grief. It's interesting though, because Ma'at is here with giving and receiving, and then Allah is here with grief. But honestly, I don't think it's your grief. And even the warning with the self-sabotage, I honestly don't see it as a major issue in light of all these other cards. You got Jumbi here with mask and then miracles right beside it. So that honestly, to me, I don't even see that as masks being a negative thing. I honestly feel like with the other cards that came out here with it, this looks like a spiritual leveling up, doors opening, abundance coming. You got all these aces coming. You're ending these karmic cycles. And when you step into this miracle season here with Ayazan, I think the mask came out to just tell you to just be careful who you are completely, you can't be completely transparent with everybody when you step into this kind of abundance. And especially if you're coming in somewhere in your camp at some point, there's been somebody that's either bringing you mental conflict or been trying to. Maybe they throwing a little evil eye and shade. They smiling in you. What is it? What's that song say? Smile in your face all the time. They want to take your place. The backstabbers. That part. Um, and for them, you may have to, like I said, the idea of wearing masks. Believe. I mean, it has a connotation of being deceptive, but that's just being self-preservationist or self-preserving because they can't share in your vision. It's not theirs. And when you start receiving all of these blessings coming forth, they can't sit at your table. You're going to be generous with this and do quite a bit because my aunt is here with giving and receiving, but it's not to be given to them ones that was sending the shade with this 5-5 energy. It really ain't. And I think that's why this 7 of fire came out here too. Look at this dragon. The dragon is trying to get him from above. Now, usually the 7 of wands will show somebody rising above, like the seventh wand is above, and then the other 6 from below. So it's literally the feeling of rising above the fray. In this case, the attack is coming from within, from above, but he still got this shield. He's okay, and that's the energy of the 7 of wands. There's somebody out there, but again, this kind of level up come with haters. Of course they're gonna, like Cat say, if you ain't got but 2 haters, you need to figure out how you gonna get 3. But you're gonna be okay. You have this shield in place because with the 9 of Pentacles, that is for sure. You work through your karma. It's harvest season. Like that's personal luxury and wealth. But when you in the star energy with the ace of fire, the ace of water, and the ace of earth right behind it, and like I said, the other one, the ace of air came out too. There's truth and clarity. There's a leg wise opening roads for you. This rebirth is gonna bring some money with it too. Um, mm-mm-mm. Yeah, let me pull these. Mm, I want this one. And hold on a second. I'm trying to find a particular deck that I wanted to. Oh, here you go. My bad. A couple of them. Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. Anubis stuck to the book over here, but I'm gonna shuffle and see what come out of here. Ooh, Sobek is here with rest and endings, but again, we'll see what actually pops all the way out. Yeah, I'm glad you say you believe it because you might not even actively know. Sometimes these people be smiling in your face, and you may not never see. Kebsanov is here with fire spirit. I'm gonna read the book on that. Ooh, and the sarcophagus is here with initiation. Offset temple, sacred ceremony, and scarab, spiritual transformation. Divine alchemist, turn challenges into wisdom. That part. Angel of peace, inner tranquility and balance is here. Elder of the trees, deeply connect with nature for guidance. But I'm also seeing here at the bottom of the deck, the sword of justice, fight for truth. And this reminds me of Ace of Swords energy, basically, again. Wait a minute, how did these flip all over? That's kind of interesting. I don't remember doing that. Ooh, when I did pull this out, the one that flipped out at me though was Star Oracle. Connect with the with the mystical energy of the cosmos. Honestly, this kind of looked like with Eshu and the Baba Larisha and Yemoya coming out in the first part of this reading around you before that 5-5 energy, and then that was flanking this 2 of water energy. It looks like your ancestors been kind of they've been going to bat for you a lot more than you may even know. And that's good. You ain't when it's all running smoothly, you ain't supposed to know. But trust and believe. Oya is here with the storms and these miracles and all this other stuff too. They've been running interference, been blocking. And that's good. Keep your energy nice and high so they can keep on blocking for you. But I do want to look at the book meaning on this for the offset temple. Let me see. Onset Temple was situated on Philae Island. Hold on a second. What in the world? Okay. For countless thousands of years and known as a place of miracles and healings, now relocated to a nearby island due to flooding, it is still a powerful and beautiful temple. Sacred ceremonies are still conducted there when possible by her now reincarnated priestesses in the inner temple known as the Holy of Holies, once reserved for her high priests and priestesses. The channel message from Aset. My soul lives in this temple. In ancient days, the priestesses of Aset anointed my statue with frankincense and myrrh and invoked my spirit there and cared for me on every level. Thus I could spread my blue healing light over the temple. Then all of Egypt, so peace and healing were available to all. Perhaps you even remember being there with me. And as far as abundance, the message is lots of spiritual abundance, but not much money due to past life vows. Seek karmic release for this. But you said your money is okay. So as far as health, is a positive for sudden resolution of health concerns with family. Family members who seem lost to you will return suddenly. Family differences will settle. The situation that troubles you will be resolved and miracles will occur in your life. And Ayazan did come out here with miracles. So in love, it says you're being called to focus on spiritual development at this time so that later a true divine star soulmate will manifest for you. Or if you already have somebody in your life, then maybe you'll be on a different plane. Things will evolve to another level with you. Hey, Leo, 132, welcome, welcome. Leo, when we get it, let me put you on the list here. We'll pull for it. I got a couple folks ahead of you. So, and I'm going to keep it fair. And I'm not going to try to answer your question right now until it's your turn. Because right now I'm working with Latoya. But I am placing you down here and we'll work our way to you, Leo 1328. Stick around, or you might get your answer even before it gets to be your turn. Sometimes it kind of works out that way, but we'll see what happens. Next we have the sarcophagus. Well, actually, Kipsinef will be the first one. 29. This fire spirit, hawk-headed Kipsinef, is one of the four sons of Horus said to inhabit the human body as the fire spirit. He's best known as one of the funerary quaternary of canopic jars that held the organs of the deceased, and in this case, the intestines. Kupsinif can be called upon to increase the fire and energy levels in your body, and he helps with nutrient absorption. You'll feel his protective presence if you request it as a warm, fluttering energy, and he can assist you greatly with self-healing. And the channel message is, I come now from the west to give you new life, for I am Kubsanuf, he who refreshes his brethren with fire energy. Know if you visit Egypt, I can help you or hinder you. So be aware of this and invoke me respectfully. My energy is in your intestines, so invoke me and you will feel my energy. Work with me and dear Sekhmet, for many changes are coming to your life. Trying to see in the future, it says unaffected by your current situation, the situation will settle and pass, but you will absorb the wisdom from it. And then we have sarcophagus. The sarcophagus in the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid at Giza Plateau was only ever used for spiritual initiations and never as a tomb. After about 12 years training and following initiations in the queen's chamber, the high priest and priestesses would spend 3 days laying in here as a final initiation as they travel down in their soul to the mystical halls of Amenti below the Great Pyramid. Those that passed would have amazing powers of healing and prophecy. This is a place, the message is, this is a place of alchemy, and know as you lay here that white light beings enter your body and transform what is heavy and dense into pure white light. Transformation and change occurs as you experience. Let me get to the next page. As you experience first bliss, then later a time of separation and reformation of the physical body occurs. Some 21 days later, the alchemy is complete, but you will always be different now on all levels. You too are going through a testing time, but know the challenges are worthwhile and the rewards for your patience will be great. In the future messages, miracles, magic, and enhanced psychic and spiritual awareness is coming your way. And like I said, maybe that's what this, well, ain't no maybe. That's why Eshu has you over here at the crossroads, but then we get over here with Iku and Alegua, the road opener. This is literally transformation and open roads. And of course, the Three of Wands is movement towards it. It's on the way, like on the way. Um, and last but not least, we have Scarab here with the spiritual transformation, which is a 33 card. This got real spiritual. That's like I said, they all stood. There's a whole bunch of folks showed up for you, but yeah, big time spiritual reading here. Kepra or Kepera, excuse me, is the Lord of becoming, the one who becomes. This is the form of Ra, the sun god, as the rising sun, and the ancient Egyptian name for the sacred beetle. The scarab is the symbol of the transforming qualities of the sun. A scarab was placed over the heart of the deceased during mummification to ensure the spirit was liberated in the afterlife. The channeled message from Kipara: I am reborn and I come into being, hence I am Ra, the rising sun. Observe at first just a beetle or being of no awareness, and then you will see an emergence. Great change is occurring for you now as you awaken into higher consciousness, and coming from the darkness into the light, I can bring only joy. Uh, Divine intervention has occurred on your behalf, so thank me by meditating upon my image for further transformation. And the future message is excellent after a time of rest and inward looking as you are reborn into higher consciousness. And finally, very last ones here for you today. We're going to pull some ancient Egypt messages. Sounds good. Hey, I know that's right. Oh, that's quite a lot. I'm not going to take all of those. I only need a couple. Yeah, like I say, a few little hiccups showed, but I don't think that's your energy. That just looked like some folks that was, they may have been sticking around. I honestly don't think they was trying to do the ugly boogly. Sometimes people throw evil eye and shade just because they jealous. They don't understand. And like I say, your guides took care of it. They was blocking and fit. They was popping and locking and blocking when you ain't even know, which is the way it's supposed to be. So I love that. We came out here with Anubis's transformation guidance. Embrace personal transformation. Identify areas where you wish to grow and set clear intentions for change. Take action steps towards self improvement and personal development. Interesting, because Sobek's guidance, it was there with a bunch of other cards, but it was too many for me to take, and it popped out again. Strive for balance in your daily life. Manage your time and energy efficiently to avoid burnout. Incorporate both work and relaxation into your routine for overall well-being. And then Horus's direction guidance. Seek clear direction in your current endeavors, set specific goals, and outline a plan to achieve them. Regularly review your progress and adjust your course as needed. In other words, you got this. You got this. You ain't new to this, you true to this. Good job. Like for real. Spirit ain't really come out with no pops on the wrist for you. That's just kind of like giving you some warm hugs, some attaboys, letting you know they see you and keep doing your thing. Ain't a whole lot I can add to that other than good job. All right, all right. Let me get this put away. And then next up is Andrea. Are you here yet? And if not, Amanda, are you here? Andrea or Amanda, one of y'all. Either of y'all. Oh, you're very welcome, my love. My pleasure. My pleasure. Absolutely my pleasure. Okay. All right. Next up, let me see. After Andrea and Amanda, is Sarah still here? I'm trying to just go in the list. We're gonna get there though, Andrew. I promise. It's either Sarah or Earth Fallen Rising, right? Latoya she figured it all out. She got the secrets to the universe. I wish I was that together, but we getting there. We getting there. I'm a work in progress too, y'all. So hey. Sarah or Earth Fallen Rising 411 for 13 or 4113. Sarah, okay, you just listening. You didn't need me to pull no cards for you. Okay, no worries. I wrote put them down as I saw them come in, just in case. If you want to ask for one, you could. But yo, you just listen. All right, we're not gonna get up in your business if you ain't ready for us to be in your business. And like I said, you get a message regardless. So yeah, it's all good. Earth Fallen Rising or Drea Healing with Mama Love. Are you still here? Although we did kind of pull Andrea's energy a little bit earlier, but I'm writing them down, like I said, the order in which they came. You welcome. I appreciate you being here listening. I really do. I appreciate the company. Ooh, ooh. I don't want to get in your business, Mama, but this ain't a bad message to have because as soon as I did, Oshun and Oba or Yansa popped out here. Yeah, that's beautiful little energy though. Yeah, out here on your behalf. So good, good. Let me put this here. All right. So no Drea, no Earth Fallen. Andrew, ding, ding, ding. That's you, boo. And then Leo 1328, you'll be next. So Andrew, what's your question, my dear? I don't forget. My bad. What's ahead for you in October and November? October and November. Let's see. Hmm. A minute ago, something popped ahead, and I'm trying to catch that thought again. What's ahead? This is so not the deck that I meant to pull. Ooh, maybe inner peace though, because that card was coming along. I was looking for this deck, but this was stuck to another deck. It said you're letting outside circumstances create turmoil and frustration within you. Remember, you always have the power to choose your response. Let inner peace attract a higher vibrational outcome for you. I don't know if that means something to you or not, but we're gonna take a look at some cards here and see October and November. Oh, I remember the deck that was it came back. Mm. I wasn't trying to pull this deck either, but this came along. The gravity of excellence. I pursue excellence. I am not paralyzed by perfection, but my excellence is evident in every effort. This mindset pulls success to me like gravity. Are you in the middle of trying to like manifest something really big, maybe a rebirth or some kind of a reset, or willing something into being? Because it looked like it might be on its way, if that's any indication. But we're going to take a deeper look at the cards and kind of see what's going on over here. You hoping so? Well, hey, it looks so far. Like I said, we only had one card out there, and that was a hitchhiker, but we're going to take a look and see. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to make sure I keep that muted so we don't get in trouble. Do pay attention to your grounding, though. You may want to go outside and do a little barefoot meditate and get your feet on Gaia and connect with your guides out there in meditation. Ooh. Miracles. You're being asked to pay extra close attention to all the big and small miracles that have already occurred in your life, and also to those that are currently occurring and are still to come. Miracles surround you. Be on the lookout for them. I like that. Ooh, it said decisions, contemplations are here between either two people or two paths to stay or to go. But we're going to look a little further. Ooh, something you done carried too long. No, it says shame. You've carried this burden for too long. It's time to release the guilt you've placed on yourself and start a new chapter in your life. Set a new goal and begin to take action toward happiness. And abundance is here at the bottom of the deck. You're being asked to open to abundance, to believe that you're deserving of it, and believe that it will flow to you. This is the first important step towards receiving it. Breathe deeply and trust that it's on the way. A new endeavor is upon you, and it may require new knowledge and skills. Put the intention out there to the universe, and the right teacher will soon find you. You said, oh, wow, is that setting off some bells for you? They're not alarm bells. I hope they're angel bells that are letting you know some confirmation here. Because that all sounds really good. Really, really good. Now let's see what else we got over here. Yeah, I don't think that's that. Be present. Yeah, this goes back to this grounding thing. Grounding came out, but I didn't pull it. I saw it in the split, so I put it back. And now I was called to pull a card off the top of the deck, and the card is be present. You are ungrounded and spending too much time in your head. Something has caused you to retreat to your mind. It's time to bring consciousness to it so you can resolve it and start living life more fully again. Now, there is a time and place to be in your head if you're manifesting something, but don't say so suck in your head that you truthfully wind up accidentally manifesting the absence of the thing that you're wanting. If you worry at it too hard, you will literally wind up manifesting the absence of it. It's kind of like the kids that keep asking, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Just makes the trip take longer. What do they say? A watch pot never boils. It's that kind of energy. So just be careful about that. Be more present. Do ground when in meditation and stuff, but then also make conscious moments to get out of your head, and don't spend all day daydreaming and fantasizing about the thing you're trying to bring in. Do live life somewhat also. It's resonating greatly. Good. Yep, you manifesting right now. Let's see what's going on. Overthinking and worrying, we all kind of do it. And especially when we're trying to manifest something, and trust me, the magpies and the flying monkeys will show up to make it harder because, oh, you supposed to be manifesting. Where's your $1,000,000? I thought you had it, da 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 da. Why ain't it there yet? And that's the noise that lives in our head rent free. We literally start manifesting from a place of doubt and fear and just put a hitch in our own giddy up. I'm guilty too. I have to talk myself off the ledge, even though we listen to all these motivational speeches and study the law of attraction and go and watch The Secret and listen to Abraham and all of that stuff and be like, why the hell can't I do it? That's why. That's literally why. Closed off, guarded. There's some kind of a wounded warrior energy here, resistance. And I ain't even say it ain't justified. It probably is. If you gotta, yeah, because typically we manifest from a pain point. It's something that wasn't happening that caused us to ask for something else to happen or show up. So, and those things do cause us a little bit of resistance, and that's the hard part about manifesting, balancing the resistance in order to get to what we want. But here's a timing card for you: starting over, soul growth, clearing, and new intentions. You ask about what's happening in the next couple of months. This is an autumn timing card, so I don't think it's next year. It might be something happening this season for you. And at the bottom of this deck, trust, divine time, greater forces at play, release control, all is working out for the highest good. So technically, what first day of winter is, what is that, like November? Is it December 21st with that solstice? So who knows? Ooh, something about taking a leap of faith though and breaking free. There's a new cycle starting, fast change in a new direction, according to this, and there may be some Uranus energy here as well. So be mindful of that. Oh, you might need to do another little round of inner child healing though. That may help these manifestations come in. Most of what we manifest is for our inner child, though. It's the stuff that we wanted when we were younger. Or honestly, I think our inner child has a very strong sense of fair play. And when stuff happens in life that wasn't fair, we start manifesting from that place because we want the things, we want to be able to retrieve those things that were taken unfairly from us, the whether it's wealth or health or harmonious relationships, whatever it is, because our inner child wants those things. You said you recently ended a relationship where there were lies and infidelity, then dealt with drama involving addiction with your family members. Yep, yep, yep. Let go and let God. Oh, yes, indeedy. Absolutely. You release it, release it, release it. Yeah. Oop, disharmony triggers conflict, competition, arguments, harsh communications right here at the bottom of the deck. So I get it, but that, like you say, it ain't even your drama. It really ain't. Because it does say this is external party situations here. It ain't got nothing to do with you. But you are affected by it, but it's not your drama. So I get that part. But let's take a look over here and see what might be forthcoming, because we definitely ain't gonna leave it on that note. Like I said, especially if it's since it's somebody else's mess, we gonna get that mess up out of here. It's only our mess if we choose to continue wading in it. We ain't wading in it. Justice, yeah, let me write you on the list here, and you can certainly ask a question as well. Let me get here. Let me finish with Andrew, and then we have Leo, and then it'll be your turn, Justice Woman. So just stick around a little bit. You might get some confirmations even outside of this, in somebody else's reading. Often the confirmations will still come. If there's anybody else in the sound of my voice that wants to ask a question, also speak up now if you would, so that I can at least put you on the list and I'll know what we're working with, because I have been live streaming for a while. And if I'll reach a point where there's a lag in it and nobody's forthcoming, then I'll just, yeah. Ooh, The light of forgiveness is here. I forgive myself and others. In forgiving, I free myself. I bounce back from negative emotions and do not linger in dark places. My life is a light that chases away shadows. Ashe, 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 Andrew. They're going right. Their drama is not your nonsense. That is not, they're not going to put their foot on your cape. You ain't going to let them. And I don't blame you. The sacredness of mystery. I am at peace with uncertainty. I trust the benevolence of God and the abundance of the universe. I embrace the sacredness of mystery. I have the knowledge I need today, and that is enough. Let go and let God. You said it. The mountaintop ascent. Though the way is steep and winding, I journey up the mountain. I find strength in knowing that others have reached the summit before me. I ascend for myself and on behalf of those who come after me. And then we also have inner strength. I am powerful. I can change my life and set my path. I am an iceberg. Others only see the tip of an underwater mountain of inner strength. I know that's right. You go, boy. That's all I can say. Now, that forgiveness thing ain't always easy, but that genuinely is the key to like so much. Because once we get to a point where we understand, oh, welcome back, Leo. It's all good. Once we get to a point that we understand that hurt people, and they genuinely, even no matter how crappy the crap is that they've done, they genuinely are kind of doing the best they can from wherever they are spiritually and energetically at that time. It allows us to release some of the pain around that, and eventually we can get around to seeing the karmic, that they are karmic soulmates or karmic facilitators, that they were there to deliver a lesson to us and for us, that it was happening for us and not to us. And you start looking at them as like damaged children and just release them with love and go on about your business. Firefly is here with illumination, chemistry, magical, self-discovery. Talks about light codes, creative spark, someone exceptional. That would be you, boo. Mm. Ooh. Spring is here with the new moon. It says, yes, spring into action. New moon's here, fresh. Set goals, intentions coming alive. Now, this does indicate spring and a new cycle, but you know, we got a very, very, very powerful new moon coming up here. Um, it will be our second eclipse this month. It'll be a partial lunar eclipse on the 22nd of this month. It might be a time to set some intentions with that new moon. We'll probably be doing something on the channel um, for that. In fact, I'm almost sure, because the group that we got, we did a full moon ceremony last Sunday, and it was beautiful and powerful and all that. We'll probably be doing something else on the new moon as well. Or even if you don't want to join a group thing, set your intentions with the new moon, because you are releasing and building. The element of air is here: idealistic, communicative, curious, inventive. And the answer at the bottom here is likely. It is developing. We also have squirrel here: energetic, um, secretive, saving, prepared for anything. It does talk about a miscommunication, but again, considering what's going on, what you said was going on around you, I don't think it's a miscommunication. It's a wisdom in not choosing to communicate your future plans and goals with some of them folks. Let your left hand not know not what your right is doing, especially if you know that if you got enemies and frenemies around you, or even especially if they in your own house, because they'll do you dirty. Child is here with beginnings, innocent, brand new, creativity, spontaneous, new perspective. It could also be a new venture, whatever that thing is that you're manifesting and bringing in. Oops, Stork is here with transformation and change. Yep. And the Celtic knot. Eventually, unconditional love is coming your way, or maybe this is love of you. Nope, this is actually an individual. This is after getting over. Obviously, you still got to emotionally heal, but ultimately, it does look like you have a possibility of a real love coming in. It says love of a lifetime here. Oh, you finna daddy up, zaddy up though. Boss is here with this boss. I mean, Bear is here. This is boss CEO energy. So talks about Mama Bear on this card, but again, on the other side of this rich, affluent, muscular type energy, like I said, that's zaddy energy all day. And if you're looking for this unconditional love after your healing, of course, you, like I said, look like what you're gonna bring in here. You challenging the status quo. Eagle is here, clear vision, new hope, and lighthouse, guidance system, detour, and safe passage. So yeah, at the end of all of that, it does look like there's a favorable opportunity for love that ain't gonna do you dirty, for something that feels better than that other nonsense. And now we're gonna pull a little tarot. Oh, you're welcome. You don't think you had a reading as thorough as this one? Oh, well, you are so very welcome, my dear. You are so very welcome. A lot of folks won't, but again, like I said, I'm paying dues right now. And I get it. A lot of, some readers charge like $20, $30 for one question. But right now, this is my love offering to serve the collective because eventually the collective will support me. But I'm not asking for that. Anybody that chooses to leave a love offering, I have a coffee link on the About page and on the beginning. But this is just something that I'm doing right now. Truthfully, more in service to Yeshua and Inky, but serving the collective that way. Look at here, new ideas, Page of Wands. So it is developing. The pages are kind of, like I say, new on it, but the wands is very charismatic. Those are the fresh idea. It's a fresh new idea. It is going to be fulfilled though. You're here in world energy. At the end, we got the world. Let me see what else is forthcoming here. Ooh, we got the world, the hermit, and the wheel of fortune. We're going to get to you next, Leo. You are next on the list. I just have to finish with Andrew's questions, please. I'm not rushing his. I'm not going to rush yours either, but let me finish with him and then we'll get to you. Do more meditation, though. You're going to get more answers in meditation. That's where these ideas, this where this page going to level up and become a king or an emperor in this Four of Swords meditation idea. Oh, I just called. I said, where he gonna level up and become a king or an emperor? Here you go. Yeah, force literally. I said in the Four of Swords, this is where your Page of Wands is going. Oh, that's a knight. That's not the king. I don't, why did I see him as the king? But still, there's still a level up in that. The Knight of Wands is a force. He's moving forward. And then the Two of Wands is here for sure. Positive movement forward towards it. Let me see. Now I'm nosy. I got to find out. Nine of Wands and the Hangman. So you have been emotionally burdened, but you are going to look and see it differently. Now, what do we have coming out here? There you go. Oh, there is a progression. This has hurt, but don't worry about it. Like I said, this Hangman is going to end this cycle of burden. Nine of Wands is wounded warrior, Chiron type energy. This is the need for perseverance or resilience. Hangman is quite generally, he's hanging upside down to on purpose to get a fresher view, a different look. The Ten of Wands is closing a cycle of burden and responsibility. The Three of Cups is here with emotional satisfaction and celebration. Why? Because at the end of all of this, you are going to step into your power and become this emperor. Yes, indeed. Um, ooh, again, hitchhikers, rest and rejuvenation. And you do have the backing of the angel of love. So this is kind of like that meditation card again. You've done the main thing, like you said, in giving it to God. That's the main thing that you needed to do. And just kind of lean into that. Yep, there are obstacles and challenges here. That's the Five of Pentacles in but in energy, but passion ignited. This is like Ace of Wands energy. So yeah, it's happening. Sacral chakra. Ooh. You said you're manifesting. Do a chakra tune up. They have look up chakra balancing frequencies. You might be able to find some sound frequencies right here on YouTube. Do a chakra tune up, and you might also want to do some breath work, or maybe even a kundalini activation exercise or two or four or whatever as you're manifesting, because you quite literally manifest. Ideas generate in the root chakra, that is our survival mode, but we manifest clearly from our sacral chakra moving into the heart. Between those two chakras, that's genuinely like the idea, that energy, the core energy comes from our sacral chakra, or our solar plexus actually, but the sacral, it starts in there. It moves out of the root and comes into the sacral, up into the solar plexus and into the heart. But if you don't balance this sacral, it'll get stuck right there. So you want to truthfully balance them all. But yeah, definitely look up balancing your chakras since you're manifesting. No, we done did this long enough. This Nine of Wands came back out here to suffering in silence. No, we ain't. We ain't suffering in silence no more. Ooh. This was another hitchhiker card in this deck, the woman holding a coin. So maybe this love of a lifetime is waiting for you. There may have been some financial constraints, but I think you're gonna level up and have your own. Because if you in Zaddy energy, you do want to be your own provider and all that. You don't want to be dependent. But I honestly don't think when the angel of love bring you one, I don't think she gonna be broke. Or if she is, y'all ain't gonna stay broke for long. Y'all gonna build something together. Powerful. Yeah. Mm. Sacrifices here, which is kind of, I think that's chariot energy. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is the hangman. But again, it this time it came here, but it literally came in the reverse. So you in this particular deck, the hangman is upright, but it flipped in reverse. So truthfully, you're gonna see what you need to see and come out of that sacrifice type energy and come out of this three of swords type energy. Hold on. I'm seeing lover's energy again here, and the death card, this transformation. Reward and recognition is here. Patience and planning is here. Magician energy is here. Yeah, you got this. We're going to leave up out of here with one little feel good round of these particular cards right here, because you, like I said, it really wasn't easy, but it's going to be all right. The world is out here again. Be open to new possibilities in all areas of your life. Fire is here. Let go of emotional upheaval and embrace the renewal of the present. Be careful who you trust at this time. Those spirits still see them. The little chameleons, or those. It's a lizard. It ain't the snake that didn't come out, but it's still not quite a snake. But it ain't what you really, really want either. Like I said, but you're aware of it, and that's the main thing. So we can't help them be other than what they are. Up, thorns were here. Weathering the challenges ahead will bring in a new and positive future. And goals are here. Positive progress is positive and personal. Goals will be achieved. So you ask what's coming up in the next couple of months. Expect some of these these pit vipers, these lizards, these snakes, these otherwise reptiles. You are protected, but do expect that as you start moving in towards this, they're gonna start kind of coming out the woodwork. They're not gonna hide anymore. You're gonna have to face some of that, but in the facing of it, you are prepared to transgress it. Spirit does have your back. You're gonna transform that stuff, and you're gonna see a favorable outcome to that which you seek, because it's your time. You're leveling up. Yep, you got this. Oh, you are so very welcome. You are so very welcome. I'm gonna take you out of here with some starry beginnings. This is just a little one-up word from spirit. Believe in your power to manifest. Breathe your creation into existence. Yes, indeedy. And what else we got here, spirit? No longer holds power over you, or whatever the problem is, no longer holds power over you. Dissolve attachments of the past with love. You are here for a purpose, learning, realizing what matters to you. Let go of a fixed plan, allow for spontaneity and growth. That's literally the let go and let God card. I'm leaving alone at that, Andrew. I can't do nothing else with it. Dream big, though. Dream big with your heart. Spirit is saying it's available to you. Indeed. Oh my goodness, Leo, you up next, baby. Let me get these cards put away. Put your question in the chat if you don't mind. And as soon as I get these put away, we're gonna get locked and loaded on your stuff. I love being nosy with this crew because y'all been doing the work. So if I get all up in y'all business, it feel good. I ain't got to be doing a whole bunch of fussing people out and telling them about all that little karmic drama. We see the karmics. But they over there. It ain't your stuff. It's their stuff. That's their problem. I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you for that. Reading in this energy is not troublesome at all. It's pleasance. Oh, yeah, that's what this is. What are Ilya's thoughts or feelings for you, Yusra? You're in no contact. How long have you been in no contact, Leo? Because we may need to ask her just last week. What did you do? I ain't even trying to be funny, but what did you do? Did you screw up, Leo? Lord have mercy. We're gonna take a look since it's just last week, because normally I'd tell you if she wanted to, she would, but yeah. It's a professional type of relationship. And y'all got inappropriate, trying to make a little workplace hanky panky, are we? Does she even know you feel that way, that you want to take it someplace else, or is she just being keeping it professional because it's a professional relationship and you done develop some feelings and trying to push it to another level? I need to know what we're talking about here before I even ask the question of the cards, because it depends on how I ask it. He hell, I'm asking a real question. I'm a chill woman. I'm sassy. No, I ain't sassy. Spirit want to know. Inquiring minds like me want to know, but spirit want to know too. Oh, if you don't want the truth to come out, don't ask over here, because we get to the real tea. You haven't said anything. You a woman and he's a man. Okay. All right. All right. Is it the kind of relationship that if you don't play this right, it could cost you your job and your career? You trying to go easy so you know how to tread into them waters? Or is he married, or are you married, or those kinds of situationships and things. You didn't show any hints. Okay, good, good. You know I ain't got no business even trying to pull his intentions, right? But I'm nosy now. I kind of sort of want to know, so I'm gonna make a little bit of an exception to see if spirit will allow me to look that far. We're gonna see. Oh no, we ain't doing no love spells for sure. We'd never do that. Never, 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 never. Normally, I won't even read nobody's energy unless it's really in relation to you or something actively going on. But you want to know if he has like any intention, if he's gonna come towards you. Spirit might show me. They may or may not give me a clear answer. Some people dig around in people's energies without their consent. I just don't do that. I try to remain a clear channel for spirit. But we want to know, you want to know if it's worth potentially putting yourself in a vulnerable position at work, revealing your feelings to him. So, spirit, what we got within the next few weeks? Can we compromise? Can we get more clarity than that, spirit, please? Should she put her neck on the line? Helpful people in recovery. Hopefully he's not married. Is he in a vulnerable position from having recently broken up with someone? Do you have know enough about him to know that? Oh, I got the first no out of here. In a peaceful resolution, you're not aware. Peaceful resolution, not the right time. Trust, wait. Listen to your intuition. Ready. Let's see if anything comes out of this deck, because what is this? Heart to heart conversations, honestly discuss your feelings with each other. That's hard to do if you don't want to let them know, but deception. Someone is wearing a false self mask in the relationship. Well, this ain't really a relationship. Wedding came out in the reverse. It literally flipped over out onto this table upside down. Make the effort. It's safe for you to love. Open your heart to receive the highest energy of all. Let me see what else comes out of here. Forgiving and learning. As you release and heal the past, you experience more love in your present moments. The thought that's running through my head right now, Leo, obviously, there are a couple ahead of you, Cece. I got to get to Leo after. I mean, I'm working with Leo right now, then Justice Woman, and then we can certainly pull for you. I'm gonna write it down so I don't forget. The thought that was running through my head, though, Leo, as I was seeing this, is obviously, because it's a workplace situation, you got to be careful. The cards are not giving me, I mean, I was trying to get to another answer. The one thing that actually popped out as far as yes or no was a no on the table. Wedding came out in the reverse. There's some kind of a deception. But again, it may not be a hard, fast no forever, because after that, listen to your intuition, and not the right time came out with peaceful resolution. But what made me concerned, because helpful people in recovery was here, it made me wonder if the attraction between you all isn't stemming from some kind of an emotional vulnerability in him, or if it's a you not being 100% honest. Okay. And again, you ain't got to put all your business out here, especially if it's a workplace scenario. I get it. That's why I was like, we got to tread real carefully because it's hard to find a new job this close to the holidays, you know? And I get that part. But but something may become more evident to you within the next few weeks, because that was the first thing that came out here. Within the next few weeks, recovery, helpful people, and then peaceful resolution. No, not the right time. Listen to your intuition. It is safe for you to love, for you in general, not necessarily this person, but it's safe for you to love. But it does say great love is worth taking the steps you're guided to take, so make the effort. But wedding is in the reverse, deception is in the upright, forgiving and learning is here in heart-to-heart conversations. If y'all are already on the friendship tip, I would say keep it at that right now. Now look, you're saying you're a woman, he's a man. You know how to use your soft skills to gently, and I do mean gently, and subtly, I do mean subtly, feel the room, take the temperature of the room, kind of sort of let him know, maybe just slightly flirty, but nothing that could get you in HR trouble. Maybe even see if a couple of y'all want to go for a drink or something after work on the weekends and see if he's open to that idea. You might be able to get more of a feel for how he feels about you outside of the workplace, or exchange phone numbers to see if y'all could discuss whatever. But like I said, just be real low key about it at first. Don't rush into this because, again, we don't want HR bringing a packet to you. I'm just saying that will at least let you find out if he's in a relationship or if he's recovering from a relationship, if he's even looking at you in that way or open to it. Now, if he says he just got out of a relationship, please leave that man alone. Because I wouldn't care who he is or how good he look or how good he smell. If he just coming out of a relationship, that's a wounded warrior. You don't want no parts of that. Because a rebound situations just typically don't work. For every one successful rebound relationship, there's at least 1,000 in the wake of it, or at least 100 that don't work. So I can't say a hard, fast no. I mean, Spirit did put a no out here, but I know that ain't what you necessarily wanted to hear. But if you insist on trying to pursue this, just go really, really, really carefully and slowly. First thing is to do some intel, and we are women. We know how to do the low key intel. You can go on a reconnaissance mission and find out if he's even available. He might be married and just don't wear his rings. You got to find that out first. Is he in a long-term relationship? Is he married? Is he just breaking up from somebody? Is he in recovery? Is he even straight? We don't even know. You got to find those things out first. So put your soft skills to work and find that out. And if he is single and straight and not recently single, then invite him out for something extracurricular after work, ice cream, drinks, whatever. Or better yet, if you have like a lunch hour or whatever, invite him to go grab a sandwich with you or something for lunch and start doing that. He might become like a little office lunch buddy first. Just take it slow and subtly. And then I honestly think if he's single, and again, Spirit ain't allowing me to see that, which kind of sort of makes me think he might not be. But again, I didn't ask. I'm going to try one more time to see. Spirit, can we get a clear answer as to whether or not this man is single? I'm probably doing it, probably because they ain't got no business digging that far in his business. But is the man that Leo looking for, is he single? Forgiveness is there. Is he single? Is he considering her? Ooh, I gotta know with an exclamation point this time. Find out for sure, because this is a tarot reading. Tarot is for entertainment purposes only. Don't let one turn of the cards rule your life. Gotta say that. But go slow. Make sure you find out before you jump in there. Why you say God bless this woman? That's a real question. All gay men don't aren't flamboyant. There are some folks that walk just as tall and straight and appear very hetero. Just like there's some effeminate men that are straight that you would swear up and down is gay all day. They not. It ain't no judgment. It's just different people carry themselves different ways. You know. So that's the first question: is he available and is he straight? Because you can't reinvent the wheel over there. You be getting your feelings all hurt, thinking he thinks something wrong with you, and he just ain't on that team. Period. He do not. He ain't batting on that team. You know. But anytime you're dealing with a workplace romance, you do have to tread very, very lightly. Now, our next question, Miriam, you have a question, but I got a couple folks ahead of you, so I'm gonna put you on the list, my dear. Hang around though. If we don't get your question immediately, you might get some comic relief. Just this woman over here laughing at me because I asked the question whether or not this dude is straight. Oh, okay. Awesome. These are considerations. Shoot, inquiring minds like me be wanting to know. Oh, all right. Next up, we got. I'm gonna say them one more time just in case they pop back in here. Never did get to Andrea Hector, Andrea 54 Hector, Amanda, Miss Yates. We didn't get to you. Earth Fallen Rising 4113. We didn't get that one. Drea, we gave a little bit of a mini, but I think she might have got the answer she needed and dipped on out. Oh, you're welcome, Leo, for real. Um, Andrew, we took care of your questions. So, and then Leo, we just took care of. Justice Woman, you're up next. And then Cece will be next, and then Miriam. Oh yeah, but Justice Woman, one thing I don't believe in is asking God to give you something that He done already gave to somebody else. I think women that pine after married and men in relationships are setting themselves up for horrible failure. Why you asking for heartbreak? You can't ask God to give you no man that He done already gave to somebody else. I've never understood why a woman will have so little self-esteem that she allow herself to be a back burner female anyway. If I can't be your priority, I'm definitely not gonna stick around and be your option. Oh yeah, it's all love, but I mean, I done been played the fool. I didn't intend to, but like what's the song say? Everybody play the fool sometime. But the older I get, my F to give is over with, and I just don't believe in even encouraging people to set themselves up for failure that way no more. You've been unemployed since 2023. You applied to 200 plus jobs since no callbacks. Tried a degree application, didn't work. When will you get your job? Ooh, this is a tough one because I ain't been unemployed that long, but I feel you. And the answer that just came across my mind, again, I don't want to speak on it too fast, but I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you, but I'm also we're gonna see what the cards got to say. One of the reasons it's so hard for you to get a job is because spirit ain't trying for you to go back into corporate America. You're supposed to pave your way in this world. Now, the part that makes it hard, and it may be a matter of you having to make up your mind to do it. The part that makes it hard is getting the funds to start something else on your own, and I get that part. That's kind of where I'm in the stuckity stuck of it. Got to have the money for the LLC. Got to have the money for the beginning inventory or the service or the training to do the whatever the thing and the equipment there's an overhead. It may be small, but there is an overhead that's involved in working for yourself. But part of the reason it's hard for you to get employed, Justice Woman, is because you ain't supposed to be employed for nobody but your damn self. Now that take that as you will from the guides, but yeah, that part. or a lot of us, especially the chosen, especially if you're an empath, especially if you've been through that healing journey and you done had 2 years to sit out in hermit mode. So I know you done been on some kind of healing journey, probably been getting your meditation on, probably been connected with spirit and your guides and all that, but you don't have enough confidence in yourself and your spiritual gifts just yet to step out there. So you still been knocking your head against a brick wall trying to find a job, a just over broke, which you still are just over broke because you unemployed. I get that part. You may need to shift your thinking to understanding that you're going to go back to work. So sit in meditation and learn something that can lead up to it, that may not be exactly in the field you're looking to work in, and find something. Maybe you need to shift your thinking about what spirit is asking you to do, instead of if it's going to cost $1 trillion, then that sounds like you're still trying to work within the systems out there, the ones that's in the process of crumbling right now, that offer absolutely no job security. Maybe in meditation, spirit is encouraging you to sit in meditation and ask the question differently, and allow spirit to show you ways to streamline your desires down, 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 down to a starting point to something doable. And then once that happens, still something you enjoy, still something that's remotely in within the scope of something you want to do and your spiritual gifts. But then in that case, if it's something that you can start from a very small economic place, then it can be something that can eventually you can market and scale back up, up, up to a point that you can get back to the original thing. I am CC. I'm gonna do the mini reading with the Orisha cards, but I Justice is ahead of you, and then you'll be next right after I finish with Miss Justice. But let's take a look here and see. I'm there now because, like I said, when I first started looking at the business I wanted to do, it truthfully would have cost me about $20,000 to set it up appropriately. And truthfully, any business you start, you really need a cushion of about 20 or 30,000. But there are things that you can do in the digital space and all of that that you can start with way less. Um, but in any event, just the training and stuff that I wanted to do was good to get set up to even begin, not even looking at the inventory and stuff, was going to run me about 20 or 30. And truthfully, all the way across the board to start comfortably would set me back about 100 grand that I didn't have. So I had to start looking at, well, I didn't even intend to start looking at, I didn't have the money to do that. I was waiting on a windfall to come in and it didn't come. But in meditation, what I did start to receive was other ideas. The ideas began to morph and change and morph and change. And over time, it's still going to be a lot of money that's required. But I also understand that it's something that truthfully can morph in a way that with either a benefactor is going to come on board that wants to sponsor what I'm doing, or it'll be some kind of crowdfunding thing, or the windfall will come. But it was just a matter of spirit needing me to change my view on it. Like I said, get that hangman scenario. To conform is to die inside, be brave and be yourself. And then nature is calling you. It wants to touch, fulfill, and protect you with its healing powers. Maybe you're being called to step more into to use some of your spiritual gifts, you know? Follow the path of your soul. Do not allow anyone or anything to stop you. And then the time for romance has come. Does that seems out of place here. Maybe this ain't the right deck. I don't know. Let me see. A difficult path is being revealed. Ask for help and learn that we're all connected. Hmm. Has it ever occurred to you, ooh, success and happiness are coming though, enjoy and celebrate life. That's shot up out the deck. Now, Justice, I would have to ask you though, has it ever occurred to you that spirit may be calling for you to manifest from nothing? Like maybe the reason you're not getting the job that you're looking for, especially having applied for over 200 jobs, is that genuinely you're being called to do something else. Your testimony may be part of the story that leads you to your success, but you may be being called. And again, I say that because I made the mistake of asking the question. I told Spirit I wanted to learn how, I wanted to understand the law of attraction, and I wanted to learn how to manifest from nothing. So guess what? Spirit put me in a position where I didn't have no choice but to manifest from nothing because everything was stripped from me, literally everything. Be careful what you ask for because you might get it. Hey, Feather, welcome in, welcome in. So let's see. Um, Let me pull this. I want to look and see what's going on over here. Expectation is here, obviously. I mean, yeah, you do expect for spirit to do something for you. It's been 2 years. You trying to figure this thing out here. So I get that. High honor is here. Unexpected income. But we don't know where it's coming from. Well, that's why it's unexpected. We don't know where it's coming from. Hmm. And you're in your head about it. Thoughts are here. This is not helping, spirit. Come on now. Please. I don't mean to sound ungrateful. Privileged lady is here, but there is some kind of an energy thief or maybe even a physical thief around you. Is it possible that somebody in your past experience, I don't want to always lean to this, but I also cannot ignore it. Is it possible that somebody in your experience does not really want you to succeed, might be actually throwing shade, evil eye, or maybe even outright spell work your way to keep you bound and stuck to see to it that you don't get what you're supposed to have? Is that possible? And think carefully because truthfully, it can be somebody that you don't expect. Mine that was doing the spell work was supposedly a Christian prayer warrior with the big old Jesus piece and everything else. That dude is a warlock, and he was doing binding spells on me. You were abused out of the life you built in 23 December. So excuse you for willingly disagreeing, not building one again. What? He left with everything. I get it. But so wait a minute. Hold up, hold up, hold up. And I understand that in 20, like I said, when I say I lost everything, I was reduced to 2 suitcases and 2 storage totes and was so left so bankrupted till my friend had to literally send me a ticket to even get out of the state. I would have literally been left under the bridge with nothing, nothing. So I understand that. But listen to what you're saying. You're in capital letters, so you're still bitter. And I can't say I understand you being angry and bitter, but you can't manifest nothing from a place of angry and bitter, my love. You can't. So excuse you for willingly disagreeing, not building one again. Why? Somebody walked off with everything. They're not gonna double back and hand it to you. So you gonna just sit there and pout about not building yourself back up because somebody came and took your stuff. But at the end of this, the part where you're probably gonna get mad at me. And again, I've been there. I'm not saying what I'm about to say to you because I don't understand. I've been you. But at the end of the day, before you, instead of wasting so much of your life and energy and time and everything else being bitter about what he took from you, go within and do the introspective work to find out why you leaned on somebody so hard that you allowed yourself to give them enough of your soft underbelly to go and take everything. You left yourself vulnerable. Now, I'm not blaming you, but that's the sad reality of it. I did it too. I trusted too much. I sat there and helped everybody but myself, pinched off of my stuff to go and shore up his stuff to try to make sure everybody stayed good. And at the end of the day, after I was left in a vulnerable position, it only took one more mishandling of his stuff to leave me on bricks, stripped down to the frame. And to this day, he ain't made no effort whatsoever to replace the thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that I lost at that. Am I going to sit there for the rest of my life bitter and complain about that? Or am I going to eventually get up and rebuild? If you stay bitter, you're going to stay broke. And maybe Spirit wants you to see, do the actual work, the inner child work, all the rest of that to get to the point where you can forgive that man and move on. You're going to have to. Forgiveness ain't for him, it's for you, darling. The longer you stay angry with him, you just short-circuiting your own self. He done went on by his business, living his best life or worst life, and you ain't even got to worry about which, because trust and believe he gonna get his karma. Your ancestors and angels saw what he did. They saw it. He's going to get his, but don't you worry about that. You got to figure out how you're going to get back on your feet. And even if you have to sidestep and might not be able to go for the big dream that's going to cost $1 trillion and all of that, you're going to have to do something to feed yourself. Because eventually, if you don't, I'm not piling on you, and you're going to have to stop screaming at me because, again, you're so bitter and angry, can't nobody tell you. You talking about nobody does that when they don't got money. You'll do that when you have your job. So now what do you do? What do I want to say? Because all I did was pile on you, starting by saying build your own. That's not what I said. I said, did it ever occur to you that that might be what Spirit wants you to do? And unless or until you get to the place where you stop screaming at people in all caps is trying to help you, you're so angry and bitter that you can't shift your thinking. Whether you actually get the job or not may be contingent on how you release your bitterness and your anger enough to go get a job. You think that that attitude don't radiate from you when you out trying to apply for a job? It do. If you walk into a place with a huge chip on your shoulder and a nasty ass attitude, who gonna hire you? Nobody. So you have to heal for your sake. You have to crawl out of that bitter energy. You have to, darling. So you can dare me all you want. I'm not that bitter and angry. Talking about where do my guts go? I'm not backing down off of one word I said because I know I'm telling you the truth. Your attitude and energy will influence what happens in your outcome, including whether or not you can get a job. If you need a job to get to the core, you said when I first said you may have to go and find a way to make your own or get a job temporarily. That's fine. I get that part. If you got first thing you said was what you want to do in your field cost $1 trillion. Now I don't know nobody's job thing that they're gonna do on their own that cost $1 trillion. So you was already being facetious. Okay. And again, I get you're here wanting to argue. I'm trying to offer you some help. I get it. I know what it's like to be too broke. It's like say what the country folks say, can't G nor haul. I'm in that position right now. I am broke. I am not poor, but I am broke. Can neither G nor haul. But that nasty attitude coming to somebody asking for help, again, you want to answer, you're demanding an answer for a question, you want a timeline based on what something you're not even fixed within yourself. You'll get a job when you change your attitude and allow a job to come to you. That's when you'll get a job. I can't give you a specific time range as to when it's going to happen, because I don't know when you're going to let go of your bitterness enough. Whichever you have the money to get to, because I don't know what you got in the bank now. I don't know which resources you've got. So if you're at a point of survival mode where you're literally about to be under the bridge, then common sense would tell you to build your career or it ain't even about building a career at that point. It's to get out of your ego and maybe stop only looking for jobs within your $1 trillion field and accept any job if that's what it takes. That's the question. Now, you should build yourself, but if you literally need some place to stay, you're going to have to build yourself simultaneously or in the off time while you try to find any job to help you survive. I don't know what you have in the bank, but common sense would tell you. I said that because you came at me like that. And Justice Woman, I'm beginning to feel some type of way because you still screaming at me in all caps. I don't have to do this. You ain't paid me for no kind of answer. I'm here trying to help you of my own free will and time. And you still got an attitude. And I'm just trying to tell you, I don't care about your attitude because I don't know you and you don't know where I live. So your attitude can't hurt me, but it is hurting you because you said you've been trying to get a job for the last 2 years and can't do it. And I'm trying to tell you, your energy can keep you from getting a job. So, truthfully, you genuinely do need to work on yourself first. But if you're too bitter and angry to do that, then do the next best thing, which get out there and take whatever kind of job you can get. I don't know what else to tell you. You're wanting me to give you all of the answers that are centered around you not doing your soul work. And I can't do that because you do have to do your soul work too. And I don't know, I get it. You may be so hurt and angry and upset you can't hear what I'm saying right now. I'm not trying to frustrate you. I'm just trying to let you know if you have genuinely put out 200 applications in the past 2 years and you still can't get a job, there's an energetic issue there. That's why I asked you, is it possible that somebody else might be doing some spell work? In which case, if they are, you need to do some spiritual cleansing. Okay, I'm not projecting. How am I projecting? Because I'm not upset. I'm circling because you're circling, my dear. You turned around. I went back to the things that you told me as were the reasons why you couldn't get one. And when I mention that, then you tell me I'm circling. Obviously, I can't help you, Justice Woman. You will be my very first, but I don't know what else to tell you because nothing that I say seems to be good for you. So I don't know what else to tell you, my love. If you want to hang around here, maybe you'll get a confirmation out of the cards or not. I don't know. Because again, you shouldn't be hanging your whole entire life on a turn of one card on one set or card reading anyway. I was trying to give you an answer or some worthy advice, and you're not wanting to hear it. So I don't know what else to tell you. Sooner or later, I know I should expect that there would be somebody out of 8 billion people on this planet. I can't help everybody because everybody isn't open to hear what I have to say. And if you're not hearing it, you're not wanting to hear it, you don't understand it, then my answer is in this case, I can't give you an answer that you're not prepared to hear. And this is the only answer that I have at this time because I'm not seeing nothing else. You're very closed off because you're hurt and angry. And I get that part. But I was just suggesting to you that it's been 2 years now. You're going to have to get out of some of that anger. You were so angry. You sitting up here and approached a tarot reader for some answers and then start screaming at me in all caps because you don't want to hear what I have to say. Well, you know what, my love, if my channel do crash, I'll go somewhere and get a job. I also have plenty of other things that I can do, and I'm Reiki attuned. But you know what? You gonna sit there. Listen, you see how nasty your energy is. You come in here and because I didn't give you a feel good immediate answer and lie to you, then you gonna sit here talking about my channel is gonna crash. Okay, well. I don't know what else to tell you. And again, that's one of the reasons why a lot of tarot readers insist that people pay for stuff out the rip so they can not have this kind of nonsense. I'm sitting here giving my own time and energy, but you immediately jump up and because I don't tell you what you want to hear, then you're going to tell me my channel is on crash. I rebuke that. I rebuke that in Yeshua's name. hmm But you have a beautiful day, love. Wow. She's not open to that. She doesn't, she only wants to hear what she wants to hear. And spirit can only deal with the energies that are present. And there's so much coming off of her, I can't even read it. I didn't even really feel secure in the decks that are coming out. And I'm trying to get to an answer, but she's over here either typing in the caps or busy arguing for her own limitations. So in being, she just gonna do whatever she gonna do. Again, this is be the first time that I've run into this kind of brick wall. I've even read for the karmic that was doing spell work, and I was able to read enough of their energy to give them a solid answer. I can't give her an answer because she's too full of anger for me to pull in. The energy really got me feeling a type of way. And I don't enjoy it. I've been cool all day. I've been sitting down at this table for 6 hours now. And this is the first time I felt this way all day long. And because I can't give her the answer that she wants, she gonna call down my channel to crash. Why would I want to continue to read for somebody that's in that kind of hateful energy? I ain't projecting a damn thing, lady, because I don't know you. Like what? Leave. That's all you got to do. Would you like me to go ahead and ban you from this channel? I'll go ahead and take the hit and run the risk of being shadow banned if it take you that much energy to leave if you don't want to, because I'm trying to help you. I kept trying to ask questions, making suggestions. No matter what I say, you're running up against resistance. You are so angry and so full of resistance that no matter what I say, you're wanting to argue for your limitations. So again, this isn't the place for you. You don't have to take nothing I said because I didn't make any projections over you except for the understanding that if it's been 2 years and 200 legitimate applications and you're still not finding a job, then either you're energetically in your own way or somebody else is energetically in your way. That was the question that I asked to set you the hell off to start trying to will my channel to crash because you don't want to acknowledge that someone might be doing the ugly boogly on you. Something ain't right with that. If you're saying you're well qualified in $1 trillion field and you can't work in that field, and that's fine. You can't start your own thing either, but you can't get a job thing either. What would you like me to tell you to do, my dear? I can't invite you to come live with me because I don't have $1 million to just send you so that you can go off and start your thing. What would you genuinely like me to do, my dear? Goodness. I pray you find healing somewhere though. And I pray you find somebody that you think that can wave a magic wand and give you a prediction in a tarot reading and it magically come true, because that's not how tarot works. I can only read the cards And if there's so much energy pushback that the cards ain't even willing to cooperate with it, there's not a lot I can do with that. I'm not a fortune teller. Woosah. CC, I'm gonna read for you, my love. I gotta get my energy clear, burn some sage or something. She genuinely done plucked my nerve today, and I didn't want to do that because I wanted to help her. I do. I still want to help her. I don't know what her problem is, but genuinely, I don't think she came in here for real answers. I think she just came in here to be a problem so that she could have an excuse because no matter what I said, she pushed back against it. And all I was doing was asking her questions based on the things she told me. And she would neither confirm nor deny. That's not somebody that's genuinely wanting answers from the cards. That's just somebody that came here to argue. Let me light this up. Cause yeah, I gotta clear this energy before I pull cards for you and get my head in a better spot. You know what though, CC? I got one more thing I want to do. I want to pull from the Orishas on this energy before we clear. We're gonna clear again for you, but I'm just curious to know what her deal is. Because there's a couple of cards in this deck that if they come out, they'll answer the question for me. Bear with me. Angels, ancestors, Orishas, please allow me to see what I need to see, say what I need to say regarding Justice Woman. What would the cards have me know regarding her? Just, The Ten of Air came out here. That's the end of a cycle of pain. The swords. It's like the Ten of Swords, the end of a cycle. Ace of Water is out here. That's an emotional issue. But the Six of Pentacles is out here too. Planting a harvest, not coming in yet. With the Four of Fire, the enslaved prisoner. Yansa came out. Ooh. And the Baba Orisha. It's a spiritual issue. Now, whether it's hers or not, she would not answer. It may be somebody else, it may be her, but it is a spiritual issue. And she is definitely bound because the enslaved prisoner came out here. I'm gonna look at it. And Iku came out here. Death in the moon. She don't see it. Yup. Death is calling for a rebirth, though. It don't have to be a bad scenario if she would allow it. Oshala is here. This is literally like Christic energy. This is like karma is here. Zapana is here. The Five of Pentacles is here, so I see the poverty. Shango, the Four of Earth, that is that kind of miserly. And I get it. If you in this kind of energy and the money ain't there, you gonna try to hold on to it. But and the Three of Swords. look at the enslaved prisoner 119. This card represents any person who has been persecuted because of his or her ideas or thinking, a prisoner of ignorant persons, many times in the name of high ideals, single out, accuse, and finally execute innocent people whose sole crime is the preservation of opposing ideas and thoughts. You are the victim of defamation, gossip, and felonies around you. Strengthen yourself. You will need it because your surroundings are exerting pressure on you. You will be subject to unjustified moral, physical, and or spiritual punishment. You are not allowed to be or do. Loneliness, execution, suffering. Everything is hard to attain, sacrificial, and difficult at this time. Laments and hardship, retaliation and binding. It's a spiritual issue. But she didn't want to stick around long enough to get to it and didn't want to be honest enough or open enough with me to get to the bottom of it. I hope she come back. She won't though, because she done already decided she wanted to put the evil eye on mine. She got the evil eye on her. But instead, she want to put the evil eye on my channel instead. Okay, well, like I said, I rebuke that all day. I ask, before I sat down, I literally pray and ask Archangel Michael to put a fiery wall of protection around me and this channel. And that all of those that'll be banning and sending the oogly boogly, that they can go on somewhere with that. But with Oshala and the Baba Larisha coming out here and Zapana, and truthfully, this right here, she need, I hope she's still listening somewhere. She really need to get to the spiritual bottom of this. There is availability for a spiritual assistance to climb up out of this, but with this 3 of Swords, the 4 of Pentacles, the 10 of Swords, and Iku and the enslaved prisoner, unless or until she addressed this, she's going to have difficulty. Somebody is binding her, and she may be binding herself with her energy and her attitude, but somewhere there is a spiritual block. But anyway, we're gonna go on. She's not here responding. I just wanted to know because I needed to, like I said, I'm not used to having that kind of energy kick up, and I needed to get it out of my system. So at least I know now. And now I'm gonna sage just a little bit, and we're gonna move on. Take Sage a second or two to catch up, please. Thank you, Spirit. I'm not perpetuating harm towards you, darling. I really am not. I am not. I'm trying to help you get to the bottom of it so you can fix your scenario. It shows that there's some kind of a spiritual issue there, and it's not going to go away just because you want to ignore it. We can pretend like we can ignore these things. That's one of the reasons my guides kept waking me up in the morning saying obedience is better than sacrifice, and kept throwing release your ex out of my deck every time I handled it, because there was something happening in my life that I couldn't see. And I kept on, kept on, and kept on ignoring it, and was literally sitting up there communing with the very devil, because it was somebody in my camp that was quite literally smiling in my face, claiming to be a man of God, and was doing spell work to bind me, to keep me from union with my partner, and to keep me from financial success. Now, I'm not projecting anything on you. I wasn't getting a clear answer from you or the cards. So I turned around with another deck that I knew for a fact, if there was a spiritual issue that to be seen, that it would show me. And the deck showed me that indeed there is a spiritual issue happening. I'm not trying to perpetrate no harm towards you, lady. I'm trying to help you so that you can get the harm away from you. You already suffering harm, or you wouldn't have been here asking me this question. Somebody, you ain't been able to get a job in 2 years. You don't think that somebody is harming you already? Your partner done took everything you had and left you literally sitting in the dirt with nothing, with a bad attitude and a broken heart. and you have not been able to get a job in 2 years and 200 job applications, and you think I'm perpetrating harm to you because I identified that there could very well be a spiritual issue at hand here? What did you come to a tarot reader for then? What did you think I was going to say? I wish you all blessings and success. I was trying to get to the root of the issue, even after you done screamed at me in the thing and then ran me in circles and left me feeling all upset in my spirit. I was still trying to get to an answer, and I said I hoped you was listening. So I'm not trying to perpetrate no harm towards you, lady. And if you feel that way, you really need to leave the channel. Please leave the channel. I've never wished nobody no harm through the cards, my hands, my heart, or nothing else. Even the bitter enemies that have quite literally stolen from me, the people who have R-worded me literally in life, I didn't wish no harm from. I hope you don't think you so important as a stranger that I will risk my spiritual well-being to wish harm towards a stranger who came to me for help for free. Why would I even waste my energy or time? I don't know you like that. That's some serious spiritual arrogance to think that I would mess with my spiritual well-being to wish harm on you, and I don't even know you. Please leave my channel. Please, I'm begging you to. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I wish her healing and love as well, but really? You sat there and wished for my channel to crash and then had the nerve to come back talking about I'm perpetrating harm towards you. You are projecting mightily, sis. And I wish you healing for yourself. I hope at some point you'll come back and listen to this and feel deep shame and regret, because you should. I ain't wished you nothing. I'm trying to help you for free, spending my energy, my time, and everything else to try to help you get some answers. And that's the way you treat it. Wow. Wow. But peace be upon you, peace and blessings to you. I genuinely hope for you for healing for your damaged heart, ma'am, because you genuinely have a seriously damaged heart. DT, I'm so sorry you walked in on the end of that. I had somebody that came in here and asked for help. They asked an answer for the, well, no, they didn't. She didn't ask a question. She came in here demanding that I tell her when she gonna get a job, even though she ain't been able to get one in the last 2 years. But she wanted to demand from me an exact time when she gonna get her job. So she's so bitter and angry. I couldn't help her. And when I said that to her, she went off on me. So yeah, unfortunately. We're gonna clear the energy though. Let me do this. Watch y'all's ears. Archangel Michael, please bring peace and harmony back to this session. I ask you please to place a wall of protection around me again. Yes, Elegua, thank you for opening the roads and doors to peace, prosperity, and clarity in this session for all that are willing to and able to receive it. I do ask that you allow me to be a clear vessel for spirit, Michael, as I go into this session and read for CC. Archangel Raphael, please bring your healing energies to all who are listening in this session, including our dear sister Justice Woman, if she is able to receive healing from you at this time. Please and thank you. I ask Yeshua to bring his calming energies and clarity into this session. And thank you again, Alegua, as we enter into this, as also ask for Lord Inky to preside over this reading, as well as Archangel Metatron, please and thank you. Ashe. And that 10 of air shot right back up out of here. Yeah, I'm still alive, Crystal. You can in just a moment. Right now, I'm reading for CC. After CC, it will be Miriam if she's still here, Feather if she's still here, and then it will be you, Aditi. Yeah, I can't close down like now. Right now, that'll be on my mind the rest of the day. So I gotta read for somebody else and get to a better feeling space. Mm. All right, Cece, what was you? You wanted a mini reading from the Orisha deck. I'm also going to pull from the goddesses just to see what we're looking at here. Okay, thank you so much for your patience, dear one. Appreciate you. Where is the, hold on, there's a deck that I wanted to pull. Oh, here it go. Hang on, y'all. I feel like I got a boogie. I'm not sure, but let me. Oh man, that feels weird. Hang on, y'all. I'm so sorry. Whatever this is, I gotta get it. Okay, there we go. Something's tickling my nose. I had to get that. All right, CC. So you like my ring and my bendy? Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you a lot. Ooh, see, we got my out here with cosmic justice. I like that. Taroet, pregnancy and birth. Oh, wait a minute now. Maybe not literally. I know you ain't really studying about that right about these days, but hey, it's still like I said, birthing ideas. It could be a spirit like a birthing pregnancy, like in the empress sense of birthing things into existence. Cobra is here with with divine awakening, Set with alchemy and healing, and Ankh with energy healing. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Neckbet is here with protection on the top, but that wasn't where we pulled from. So I'm gonna leave that there. I'm gonna pull all of your cards and then we're gonna take a closer look because I just want to see what I think is coming here. Divine awakening, energy healing, alchemy and healing, cosmic justice, and then this birth card. Mm. Self sabotage came out and feeling safe and brazen. Radical rebirth. Okay. So maybe the self sabotage was a former, a past energy that you were moving out of, kind of getting in your own way a little bit. But Spirit is asking you to be bolder. Yeah, we got Mom Lambo with self sabotage, Chatuba, feeling safe, Satira, brazen, and Mbuyo Nahanda with this radical rebirth. This is the one that I was really, really wanting to kind of focus on. I just noticed that the track ended too and shifted. It's kind of appropriate where it went to too. Let's see. Actually, mm, okay. Well, let's go into, yeah. Crystal, I did finish up your cards. I think it was you that I had to finish your reading off camera. So again, like I said, you when this does go live, you'll want to tap in right around the 1 hour mark, and then you'll be able to see the rest of your reading. I think it was Crystal. Maybe not. Hmm. Right now, I'm doing a mini reading for Cece because she asked me to use the Orisha deck here, so that's why I'm pulling this for her. Ooh, the village came up. We got the Seven of Fire and the village. I'm gonna look at the village book meaning to see what else we can pull from that. But like that's holding your position. That Seven of Wands. That's rising above the fray. We got the Earth here, which is like the World card, so that's good. Ooh, and won't he do it? A leg walk actually came out for you. You got another seven here too. The Seven of Swords. So you got the Seven of Wands, Seven of Swords, and a leg walk is here. So regardless of whether they trying to whatever they doing, it ain't gonna. You be all right. A legwa don't come out that often. And Iku came out here too with the rebirth. It kind of truthfully it came out in reverse, but I really wasn't trying to set this deck for reversals. I don't even. Oh, maybe I'm holding the deck upside down. Most of the deck is that way. Yeah. Ooh, the Nine of Pentacles and Ogun is here. All right. Okay, M Beans. Thank you. Okay, so we got the Six of Pentacles, or Six of Earth, which is about planting and harvest, that reciprocal, philanthropic kind of give and take thing. The Ace of Swords, or the Ace of Air. We have the Four of Pentacles, which is a little bit about holding on to what you got, not being so quick to spend, which we kind of sort of saw earlier when you were asking about moving in the car and all of that, and spirit was saying just kind of hold on to what you got. That's literally that kind of this kind of energy here. Daddy Parth, you gonna have to wait, and I can't promise nobody no riches, so we'll look and see what the cards gotta say. But again, tarot is for entertainment purposes only. I can't make nobody no promise. When you resonate with the energy, you work out your kinks with money, and do the manifestation work around money, then that's kind of sort of when you become rich. But we'll take a look. Let me put you on the list here. If you stick around, then I'll take a look. All right. I want to. First off, let me take a. What did I do? Here we go. I want to take a look at the book meaning behind the village. 96. Okay, in the reverse, the village here, I mean, in the upright, it means irretrievable losses, destruction, rupture, or dismemberment, lack of communication with or from others, self punishment, a guilt complex. It also, in the upside down, is the situation is past, though there may be sequels and relapses. Past experience is truly traumatic, but could have been a learning experience or a warning. It's about pressures, persecutions, ostracism, reclusiveness, etc. But that came out here with this Seven of Wands. So that again may genuinely have been the past, but it doesn't look like what's heading forward for you because we've got the, let me see something here, the seven of air. Yeah. Like I said, Alegua, okay, the energy in the beginning is rocky because we got the village and the seven of fire. Then we have the seven of air, but it is quite literally sandwiched in between Elegua and Iku. So the road opener and death are kind of blocking some of this negative energy. Hold on. Okay, now in this deck, the earth has a little bit different meaning. It means travels or changes in our body, either modifications or operations, or our place of residence, moving, that part. Home repairs and or renovations, search for inner and outer beauty, contacts with influential, suitable, and important people, doors and paths that open for you, favorable outcome of ventures and new activities. Decisions will be made with the will be the correct ones, but must be fast and sincere. This is about conception and birth and deliveries. Like I said, whether it's a literal baby or ideas. So it talks about those doors opening, and then Alegua comes here, which is genuinely, he is the road opener. And then, oh, let me see. Hold on. The seven of air is talking about that. Like I said, that was the lack of resources, but we got the Iku and Alegua in there to kind of soften that. And then the nine of pentacles is the time of harvest. So sir, you don't get to demand anything. I told you I will happily look at your cards, but there are two people ahead of you. You have to wait your turn. And if you cannot wait your turn, then I can't help you. That's not fair. These people kindly sat here and waited for me to get to them. So continuing to repeat that question will just get you removed from the channel. Okay. Wait your turn and I'll be happy to take a look. Okay. Goodness. Now you on your way up out of here. You just being nasty. I can't have that. Where do you think, on what corner of the planet, sir, do you think that you're going to go up and demand anything from a reader, number one, for free? I'm here giving free readings of my own time. And because I didn't drop everything in the middle of the reading to answer your question, you have the audacity to ask about my private parts? How dare you? You will be ignored until the end of time if I remember. As long as I remember your name, I will not read for you because you ain't going to like the answer my guides are going to give you. The scriptures say, touch not my anointed, do my prophet no harm, and you come in here with that nasty energy, you don't want to hear what they're going to have to say for you, brother. Carry your behind somewhere else. That's nasty. Shame on you. You a grown human being and you out here acting like a schoolyard bully. A 9-year-old child knows how to act better than that. Shame on you. You'll never get rich with that nasty low vibrational energy. Never. Now, I don't wish that on you, but that's the case because rich people, you ain't going to get to riches acting like a fool. And for you to come in here and ask a woman that's literally doing spiritual work for free for you, and for you to talk up under her clothes, you don't deserve riches with that kind of nasty low energy. You don't. Cece, I'm so sorry that that energy crossed your reading. I really am. It's about time for me to get up off of here because it seemed like the fools is coming in on the midday shift now. I'm gonna read the ones that I got, but I think we're gonna close it after I got yours, CC, Miriam, Feather, and Aditi if they're still here when I finished. I don't give a rap. Then if you got 900,000 in Bitcoin, why are you in here asking about when you gonna become rich? Because then that would mean you already rich. You may not be wealthy with 900,000, but if you have 900,000 US dollars, then that qualifies you as rich. Please get off my platform with that. So you don't need to know when you gonna get rich. You already there. You got as much as you need to have. Goodbye. I think I am because honestly, looking at that other lady that was here, plus that, yeah, we're gonna pull for you again in WhatsApp because I want you to make sure I'm gonna get my energy together and make sure you get everything you supposed to have. This is ridiculous right here. Um, Miriam, are you still here? Feather, are you still here? Aditi, are you here? Feather, you're here. Okay. Darling, did you have a specific question I can get to quickly, or would you like to join another session? I will be on doing an evening session tomorrow. If you, I hopefully I can clear the energy and get my head together because it's just some nasty energies up in this room that just ain't conducive to what we're trying to do here. Now you being removed, Daddy, because I don't care about that at all. At all. You in timeout though. That's what you can do. Feather, did you have a question here, darling? Cece is a part of my private group, or not private group, but my other group. So she said that I can read for her off camera. We will do our thing on a group call. What's your question for the cards, Feather? Yeah, you can ask questions. Well, a DT Feather was here first. You said you'll come back another time. Okay, you're welcome, darling. And again, I'm so sorry for that. Two of them back to back is just whatever the energy they brought in there is just. I have no idea what that's all about because genuinely, that's the first time I've encountered a reading like that. That first problematic one. I don't know if you were here for that, but she wasn't genuinely seeking an answer. She was trying to demand a parlor trick, and I'm not a fortune teller. So since I couldn't tell her what she wanted to know, she went off, and then this other one just wanted to get nasty. So yeah. You said Samyak is your best friend's current feelings for you. Does he love you? How long have y'all been friends? And how long have you been crushing on him? It's all good. It's all good, Feather. Again, I expect hater energy. It doesn't bother me, but for a year, okay. You know what? Stick around for a minute, Feather, if we can lighten the energy a little bit, because this might not take too long. Because I'm gonna give her auntie advice more so than a card reading. If the energy lightens up, I might be able to pull for you. Hold on. It said ask for help from others. Well, you're doing that, Aditi. Um, has he hinted around, or you just hoping he will? Because honestly, if y'all have been friends for a year and he hasn't ever made it known to you, I don't know though. I don't know. I got a yes here. So I was gonna say if he wanted to, he would. Maybe he's super shy as well. Maybe it's a cultural thing that he's afraid to say something for fear that you'll reject him. Um, Let me see. It says reconsider and success though. I'm gonna tell you what I told the other girl that was looking to find out if somebody was in love with her. This you got a yes though. It was a no for hers. A yes did come out of these cards and success came out of them. But I would tell you, it says if you believe and he's shy, okay. Now this comes the point in time. How old are you, darling? Are you over 18? Compromise came out. According to this, he does. But I'm just trying to find out because again, it's the cards. You're 18 this September. Okay. It's a young scenario. Gotcha, gotcha. Let's try it one more time just to make sure. Hold on. And let me pull from Holy Woman and see what we get out of here. And happy upcoming birthday. Ask Your Angels came out. Does he love Aditya? Big happy changes are here and wait. So maybe it's just because he's shy. He kind of has to, you may have to wait a while on it. Like, and ask for help from others came out again. So maybe you might need to, let a friend of a friend know, let him, as women, we know how to use our wiles a little bit, but you might have to hint to a friend or have somebody ask a friend or you, I know you don't want to be bold in his face with it or put him on the spot. He changed his hair and his weight too. Oh, so he glowing up. Oh, and now you looking at him a little different. He was in the friend zone before. Well, no, but y'all are young, so I get that part. But well, he's growing too. Ooh, it says here, no need to worry. Romance, and within the next few weeks. So again, ask for help from others, and do ask your angels about it. But I think if you hint subtly at him or have somebody else kind of hint, that was the first sign he's starting to change for you a little bit. It may be he might be trying to get your attention too, but you might want to, you can flirt a little bit without being real brazen. I know we don't want to come across as, all Jezebel-y, but you could, how to kind of let him know a little bit that you might be feeling him. And I think he might be letting you know how he feeling too, because this looks pretty good. Like I say, I'm glad to change the energy of the reading. This looks good, especially when that big happy changes came out. And again, there is a little bit of a wait time. I see that, but what you're feeling is true and sincere. It doesn't matter what he is feeling. Ooh, okay. Let's see what else comes out this deck. Why the doubts? You feel the band that is connecting your hearts. The only reason why it's tense is because you're so far away from each other. You're the one reaching for them. The band tears faster when it's stretched. You won't need them. If the band is too strained, it will tear anyway, but that will take a long time. So I understand, especially because this is a best friend. You're not really, really wanting to risk putting your heart all the way out there and damaging the friendship. But you know what? I'm not saying you got to do something crazy and put him way on the spot, but there is a subtle way of letting him know, look, I love you as my friend. We've been friends for a long time, all the rest of that. But if I'm perfectly honest, I'm kind of falling for you. Is that something I don't want to let him know? You want to talk to him, you want to be honest with him, but you don't want to ruin the friendship. It To be perfectly honest with you though, Aditi, please understand, you got one shot at this and it may end the friendship, but you have to be prepared for that because truthfully, if he doesn't feel the same way about you, you would have to end the friendship anyway because it's not fair to you to continue to hang around and pine after somebody that ain't feeling you like that and you just putting yourself out there and putting yourself out there, that's setting yourself up. You deserve better than that. You don't want to set yourself up for heartache. So do understand that if you do this, you may be changing your friendship forever in a way that you can't come back from. But if you genuinely love him and you feel like he might feel the same way, but is too shy to say so, there may be a way for you to subtly mention it and move forward anyway. You kind of sort of have to, because you want to know. You want to know. Oh, that was something, a whole different deck that fell. Well, honey, it says he has good intentions. Don't reject him. He couldn't handle it. You're 18, okay? So I pray, even though you go, I can't lose him, I promise you, if this doesn't work out, there will be others. It's very rare for the first person we develop feelings with to be the person that carries us all the way through life. That happens, but not so often, I promise you. According to the cards, it says that he does, but like I said, go very slow. You may want to hint around and ask. It says you are loved. That's not just in your imagination. He is with you, but maybe not in the way you imagine. So obviously, if y'all have been best friends for a while, there is love there. Now, what you want to know is, can you change that from the friend zone to the end, not the END, the IN zone? You want to be all the way in with him. That part, according to the cards, again, big happy changes came out, but it is going to take some time. Oh, snap. It's him. It will always be him. Whether you like it or not, he's got a place in your heart. So, girl, you got it bad. Like Usher say, I get that part. I honestly think you should. This card right here says, wait, hint, very, very subtly. Hint so subtly that you can deny and back up if you have to. But hint, don't come at it bold, hint, and see what happens. That way, because again, you're 18, you got time. It ain't like you 59 and your clock is ticking. You have time at this. So just give it a little more time. You should get more of an answer of his thoughts and feelings within the next few weeks. But if you hint towards him that you really like him, you should wait before going direct. Don't go to friends and neighbors and try to get somebody, oh, I heard she like you and all of that stuff. I wouldn't do that yet. Continue to be there for him as a friend. Flirt a little bit. Don't get bold. You don't want to go and put your tatas on his back or nothing. But maybe when y'all are talking or whatever, gently touch his arm, or there's little ways that we can flirt that's not inappropriate, but to get them kind of thinking towards that way, and then give him a few weeks to see how he comes around. But like you said, if he's losing weight and he done changed his hair and all of that, he glowing up for some reason or other, let him know you appreciate it. Pay him compliments on that, on how he looks, on his hair, or whatever. Use your womanly wiles, but do it in a very subtle way so that you don't run him off if he's afraid of, whatever. Basically, you want to let him know that his attention, his advances would be welcome if he chooses to go that route without pressuring him to go that route. You still want him to think it's his idea, because men are just like that. But yeah, I don't honestly, this looks pretty good though. I don't see any reason why it can't work out. I think this is better. Do you mind me asking where you live? Do you have a future together? I think you do. That's one of the reasons I'm asking you where you live. I'm trying to find out something from the thoughts that I'm having. You in India? Okay. Yeah, you got a chance. And the reason I asked that because I wanted to know if it was if not even so much whether he was an Indian boy, but if you're living in India or if you were living like in the United States or Europe or somewhere where cultural stuff would play in the manner of it. If y'all have been friends all this time and now he's beginning to kind of glow up, he's stepping into manhood, he's changing a little bit. I think he probably does have some feelings for you. And unless the mamas and the aunties are opposed to this union, I don't see why it can't potentially happen. I mean, you in India, so you know that the mamas and the aunties do have a say so in whether this happens or not, right? So unless there's culturally a reason why y'all can't be together, I don't really foresee a problem. The cards that fell out of this deck, I wasn't even trying to shuffle. I was just talking to them and picking up some. But have faith and be patient came out of here, as well as you are twin flames ready to be united came out. So I think you got a shot at it. I really do. Provided the aunties and the mamas don't prevent it. Because here's the thing, the fact that you all are friends on that level anyway, you've been best friends for a year now. He was probably feeling you even before, but it was too soon to really step out on a limb and say anything. Maybe he's trying to get his money together. Maybe he has to go to university. There's any number of reasons why he could be hesitating, but the fact that you consider him a best friend and y'all have been hanging tight for a year, I really think that there's a real good chance that this is gonna work. Okay. Let me know. I'll be looking forward to it. Make sure you duck in here and let me know when you're getting married. Jace, you have to wait your turn. I was just talking to Aditi, and next we have is Miriam still here or Feather? I will ask you though, Jace, how long have y'all been together? General guidance from the angels? Sure. Of course, Feather. Like I said, I'm glad you waited around because the energy has shifted again. They just needed to get up out of here. So I appreciate your patience. Oh, general guidance from the angels. We're going to get a little of that. Uh-oh. Let me change this because I don't know if that's going to get me in trouble or not. Bear with me a second, please. Come on. Um, if you, let me see. Be careful on that supporting in every way, Aditi. Support him emotionally. Don't support him financially. Not too much. Don't wind up giving too much to somebody that ain't showing up and letting you know how they really feel. Don't pump all of your money and your time and your energy into a man that you hope loves you, and then wind up looking crazy because you just spent all your money supporting somebody that run off and glow up and go marry somebody else. Don't do that to yourself. That's free advice from an auntie. Lover's Lane again. You right now I'm working on. Hold on. It's a couple I gotta put here as banned. If they show up in the future, I will not read for them. She's offline. And we just took care of a DT, Feather. We're working on now, Jace, and then Lover's Lane. Yeah, I think you should just wait. Again, flirt very subtly, perhaps, to let him know that you're interested, or that things have kind of, your thoughts towards him have shifted a little bit. But they still, most men still want to feel relatively in control. So you got to give him an opportunity to stand up and be the man that you want, because you don't want nobody that you got to drive this relationship the whole time. If he don't care enough to step up for you, then don't be spending your money on him. And again, y'all are friends. That's all well and good, but I'm just saying, if he loves you, of course, help support your man and this and that and da 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 da. But if he just playing you and gonna keep you in the friend zone, why would you go and spend your money to help him come up so he can turn around and go be with somebody else? Don't do that. Look out for you. Be smart. That's all I'm saying. Hey Sage, what's up? It doesn't matter whether he's rich if he don't want you, honey. That's why you said you got to support him in every way. And that's why I said no, not in every way. You support him emotionally, be there, be a friend, be all of that. But unless he's stepping up and showing you that he's just as romantically interested in you as you are in him, do not spend no money on him, especially if he's rich, because he don't need your money. If he rich, there are two people. Wait a minute. Let me see. I'm working on Feathers reading right now. And if Miriam is still here, that's fine. And Sage, and we are we pulling for you today? Well, actually, you would be after Jay's. So it's Miriam, Feather, Jay's, and then you, Lover's Lane, and then Sage if she wants something still. All right, Feather, we want general advice from the angels. We're going to start out here with Archangel Michael and see what's going on. I got you, Mama. Ooh, detached from the situation, Feather. Archangel Michael, I ask you to use your flaming sword to cut any attachment to fear or drama so that I may be centered in the knowingness that peace is everywhere within me and this situation. So, whatever's going on, it brought you to the reading. Michael is saying detach from the drama. It ain't yours to bear. Believe and trust. Before going to sleep tonight, say, Archangel Michael, please enter my dreams and replace fear with faith and trust. Let me be filled with strength, courage, and confidence. Ooh, I put this card back and it came out anyway. So your home is protected by angels. The prayer is, Archangel Michael, thank you for watching over my home and its inhabitants. I ask that you post guardian angels at each window and door, ensuring its security. Thank you for guiding my finances so that I can easily afford to pay my rent, mortgage, or taxes. So definitely don't hesitate to ask Michael to come in and do those, look like say to hold it down for you, because he certainly will. We're gonna get one in general here from the guardian angels. Mm. Oh, you're both welcome. You're very, very welcome. Ooh, we got Sage and Feather here together in the thing. We could actually Where was y'all when I needed to like I say, I needed to smudge the energy. We got a sage and a feather. That is a smudge kit all day. Oh, that's something. Oh, here we go. Trust. You are looking at a situation from a purely physical perspective, and therefore you cannot see the bigger picture and the blessings interwoven within this event. We, your angels, urge you to trust, for all will work out in the best way possible. Let go of your fear and apprehension and allow God's healing energy to flow to you. Trust, for all will heal in ways you never thought possible. Said for any. Oh, okay. Appreciate you. Oh, Sage, I'm gonna go ahead. I didn't make you. It's not showing as a moderator here, but you own it anyway. So I'm gonna definitely make you a moderator over here as well. And yeah, if you are so inclined, I do have a coffee link. You say you needed to hear that. A feather, awesome. Judgment is here. Let go of your fear of being judged. You are good enough. It is time to release all that you have kept safely locked away in your heart. Your true essence and potential have been restricted by structure and method for long enough. There is no right or wrong way, just be you. And we're going to get one more message from the guardian angels and then we're going to move on. Jewel. Every event in life presents us with a new opportunity to experience ever greater love. There is a jewel to be found within every teardrop. Trust. We, your angels, are guiding the current events. This is a time in which you and those close to you will emerge strengthened by ever greater bonds of love. Trust. There is nothing to fear. There is only love. Oh, and that's purple, so yay. Now, let's see if there's some archangels that want to pop out for you. Seraphim Seraphiel is here. Tune into the divine will, open to higher illumination. So you're gonna write those prayers down? Yeah. We are at almost, let's see, 3, that's 5, 6.5, no, 7 hours would be 4:20. So yes, you check in at about somewhere about 6.5 hours into this, and you should be able to move your way forward. I can't really timestamp this whole thing, but about 6.5 hours in, you can, when it uploads, you'll be able to find them if you want to write them down verbatim. Archangel Metatron is here. Increase your light levels. Open your stellar gateway chakra. Archangel Zariel is here. Give and receive love. Obey the spiritual laws. Archangel Chamuel is here. Open your heart to give and receive love. Your essence is love. And Archangel Christiel is here with Connect with Unicorns. Receive the white ascension flame. Wow. Let's see what else we got over here. He said, yeah, Feather and Sage are here digitally smudging it up. I know that's right. I know that's right. I appreciate y'all too. Ooh, brilliant idea. Uriel is here. Says, your idea is divinely guided. Please take action to bring your idea to fruition. So, what is it that you had kind of swimming around in your dome lately? You wondering whether or not you're supposed to do it? Spirit says yes. Uriel is here again. With clear cognizance, pay attention to the thoughts and ideas that come to you as they are answered prayers. And Raziel is here. Spiritual understanding. I am bringing you esoteric information and symbols and helping you understand spiritual truths. Ooh, Sandalphon is here at the bottom of the deck. Your prayers have been heard and answered. Have faith. Even if you don't see the outpouring of it just yet, know that they're on their way. Fairies, you have a strong bond with the fairies, and your life purpose involves helping Mother Nature. We got unicorns and fairies. Oh, you might even be a twin flame here. It says the answer to your question involves a spiritually based romantic relationship. So even if it's not a twin flame, some kind of a divine counterpart, kingdom spouse, what have you. Heart chakra, the answer that you seek is in your heart right now. Be open to giving and receiving love. Again, I wasn't looking for a love reading, but since it's here, ooh. Have you asked your angels for help with this? Your angels want to help you with the situation. However, they require your permission before they can intervene in your free will choices, which it looks like you are and have been. So that's cool. But just like I said, take it to them. Talk to them. Like we don't have. We're taught formal ritualistic prayers within religion, but honestly, you can connect with your guides, your angels at any time. Just talk to them. They're there for us. Work with Archangel Michael to let go of what no longer serves you or your purpose. So there is some kind of a release needing to happen here. And to that effect, this isn't an angel deck, but I still wanted to check it out because it was kind of calling to me a little bit. Let me see. One more. Okay. Um, There's something here. It says you carry this burden far too long. It's time to release the guilt you've placed on yourself and start a new chapter in your life. Set a new goal, and begin taking action toward happiness. Some kind of a shame, something that in your mind that you keep going over and over in your mind. And Spirit is saying, let it go. There's no need for shame. Forgive yourself and keep it moving. Find the lesson. Something has happened and it stopped you in your tracks. In reality, it was simply teaching you where you needed to grow. There is no such thing as failure. So pick yourself up, learn from it, and keep going. Pay attention. You're being asked to pay extra close attention to the signs you're being given, both the subtle ones and the ones that can't be missed. These signs will help you see how to best move forward in life. How to best move forward in order to live your best life. Abundance is here. You're being asked to open to abundance, to believe that you're deserving of it, and to believe that it will flow to you. This is the first important step toward receiving it. Breathe deeply and trust that it's on its way. And then we have warrior spirit, relentless commitment to challenges, approaches life as a personal battle, here to master your forceful nature. And then finally, miracles. You're being asked to pay extra close attention to all the big and small miracles that have already occurred in your life, and also to those that are currently occurring and are still to come. Miracles surround you. Be on the lookout for them. That part. Yeah, that entire part. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Hmm, nope. Oh, here they go. My bad. You're welcome, Feather. I'm gonna pull a little bit of tarot, then I'm gonna grab you a Metatron card and read that, and we'll be all set. Get you a little bit of start. Ooh, 5 of Wands. That's a little conflict. But the Ace of Cups here, some kind of an emotional gift or outpouring. That's literally like a cup of love in the tarot. So some kind of an emotional outpouring here and some new ideas. Page of Wands is here. Ooh, Justice is here. The Knight of Swords, so moving towards it. You do need, there's something you had to walk away from, though, and it was affecting your money or had the potential to affect your money. You got the Five of Pentacles and the Eight of Cups here, so you needed to walk away from something that was causing some lack, and it probably had something to do with a jacked up relationship in the past or with a friend and or family member, because Six of Cups here is kind of that melancholy. I call it the ties that bind and gag. It's family remembrance or people that you love, but it's literally like that. It's melancholy, like reflection on that. We've got the Hierophant and the Moon and the King of Pentacles right in between. So again, something there. Even if, I mean, I'm not saying it's got you down bad and it's for real Five of Pentacles lost, but it's something that has the potential to put a dent in your material prosperity here. And it may have to do with um, like official systems, spiritual systems. This is like governmental structures. Something is the Hierophant is like tradition and order, rules, that kind of thing. So, and it may even be something that you don't see yet. The Moon represents like intuition or the unconscious or the unseen. You said you've experienced bad lows, yeah. Hey Sublime, you can. I'll put you on the list, and I'll try to get there. It's getting. You gonna probably be the last one, honestly, since you showed up. I'm gonna pull for. I have. We're working on Feather. If Miriam pops in, or Andrea, or any of them, or Miss Yates, I'll deal with them if that if they show up, or Drea. But after that, it's Jay's Lovers Lane. Sage, and then you, Sublime, and you'll be the last one for the day because I have to cut it off somewhere. Yeah, you say you've experienced those bad lows, so it's up and down. Let me pull a little bit more. How is this going to work out for you? The Fool. Okay, with the Hierophant coming out here with the Fool, the spiritual journey is important to you. Something in that leveling up is going to help with the rest. That's the truth. Ace of Swords came out. So you got the Ace of Swords and the Ace of Cups here. You're ending a cycle, though. This is what you don't see coming. It is change. 10 swords, stick a fork in you. You're done with that part. 8 of Wands, there is movement towards it. 3 of Pentacles, some kind of collaboration, and another 10 here. This is closing these cycles. Truthfully, these are the two tens you don't really want to see in the deck. The wands and the swords. This is burden, and this is literally like plotting and scheming. Somebody done did you dirty in the communication. But when I see them together, this is a full stop. This is the end of a cycle. So it ain't, like I say, you kind of walked away from what you needed to walk away from, and it's going to move in your favor. Yes, indeedy, because we got right here the 2 of Wands. That's movement towards your goals, your ideas, your hopes and dreams, and the 10 of Pentacles. That is like generational wealth. And a 10-10-10 message. Yeah, the only 10 that ain't out here is the cups. That's the emotional fulfillment. So typically when three of a suit of a number show up, the one that isn't here is kind of the one that speaks the loudest. So even though these three did show up, the 10 of Cups, in essence, by his absence, is basically implied and drawn into this reading as well. That emotional fulfillment will eventually come when you can get this, like I said, the lows, the 5 of Pentacles, 8 of Cups scenario out the way. But this is a fresh start. The Fool. It's the beginning of the spiritual journey too, but it's typically just a fresh start on something new. And those other cards had indicated a need for a fresh start and something new. So yeah, and Michael says release whatever it has that's been weighing you down in the past. Detach from the situation, detach from drama, and do know that your angels are behind you. It's going to be all right. You are unlimited. What you can create is unlimited because you're unlimited. You are being called into service, believe in your own guidance. That's what that Fool card in the Hierophant was about too. And this card done flipped out of me again for the second time in a row. I saw it on the bottom of the deck and I put it back. And when I shuffled and this other one flipped, this was in the split too. Remember, love is the key. Love what you have in your life right now. That's the key, truthfully. Learning to be satisfied with whatever you got, wherever you at, however little or great it is the key to allowing something in more. um, Jay's is next, Lover's Lane, and then it'll be you. We got one ahead of you, okay? You said you're inclined to give. Oh, if you're inclined to give a donation or a love offering, there is a link for my Buy Me a Coffee link on the homepage and on the About page of the channel, and it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Feather, stay the course, though. You're moving in the right direction. That is your final word from Spirit. Oh, not quite the final one. Miracles happen. Give the universe your clear intention. Those two. That's Spirit's final word. Stay the course and miracles do happen. So good job. I hope it unfolds for you quickly and smoothly. Let me get these cleared away. And then, Jace, if you're here, please ask your question again. Oh, you're so very welcome, Feather. Thank you for showing up. And of course, if y'all haven't subscribed already, I would appreciate the subscribe and a thumbs up. That would be so lovely. Because I will be here. I do lives Monday, Wednesday, and Friday during the day. Tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, I'll be back on for a tarot live session in the evening. Um, I don't know how long I'm going to be able to continue that. I'm going to probably wind up on another platform doing paid readings shortly. But for the time being, I'll show up as long as I can for the free 99 for y'all. Jace, are you still here? I'm gonna give it a few moments for him to respond, or him, her, whomever that is, to respond. Lover's Lane. If they don't respond in a timely manner, then we'll move on to you. So don't go nowhere, please. Jace, are you here? I guess not. Lover's Lane, what's your question, dear? I'm sorry, my lips and got dry and now they Oh, you said are your co-workers fighting to get you entirely gone, or are you the or am you the issue? Am I the issue? Okay. Hey, Sublime. Mm. Oh, here they go. All right, all right. Ashe, Sage. May miracles be upon us all. Indeed, indeed. And so mote it be. So it is. Ashe. All right. Lover's Lane wants to know, are her or his or her co-workers plotting to get them gone from the job, or are they just, is it Lover's Lane issue? Is there something being missed here? Oh, you back now? I don't already. You gonna have to wait a minute now, Jays, because you didn't respond right away. You back now, but I had already started pulling decks for Lover's Lane, so you'll be next after this one. But I'm gonna go ahead and address the issue because I was asking Spirit to address the issue. Um, let's see, Spirit, are they trying to get rid of Lover's Lane on this job, or is it something that they're missing and need to see? Is it a problem? Is it their problem, or is it genuinely them trying to get rid of her? Let me see. You're welcome. Look for a sign. Hmm. And listen to your intuition. Not the right time. No. Compromise. Take action. Reconsider. Good Lord. It's up to you. Not the right time, but yet perfect timing. Okay. One more. In the near future. Okay. Um, to be honest with you, I don't think they're necessarily trying to get rid of you. However, I think you might be part of the issue. It does compromise came out here, take action, look for a sign, listen to your intuition, reconsider, it's up to you. All of those came out. So if something doesn't change in the near future, they may get rid of you. So honestly, when by the time your spidey sense starts going off, thinking somebody trying to get rid of you on a job, it's usually time for you to be looking for another one anyway. If you genuinely feel that way, your intuition is making you feel that way for a reason. Again, I can't tell you what to do, but in the past, every time I told myself I needed to look for another job and I tried to hang on to that one anyway, Spirit usually wound up ripping it right out from under me, quick, fast, and in a hurry. The same thing happened with one of the sisters that's in here in the soul group for the channel. Her daughter asked a question about whether or not they was trying to get rid of her at work, and the same thing, I couldn't see a hard fast, but they had asked her to come in and train a new employee. And I was like, if they're doing that, whether I didn't get a direct yes or no from Spirit, but you need to be looking for a job anyway. If they doing that, that's kind of low down and dirty. The next day they asked her to resign, gave her the opportunity to resign, but they wasn't offering her no severance. So in other words, if she got caught up in her feelings and resigned anyway, she wouldn't have been able to even get unemployment. They was genuinely not only getting rid of her and made her train her replacement, but then turned around and tried to do her dirty so she'd be stuck out there with no job and no money at all. So yeah, I would recommend for you, if they're picking on you or provoking you, I would recommend that you probably start looking for one expedition, like as quickly as you can. Um, Passion, lust, anger, attraction, vitality. But this is Mars. And Mars is that kind of hot-headed energy, but it is calling for action. Temptation, self-deception, make wise choices. There's some kind of deception happening here. Maybe even you fooling yourself. Like you say, if you genuinely feel like they are, then they probably are, to be honest. Higher self activation and integration, awakening, a timeline shift. And it genuinely might be your higher self kind of poking your intuition to like say, hey, pay attention here. Pay attention, because these MFers about to pull a fast one on you. Yeah. Start looking. I'm not sure if that wants to come out again. It will. Ooh, disharmony triggers conflict, competition, arguments, harsh communication. If, I don't know if it's gotten to that point yet at the job, but somebody is past suffering here, past affecting the present, lack, betrayal, victim, let the past go. If you've had problems with these people all along, yeah, it might be just time to go ahead on and cut loose. Ooh, I said cut loose, and guess what's at the bottom of the deck? Release, purge, clearing, emotional release, clearing, walking away was right here at the bottom of the deck. With intuition, moon, subconscious, deceit, things are not as they appear. And then the sun card bringing strength here, empowerment, compassion, happiness, truth revealed. So you gonna find out sooner or later, but yeah, prepare yourself to find another gig. And if it don't happen now, there's a summer timing card here. Truthfully, no, fall is our that well, oh, the first day of fall is on the 20, ain't it on the equinox on the 22nd of this month is like the official first day of fall, I think. Open up. You're being asked to open your heart to another, let down your walls, and trust that they want what's best for you. Your life will open up in wonderful ways once you decide to open up. I'm not sure how that applies to this, but let's see what else come out this pile. Reassess. You're being asked to take stock of your life and let go of anything or anyone that's no longer making you happy. Notice who and what brings you joy and what doesn't. It's time for some life cleanup, and truthfully, this job might be part of that. Is it kind of crappy, and have you kind of been sort of wanting to halfway you get on that, oh my God, I should just walk away? Are you feeling that way? Do you wind up grumbling under your breath or rolling your eyes and kind of sighing before you get ready to go to work in the morning? Like, for real? Because something is saying here, bring balance. You're putting too much energy into something, which is creating lack somewhere else. You're being asked to take action now to correct the situation or risk further imbalance, which could lead to undesired results. And that came here with take charge. You're taking a back seat in a relationship or a situation, and it may end up costing you time, money, or opportunity. You need to step up and regain control once again, and consider the options are here. You've narrowed your focus to one desired outcome. You might be missing a bigger opportunity. Open up and let the universe send you the highest possible result. Now, that's something you ought to consider too. Are you feeling this way? Are you being nudged out of this job because there's something bigger and better for you that Spirit wants you to reach for? Start looking around. Like I said, don't leave a job till you have another one, even if they fire you. Because if you walk away, if you just quit, you can't get unemployment. But if there's something that you're looking at that might, like I say, start looking around for a better opportunity. And if you see something, interview on your day off or whatever you got to do, you might be able to segue into something else. But don't sit on the sidelines and just wait for them to fire you. if you think they're trying to get rid of you, because they probably are. They really probably are. All right. Is there anything else, Lover's Lane, or does that pretty much answer your question? Oh yeah, CC is here as a living witness to that. If your spidey sense starts sending you, getting the feelings that it's gonna be something weird happening, yeah, don't delay, because they did her daughter like that, show enough dirty, like all the way dirty. So yeah, act on it before it's too late. Jace, that was Lover's Lane. I was asking questions, answering questions for. What's your question, Jace? Oh, will you get? No, that was Lover's Lane. Yeah. What's your question? I'm awaiting your question, dear. Break the question up into two parts if you have to, just so I know you're still here. Because other than that, I'm gonna have to move on to somebody else, Jace. You was just here. You just retracted a message. You, unless you got kicked off the internet. Are you still in the room, Jace? Jace, Jai. However you pronounce it, Jais. To just put the two little hearts in here. Are you still in this room? All right, Sage. What's your question, dear? Because I don't know if they're coming back. Somebody just came back in here. Jays, is that you? I hope they come back in enough time before I leave here, because after I handle Sage questions and Sublime's questions, we already took care of Lover's Lane just now. Unless Miriam or some of them jump back in here, I'm going to be done with this live stream in a little bit, because I've been up here for a minute. Sage, are you still here? Okay, awesome. All right, all right. What's your question, Sage? Because Jay's he never responded. He, she, whomever that was, they didn't respond. So what is your question, my dear? You looking for a general? Sure. Absolutely, positively. Let me see where we at. Where we at? Where we at? Feeling trapped? There's always a way out of your difficulties. Always. It may not be obvious at first, but yeah. New home, new job, a new home, job, or lifestyle is on the horizon for you. Like that. Drastic changes are afoot. You may be going through a dark night of the soul. That's for sure. Like I said, that feeling trapped. Honestly, I think that's just residual anxiety and fear and stuff. When we're going through dark night, it kind of it hashes back through those old thoughts and pains and traumas and stuff. And then we start kind of feeling that, but it's not even necessarily something new that's happening. If you're going through dark night of the soul, that's genuine. That feeling of being trapped, like I said, that's residual anxiety from that other stuff. It happens to me sometimes too, especially lately, because you know what you're bringing in, you know what you're healing, you getting all kinds of confirmations that it's on the way, but you're not quite seeing it just yet. So when you're laying in there in them still dark times in the middle of the evening, the things that are kind of immediately pressing can come at you, and it does trigger a little bit of anxiety sometimes. But yeah, like I said, everyone has done something wrong. Even good people lose their cool, or even like I say in this feeling trapped scenario, when we're in that healing phase, sometimes we wind up kind of resorting back to the oh my God, doe in the headlights feeling. But we're past that stage. I don't think that's something we genuinely have to worry about all that much. Um, oh, you're back. Okay. Okay, Cece, yeah, and honestly, that'll give some of them a time to come back since you are back here. If Jace doesn't come back after Sage, Sublime is gonna get here, and then we can go in and do your reading because the energy has shifted back. We can keep it here on the live stream if you want to. So yeah, I'm glad you were able to come back. Appreciate you. Ooh, something about forgiveness. Withholding forgiveness only hurts you and prolongs the pain. It's time to forgive someone or maybe even yourself so you can stay on the path of your highest potential. That may be part of that whole dark night of the soul too. As we start reflecting back on that stuff, it's you get trapped in that, oh my God, I'm so stupid, I can't believe I did that, or I wish I hadn't have done that, or if I hadn't have done this, then this wouldn't have happened. All of those things, that's part of dark night. But like I said, we forgive everybody else, we have to forgive ourselves too. You were doing the best you could from wherever you were at, energetically, spiritually, or emotionally at that time. Even if you made a horrible mistake and a cluster F of things, it was the best you knew from where you were at that time, and you have to forgive yourself from it and move on. Detach. You're being asked to detach from something that you've been holding on to. When we hold on too tightly to the desired outcome, it restricts the flow. Trust that the outcome will work out and let go of your attachment to it. That too is part of that dark night thing, because how many friends we got to lose, Lord? We down to it's like ain't nobody left but that one over there and the dog, like really, like how much more can I cut out of my life? But sometimes we still wind up thinking it's that one that was, oh yeah, they got to go to that part. Step back. You're being asked to step back from your life in order to gain perspective. When you're too close to a situation, it can be hard to make a decision. Span out and view your life from a distance so you can get the perspective needed. Release. You're being asked to release any toxic people or situations from your life. You deserve to be free from all drama, and this is the first step to achieving that. So yeah, Spirit is saying it ain't so much you. It's them clowns around you, or the situation, or the job, or the whatever it is. You know what it is. I ain't even got to dig around in your business like that. You know what it is. Oh my goodness. Hey Tyrone, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you in. Child soul is here, adapting to the rules of life, lessons in social structure, rules, roles, traits, discipline, dutiful, traditional. This is what you basically gonna have to you up against on the dark night of the soul stuff for real. KRTE, go on about your business. Goodbye. We already know that you ain't got nothing new to say. Goodbye. Holy Spirit is the true revealer and is revealing plenty up in here. If you stick around and be quiet, talk less and listen more, you would know that. Goodbye. And Jesus is not the Almighty God. He told you that himself out of his own mouth in the scriptures that Jesus is not God. He told people do not worship him. So what did the devil worshipers turn around and do anyway? Martyred him and then knit that story in there and told people to worship him anyway. And in y'all's ignorance, you turn around and worship him even though he told you don't do so. But then stand back in this holier than thou place like you really doing something. He said he gonna tell you he never knew you. Get away from him, you workers of lawlessness. Go read your Bible. Making a community here, contribution, standing up for the rights of others, deeply caring for social issues. Well, you in this clique, so I know what time it is. And oh, you burning karma too, burning off past bad karma, step towards soul freedom, advancing toward your true potential. Yep. Spiritual elder, destined to become a spiritual elder, easily discerning truth from illusion, non-judgmental, unconditional love. And I'm getting spirit chills as I'm saying that. So pretty sure that's for real. And breakthroughs. Ooh. Having mystical and satori experiences, allowing your magic to create in life, true self begins to emerge. Yeah, that's what's going to come out of this dark night. Loving that. So you may be going through another dark night of the soul, but it's going to be beautiful. I'm not even gonna waste my time. You can just ignore KRTE. You ain't gotta keep timing him out because he's stuck on ignorance. And again, but keep coming back to my streams like he done made a personal project or something. I took a good long while in the other channel to explain the position that we're in and all the rest of that. And he's still stuck on stupid. So if he just want to come in here and be ignored, then that's on him. It's his precious time. If he don't feel like we about what's true and we not having if we don't have the truth and all the rest of it, why he keep coming back is beyond me. It's tens of thousands of channels active at any given moment, in at least 1,000 channels live at any given moment on YouTube all day long. Why he keep coming in here messing with mine, I have no idea. Oh, you're welcome, Sage. I'm happy to do it. I just ain't gonna waste my energy on somebody that refuses to see. What is that saying? They say there are none so blind as those who will not see. KRTE refuses to see because I took enough time and broke it down, went into scriptures and read the Bible for them and everything else, and they still here. Then followed me to another channel and still spewing the same trite Sunday school claptrap, that elementary understanding instead of actually coming forth with something real. I ain't got time for it. Yeah, they on the round and round, and something in life that had you that it's all that glitters and round and round. There's something to do with community though. Oh, wait a minute, hold up. All that glitters round and round, community. The fates are here. What's at this top of this deck? Oh, that's not for you. And Matt said not for you was at the bottom of the deck, and chaos and conflict at the top. So I know that ain't for you. I think at the end of the drastic changes through this dark night is going to end that round and round energy. Mountain, know that you're protected as you face challenges, but remain cautious. Yeah. Like I said, something out there is still a little bit of hitch in your giddy up, but it's not that you can't be aware of it. It's working itself out. Love surrounds all your connections. Move forward positively in all areas of life, and you will. When you get over this dark night scenario, you will. thorns. Weathering the challenges ahead will bring in new and positive future. For sure, that's dark night energy. But again, like I say, it's nothing to be afraid of. You done already lived it. It's just a matter of going back through it and processing it and learning to soothe it through in the awareness of it. I don't think it's more new stuff that's necessary. I mean, we always gonna have stuff to face, but I don't. It's this doesn't look like you got no huge mountains to climb. It's just about going back through and looking at it differently, getting in that hangman energy to do the shadow work around the things that have kept you up in the past late at night. They ain't gonna keep you up late, but they do need a little bit more of your attention in some shadow work. Your heart's desire is ready to come true, though. We have the wish card. Cracker is here. Positive energy surrounds you. Love, joy, and good fortune await. And Key is here with new beginnings, directions, and adventures await. New beginnings, directions, and adventures await for those ready to let go of the past. And I know you ready to let go of the past. I know. I ain't even got to question that part. So, what am I looking for here? Oh, some tarot. Let's see what the tarot got to say. Oh Lord, I ain't even see what a Jarda, whatever that, whoever that is. Unless they say something racially hateful that we could get in trouble for leaving on here, just let them say whatever they're gonna say, and we'll ignore them because I don't want to get banned even worse. Just let them go. Knight of Pentacles is here, so I get it. The money ain't quite lined up the way you'd like for it to. It's been a long time coming, but the Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight in the deck, but he's also the most reliable. So it's coming. It's on its way. This situation, you will prevail. The Hierophant is here. Yep. It's a spiritual level up, and that does take time sometimes. What's this? High Priestess. Oh, the Hierophant and the High Priestess that came out here side by side. You know they are twin flames, right? Or counterparts. They may not be twins, but they are divine counterparts in the tarot. They are counterparts. I love that. The Knight of Pentacles, the Hierophant, and the High Priestess side by side. What is this? The Hangman and the Seven of Cups. Oh, okay. I did mention hangman energy, and it came right on out here looking at things a little differently. Um, and the Seven of Cups is about making choices. So, truthfully, as you do that dark night of the soul energy, I think you're also going to be reflecting in meditation, just kind of making some decisions about the way you like things to move forward. Kind of like we were talking about the other day, we're manifesting these windfalls of abundance, but what would you really do with it when it comes? Do you really know how to, what's the first step? What's the second step? Do you, like I said, got to get a tax consultant maybe and an estate planner, or figure out who's going to run certain aspects of the business? Who are the people that you might like to not necessarily advertise that you got a whole bunch of money, but who are the beginning group of people that you would call in as your team to start working around and that sort of thing. Choices. But do be careful because, like I say, all these cups ain't filled with good stuff. Some of them got some nonsense in them. What you don't see coming, star energy. Yep, quite honestly, star. And let me see what else. What else, spirit? What else? King of Wands, leadership. Yep. And it shot up out of here. So you heading that way. Nine of Wands, perseverance. Well, you have persevered, and that's why you stepping into this energy. I don't think the season for the perseverance part. Well, I mean, we still here persevering until it's actually all the way unfolded. You're gonna be in that. Yeah, the world is here. The Ten of Swords in the world. So the cycle is ending. That Nine of Wands, Ten of Swords means that this period of perseverance will be coming to an end. This cycle is ending with fulfillment, the world. And honestly, that's the 10 right there that I was planning on pulling. So yeah, that's your message, my love. That is a pretty good one too. Like I said, look for, we all in the waiting time, we're gonna keep going through those dark night introspective kind of cycles, smoothing out the wrinkles, forgiving and moving on and loving and seeing it from a different aspect, kind of understanding how it was done for us and not to us, and all those sorts of things. Just keep doing what you're doing, and it's coming together. It is. All right. So now we took care of Lover's Lane. We've taken care of Sage. Jace, are you here? Jace, are you here? Tyrone, what's up? Are you still in here, dear? We got Sublime and Cece ahead of you, but if you would like a reading, I can squeeze you in here. It helps. Yeah. I appreciate you. You're welcome. And I get it. It when we waiting for something and waiting for something and it ain't coming and it ain't coming, these readings do, if the confirmations are coming to kind of help you redirect, it helps us stay out of that are we there yet? Are we there yet energy. So I'm happy to bring confirmations when we can, because that's honestly the thing that kind of helps smooth your energy so that we can allow room for it, because none of us know when it's going to line up. I don't know when mine coming neither. So I know it's coming, that much I do know. I just have to get out of my own way and get away from that timeline. We are petulant children and we always want to stamp our foot and demand something right now. We on that JG Wentworth time. I want it now, but no, it don't always work that way. I don't see him. He done popped off and ain't did whatever he supposed to. So we're gonna move on to the Sublime, and then CC and Tyrone. And if Jay's come back, then that's cool. If he don't, then whatever. Oh Lord, I done put the wrong cards in here. What should you know about your future with the person on your mind, especially regarding marriage and the timing of it? Oh Lord, I don't know. We're gonna see. Timing is always more difficult to call, especially when you're trying to consider what another person is going to do. And I don't know if you're the female in the scenario or the male Sublime, but if you're a female, it ain't going to happen. We can decide we want it, but it really don't happen until he decide to ask. How long have y'all been together, if I may ask? In the world? What in the world? What in the world? I feel like I'm losing my mind sometimes. Oh, Lord, I'm looking right at the deck. Oh, you just here listening? Okay, Tyrone, you're good. You're female and he's your ex fiance? Sublime. If he's your ex fiance, why are you even still looking to marry him still? You done called off the wedding once, one of y'all or the other. Why are you still looking for this? If he called off the wedding, for sure, why are you still looking at it? And if you had to call off the wedding, why are you still looking to get this back? Exes are exes for a reason, dear. You know that, right? But let's see. You want to know, so we're going to see what we see. Hold on. Sublime want to know, is love, what should she know about her future with the person on her mind, especially regarding marriage and the timing of it? Hmm. Something within the next few months. Now, whether that's a beginning or an ending, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe. Peaceful resolution, if you believe, maybe. Okay, this may be one of them rare scenarios. I don't generally advocate exes doubling back. Spinning the block is rarely, very, very rarely a good thing. It is not to be recommended. It is generally not to be done. Most of the time, for every one successful spinning of the block, you can find 100 where it was a disaster. I'm just going to put that out there right now. But what we're seeing right now, what should she know about the future with the person on her mind, especially regarding marriage in the time of it? Recovery. So maybe it genuinely is recovering. Okay. Success is here at the bottom of the deck. It's up to you. Is at the top. Perfect timing in the near future. Yes. Well, I stand corrected. Shoot. Okay. Now don't blame me if it goes south, because you know how I feel, but I can only tell you what the cards say. It does say don't stop. Let me see what the angels have to say over here. Free yourself. It's time to take back control of your life. That's what came out of there. Past life relationship. You've known each other before. Well, I mean, you just said he was your ex too. There's a strong magnetic attraction there. Well, obviously, if you're trying to, say let go of control issues, I'm looking for a particular. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's good. Express your love. Go ahead and make the romantic gesture. It says this situation involves marriage. Now, this deck actually has a card in it called Release Your Ex. So that's one of the things and if it want to come out, trust me, in this deck, it will come out. So that's why I was trying to see what was going to come out of this deck. It says let go of control issues, though. I'm just trying to make sure it's still in here and didn't get pushed out. I'm not trying to pull it out, because if it was here, if it wanted to come out, it would. I'm just trying to make sure it's still in the deck and didn't get stuck over somewhere. It's there, along with codependency and all the rest of that. But it does talk about letting go of control issues here. Allow the situation to unfold naturally, so don't try to push it. But I was not expecting to see a positive possibility here. It looks like this might actually happen. If y'all, depending on what you broke up over, and if you've both genuinely healed whatever the issues are, and you can get over the control issues that Spirit just pointed out here, there's a shot that this could work. Enlightenment is here. With enlightenment, there is no separation. We realize that we are one with the divine. Look deeply within look deeply within and discover your soul purpose in relationships. There's a yes here. Trust your intuition. Indication. Watch for signs that lead you to true love. Uh-oh. Test. Your strengths and weaknesses are being tested. Maybe that's what this letting go of control issues is about. Cupid. Love is in the air when Cupid is around. Emotion. Look into the depths of your emotions. Surprise. You may be surprised. So let's see. Camera, reminiscing, making memories, learning from the past, perception. So y'all genuinely in your separation, maybe you did genuinely learn what you need to learn. And this go around, it looks like it might be able to work. Like I say, I stand corrected. Self-indulgence is here, self-worth and value, time to heal, shadow work, self-appreciation. If y'all have both done this shadow work or whomever, whatever y'all broke up for, if that issue has been resolved, then yeah, this could actually be a go. Oh, sadness, separation, bitterness, missing you, thinking about you, uncertain future. So they're kind of feeling it too. Or is that it could be you, but golden mirror. Oh, some kind of a self-absorbed love bombing situation here. Let me see. We got to get past that though. That ain't gonna work. If that's what it is, if it's a one-sided love bombing narcissistic situation, we don't need that. Ooh, not enough. Lacking confidence, self-sabotage. Ego and fear. I don't like that. Let me see here. You were cool over here, but oh, the snake is here. Competition and envy. Other woman looking over your shoulder. Date. Get back out there, meeting someone new, setting a date. I should have stopped while I was ahead, cause I ain't liking that. Healthy choices, self love and self care, being happier, love in life, loving love in life. Heartbroken, deeply hurt and sad, feeling lost, grieving, despair, breakup, mask, hiding true feelings, pretending and delude, gaslighting and personify. Now, gaslighting and narcissistic tendencies came out here. Is that something either one of y'all are having to deal with? You've been working on your healing? Okay. I just want to make sure you're not deluding yourself because, like I said, narcissism came out here twice. And whether it's you or whether it's them, if there is narcissism there without actual professional therapy, I could not recommend that a reunion. I couldn't. Nah. On the one hand, it looks like it's okay, but then when I start continue to pull this this snake energy and all that, I'm like, let me see what's in this twin flame deck. Maybe it'll give us a better picture. Because honestly, I don't know which of y'all is which, but it genuinely looks like, to be perfectly honest, it looked like I started out in one energy and then completely got over to another energy. So I'm not sure who needs to be doing the healing, who had the narcissistic tendencies, who may not or may have had another partner or some kind of competition energy there, who's wearing the mask. But there's something here that says that one or the other of you in the spirit of self-love need to heal and possibly just move on. I know that ain't what we wanted to hear, but I mean, I thought we were gonna be headed for a reconciliation. But let me see. Our destiny is calling. Preparations are underway. Take the next step. But that doesn't say whether it's with you or with that person or without them. Let me see. We have a past life connection. Memories are surfacing either consciously or unconsciously. This looks like a karmic tie. This is the card that came out here, karmic ties. Sometimes the people that we meet up with that we swear up and down is our be all and our end all. I said it before. Sometimes that's the starter pack. They are here. They are high level soulmates, yes, but they are karmic partners that are designed to keep. They're designed to teach us a lesson, basically. Said tread lightly, yeah, tread lightly and keep to your healing. If it's genuinely for you, make them prove that past lives are influencing our connection. I've lost you in other lifetimes, and that makes me afraid. I need to heal the grief to allow the love to bloom. If it's real and it's really supposed to be for you, the time apart is a good thing. Like I said, there is a reason why it hasn't worked in the past, why y'all were engaged and the engagement was broken without actual marriage. It does say our love is eternal. It exists in every dimension and cannot be lost, but that does not mean that it's supposed to be acted upon in every dimension either. Sometimes we have to love people from way across town. That's the way it is sometimes with karmic soulmates too. So you gonna do what you want to do because you want this man back. But I was ready to say completely, I apologize, I stand corrected, and give it a wholehearted green light. I can't really do that here. It's wonky. This could go either way. Yeah. But you will get some more answers. And again, maybe, who knows? It said within the next few months, peaceful resolution, if you believe, recovery and success. Again, you said you admitted you were working on your healing. So obviously, if you're still healing, they may be too. Um, Completely heal first. Like Sage said, tread very lightly, keep to your healing. Don't try to force this scenario. Because once you heal completely, you may not even want this man no more, to be honest. I didn't say you ain't going to love him, but you may understand that it may not be a healthy situation to be trying to hinge the rest of your life on. You know, we have to be honest with ourselves. And there's something here that popped out at the end here that really, really makes me very leery to just give the complete green light on it. It is something here. And again, trust your intuition. Don't try to talk yourself off the ledge and ignore all the red flags and stuff. That's how you wind up engaged to somebody that you had a breaking engagement from in the first place. Be honest with yourself in your healing. Trust your intuition. And if the answer is no, release it with love. Because truthfully, at the end of the day, what's you can't miss what's truly yours. If this relationship is genuinely yours, it'll come back to you. But if it's not, no amount of pushing in the world is going to make it happen. You're just going to make yourselves miserable by trying to force it into being because it's something that you want, but it may not be something that's necessarily healthy for you. Okay. So there we go. But again, I'm not saying a hard, unequivocal no at this point because of the first part of the cards. But the second part, with this free yourself coming out in this past life relationship, that's what really made me stop and look. And then it only continued to go further downhill from there. So it was literally like got halfway to the reading, and then when it turned the corner, it just kind of fell off the edge of the cliff. Yes, there is a strong magnetic connection here, but it does not mean it's a healthy one. Oh, absolutely. Wishing you the best, my dear. I hope it works out for you, but just be very, very, very careful because right now, for sure, the most important thing is that you continue with your healing and just let it, what'll be will be. Like I said, if it's yours, if they're supposed to be yours, it'll come back to you, but don't force it. Okay. But best of wishes. If it does work out, please come back and let us know. Oh, you're welcome, my dear. You are so very welcome. That's all we can be. If I can find a right, sometimes the answers are cut and dry, and sometimes it isn't because truthfully, especially when there is a healing, when healing is involved, you really can't call it for sure until you're healed. Because, like I say, I cried and folded up and ugly cried and thought life was over and the whole nine when I left my ex. And at the end of the day, now that I'm on the other side of that and have completely healed from that, you couldn't melt that man and poem across me. Uh, I'm not in Texas. I don't know what you talking about, but whatever. Don't you think that's a little rude to come into somebody? I'm getting ready to get off of the live stream after a while anyway, but you just gonna come in and jump in and announce a powwow for what? In Indigo Anderson Morrison Morrigan, whatever. Okay. I'm not next to Hobby Lobby. Yeah, exactly. Once you heal, you like, you know what? Love them all day like a fat kid love cake. And thank you so very much for the karmic lesson. But I'll pass. You know what I mean? Because you realize once you actually start loving yourself, you start really looking at the situation honestly. And like I said, how whatever happened, it was serious enough that y'all actually ended your engagement and a marriage did not come out of it. So you really got to go back and look at that real carefully before you jump back in it because it that happened for a reason. That was real. All right. Tyrone, you said no reading for you, Tyrone. Cece, are you still here? Miriam, are you here? Drea, are you here? Miss Yates, Amanda, are you here? Andrea 54 Hector, are you here? Are any of those people in this room right now? I think Cece be having connection problems. She probably got bumped off, but she'll join the WhatsApp group and I can take care of her later. Um, Jays, are you here? Jais, did you ever make it back in? Miriam, Maryam, Feather, we took care of. Drea, Dreya, at Healing with Mama Love. Ms. Yates and Andrea 54 Hector. Are any of you in here? Oh, you're so very welcome. You are so very welcome. It is my pleasure. Absolutely. And like I said, in your case, I mean, I don't even think yours are internal. I think it's people around you. Did you, like I said, when you go back through your dark night, I think it's just putting back into perspective some of the pit vipers and stuff. I don't even want to call the people pit vipers, but you know, some of those energies that needed to be released and how you felt about it, and just it's just kind of going over. It's watching the play, but you what are they talk? Watching the highlight reels in your dark night of the soul. You're gonna have to go through your highlight reels, and some of that might give you a little bit of bump in the road, but I don't think it's gonna be a whole lot because, like I said, from a healing perspective, I think you already see it from a different point of view. So it's the highlight reels before the next big game because you're graduating. You're in an initiation period. You're leveling up, and it is what it is. All right. So the other folks that were in here, they were not able to respond. I'm gonna shut it down at this point because I've been in here literally for 8 hours now. So yeah, Jade, I'm gonna take care of you. I promise. This is the very last one. I'm saying it into this live stream. Anybody that's in here right now, if you do not put your name in this reading within the next 30 seconds, I'm not gonna be able to read for you tonight. Okay, Jade, I will take care of you. But anybody else, speak now or hold your peace till tomorrow night when I be on live at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. You're welcome, Tyrone. You're so very welcome. How does your ex feel about you currently? Does he miss you? How long y'all been broke up, Jade? I know you haven't, because if you had her, you wouldn't be in here asking me, does he miss you? Because honestly, if he wanted to, he would. If he, trust me, if he was trying to get back with you, you'd know it. Now, we're going to pull the cards just because you're here and you asked the question, but I need for you to move on, dear. X's are X's for a reason. Honestly, at the end of the day, does he miss you? Is not really your business. You need to move on and heal, because whether he miss you or not, y'all did break up, and regardless whose fault it is, he's not interested in coming back. And quite honestly, if you get your self-esteem where it needs to be, how dare he dump you, or didn't dump you, or walked away, or what, or acted so crappy that you had to dump him. Whatever the case may be, it's time to move on. But we're gonna pull this, and we're gonna pull the cards and see. Especially if it's been several months. I promise you, he out there living his best life. Probably got somebody else and some more stuff. That, and now, honestly, Jay, this is gonna sound hard to say, but I'm saying this with much love as an auntie, not a tarot reader, but as an auntie, that I wish somebody had been able to tell me these things in the way that I could have heard them back then. You haven't moved on completely. That's not even an issue of your love for him. That's an issue of a lack of love for yourself. That's a self-esteem issue. Because if you broke up with somebody, you said there's a new guy, but you're afraid. You don't need no new guy. You need to go somewhere and heal from the last guy. Because let me tell you something. Before we get into these cards, I got to tell you, like I said, I'm going to give you the auntie and a little bit of the spiritual teacher at this point. If you don't heal that past energy, the new guy and the next one and the next one and the next one is going to be an energetic match to that same raggedy mess that you wound up leaving, this that you had to let go of, or let go of you in the first place. Rebound relationships don't work for a reason. Number one, you still got that other raggedy energy in your system. It didn't work. And if you don't admit it, you haven't completely moved on, but you're trying to move on to a new guy. When you got that energy still in your system and you haven't moved on, you're going to manifest shades of that over and over and over again. Different faces, different places, the same dysfunctional stuff that did not work. Heal first. Raise your vibration and draw what you genuinely want and deserve to you. If you want a king, you have to become an energetic match to a king. You have to become a real queen, not somebody that's emotionally broken and damaged and still just trying to fill your dance card so you won't be lonely with somebody, because whatever this person that got you in your feelings, that's a self-esteem issue, my love. And I'm saying that with all love, not judgment, because been there, done that. But it's not going to go like you think it's going to go until you heal first and develop boundaries and develop self-love and self-respect and standards. And when your energy rises to that level, you won't be able to manifest that mess unless or until you won't be able to remanifest it, because you won't be a vibrational match to that anymore. You'll manifest from a higher place, and you'll meet a guy that's going to treat you right, and you won't have to be asking a tarot reader whether or not they love you, because he'll be telling you every day. Whether if he got to walk to the next town and send a smoke signal or a text message or whatever, you'll know, because he'll go out of his way to make you know every day how he feels about you. And you deserve that, but you can't find that until you heal. If you believe. Okay. I hope I didn't just mess myself up. Let's see what we got here. Big happy changes. And here's another thing I want you to consider. Oh, not right, not the right time. And I don't think it's the right person either. Meditation does bring answers though. One of the things I want you to consider, short of you getting a frontal lobotomy, okay? Whatever caused y'all to break up, what's gonna happen when more of that starts to surface on the other side? If you done did all your healing and working and whatever, and he go right back to whatever happened that made y'all go off in the first place, it's gonna take you right back there. You ain't gonna be spiritual enough to completely forget all of that. That's gonna interfere with your relationship development, your spiritual development, and everything else. Yeah, it's unlikely that this situation is going to work out the way you want it to. I'm so sorry. You should remain positive, but it's unlikely that you're going to get the result that you're wanting right now because you're asking from a hurt place. You want to know what he's doing. Do he miss you because you haven't gotten over him? Look at here. Spirit say there's something better. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with him, but again, exes are exes for a reason. He may not be a bad guy, but he might not be the one for you. There's something better according to spirit. And again, it is up to you, but I genuinely don't think that this is the route you want to go. Let me see here. Hold on. I know. I'm just trying to, like I say, been there, done there. I got decades of life, baby, and doing the wrong thing and the hard things and all the rest of that. So I say I had to give you a little auntie wisdom, and not just the tarot wisdom, but a little auntie wisdom too, because you deserve better, and I know you want, because we all deserve and want a reciprocal, healthy, sexy, passionate, all of that good stuff. Ooh, this is what I want to do. I want to not only give you the bad news, but be able to get around to the new news. And this is what I'm talking about right over here. Yes, indeedy. Look at you. It saw you though, gathering info, envy, trying to figure you out, keeping tabs. This is that watching, spying energy. But it's the first card that came out of this deck was self love, intentions, focused on desires of the heart, self worth, expansion, manifesting. Out here with forgiveness, apology, guilt, wants to speak their heart, compassion, emotional confession. But it also came here with the world, new cycle, karmic completion, travel, fulfillment, success after the quest. And then twin flame, strong soulmate, telepathic, spiritual, divine connection. This is not this current one. This is allowing the way, if you will allow this thing to go on its way and heal and let it go, it is possible for you to actually bring in a divine counterpart. You might be able to get this man back, but I honestly don't think that that's spirit that said is something better. There's big happy changes on the way if you let them. Imagine, free your mind, and understand that. Don't try to put rose colored glasses on this thing. Go back and look at why y'all broke up and really look at it instead of trying to gloss it over and get back to the status quo. No, no, no. You had gotten to the point of deciding on a spiritual and fiscal contract supposedly designed to carry you through the rest of your lives, and y'all both decided, no, we're not going to do that. You need to honor the fact of the wisdom that called y'all to stop. And here we go, fork in the road. Hey, Antoine, welcome in, brother. How are you? Welcome, welcome. And I do thank you for all your kind words. I wish you had been here earlier. We had a little situation, but it's all good. The energy shifted. Orphaned here. This may have to do, this isn't necessarily being literally orphaned, but this is about abandonment wounds. And very often our abandonment wounds come from childhood traumas, but they do spill over into our romantic relationships, especially if we've been on a pattern of serial monogamy or things not quite working out. Always, like I said, relationships getting to a certain point and then we get dumped or break up or whatever the case may be. our abandonment wounds can really be triggered. They don't typically start there. They come from childhood, but they get big time jacked up in the dating game arena between worlds. Yeah, this is spirit is asking you to heal and turn the corner. You're at a fork in the road, so you could go and get this, but it's not going to serve you well. To the sea. Yeah. You come with blessings, and I appreciate you. And we need them. Happy, happy. Yeah, if you allow this thing to go on the way it's supposed to go and do the healing work, the end will be much happier than if you try to force this around. We got round and round here, unfinished symphony, and new life. New life, not going back and resurrecting the old. New life. Yeah, and honestly, Jade, if you truly let it go and heal, if on the odd chance that it's something that you're supposed to have, it'll come back to you and whenever you least looking for it. But don't be looking for it. Don't say, "Well, I'm gonna let it go and then I can manage," because that's not genuinely letting it go. Heal, let it go. And again, you probably will get to a point where you'll find enough self love that you won't even want it anymore. Okay. All right. All right. So that is going to um, end our session for the evening. I do appreciate each and every one of y'all that came in here. And yeah, we got big happy changes on the on the horizon for Sister Jade. She gonna go and heal up and find out, let her ancestors and angels go shopping for her next to go around. And you gonna come back and tell me about that fabulous boo thing that made your toes curl. But that new dude, the rebound person, do yourself and that man a favor and let that one go too. That's a placeholder, and that's you deserve better, and he deserves better than that from you. Okay. You're welcome, dear. I hope you enjoyed it. I do hope you'll consider subscribing to the channel and my other channel, Modern Mystic Messages. We will be on live next on that channel tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern on Modern Mystic Messages for a spiritual hangout and conversation. We'll be back on this channel tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. Eastern for a late evening tarot session if you wish to come back in and hang out. Okay. All right, all right, all right. One last call for the ones we didn't get to. Jais, Jais. If you're here, please speak up or forever hold your peace. Miriam, Maryam. If you're here, please speak up if you wish to have that. CC, if you're here, we can grab you. Go on and grab you now if you're able to speak up. If not, I'll see you in on one-on-one in WhatsApp. Drea, Dreya at Healing with Mama Love. If you're here, speak up. Amanda, Miss Yates, if you're here. And Andrea, 54 Hector. Any of you are here? Oh, yeah, you got this. You definitely got this. And you're so, so very welcome. Hey, M Beans, welcome, welcome. And gave me my purple hearts. That's my favorite ones. I love, love, love me some purple hearts. Thank you. And I appreciate the green ones too, Miss Sage. All right, then. Thank you, everyone that hung with me today. I love you, love you, love you. I'm gonna get off of here, stretch my legs, and go grab me some water and whatnot. Rest this voice, and I will see you all tomorrow. Hopefully, take care. Peace and blessings to you. Namaste.